Enver Hoxha speaks. Enver Hoxha, Tirana, Albania, October 1944. In this great anti-fascist liberation war, in which all the progressive peoples, united in face of the danger threatening mankind, have thrown in all their energies in a common effort against the Nazi-fascist barbarians, our heroic people, with the greatest self-sacrifice, have made their contribution to the liberation of the homeland and the wiping out of the fascist plague. The Albanian people courageously undertook the most terrible, and at the same time the most glorious war ever known in our history, and have shown in deeds, which will remain as lasting monuments for the future generations of our country, that the blood of their heroic ancestors still flows in the veins of the Albanians, and that their spirit is endowed with the lofty virtues characteristic of our people. In face of the great torrent threatening to engulf our country, the people, regardless of the sufferings, hunger, burnings, and killings, embarked on the only road of salvation through which they were to smash the dreadful shackles of slavery, the road of merciless war against the occupiers and the traitors of the country. Through their war against savage and powerful enemies equipped with the most modern weapons, the Albanian people fought their way step by step to glory, to raise high the name of Albania and the Albanians, earning for our country the respect of the whole world, and through the blood of their glorious sons, the right to take their place alongside all those peoples who undertook the great task of the salvation of mankind. In the flames of this liberation war our heroic National Liberation Army was set up, the army of our invincible people, which dealt mortal blows to the occupiers and traitors and, in fighting bloody battles, armed and steeled itself with determination, discipline, and great experience. Through struggle and efforts the National Liberation Councils were set up, which became the true democratic state power of the people and which, together with our army, constituted the principal factor in our victories. Parallel with the victories of the army, the organization of our state power, too, passed from one glorious stage to another. 1. Declaration of the democratic government. Gradually becoming perfected. Pisa, Labano, Permit, and Berat are the four glorious stages of our war. The Great Congress of Permit, where the delegates of the Albanian people elected the anti-fascist National Liberation Council of Albania and vested it with legislative and executive powers, gave Albania the Anti-Fascist Committee, the principal executive and directing organ of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council. The second historic meeting of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council of Albania, held in the liberated town of Berat, gave Albania its first democratic government, the principal executive and directing organ through which the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council fulfills its executive functions. The democratic government of Albania, conscious of the duties it has been entrusted with, will remain loyal to the decisions adopted at the Congress of Permit, will be the continuation of the Anti-Fascist Committee, and will implement and uphold all the military and political principles of the national liberation movement on a wider scale. The government, exercising its functions, declares to the entire Albanian people, 1. The democratic government of Albania will remain loyal to the decisions adopted at the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Congress of Permit and by the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council of Albania. This government will continue in the footsteps of the Anti-Fascist Committee. 2. The objective of the government is the continuation and extension of the war, the rapid and complete liberation of Albania, and the defense of its independence. 3. The democratic government of Albania will rally all the forces of the Albanian people around the national liberation state power, and will strengthen the power of the National Liberation Councils. 4. The democratic government of Albania, after the complete liberation of Albania, and after stabilizing the situation, will proceed to hold free and democratic elections to the Constituent Assembly, which will decide on the form of the state and formulate the founding constitution of the Albanian state. 5. The democratic government of Albania will review all the political, military, and economic agreements concluded with foreign states by the Zog regime, and will cancel all those which are to the detriment of the Albanian people and state. 6. The democratic government of Albania will guarantee and defend all the civil rights of the citizens. 7. The democratic government of Albania will try to establish closer cooperation with the great allies, Great Britain, the Soviet Union, and the United States of America, as well as with all the other members of the anti-fascist bloc. 8. The democratic government of Albania will seek recognition as the sole government of Albania from the great allies, Great Britain, the Soviet Union and the United States of America, as well as all the members of the anti-fascist bloc. On behalf of the democratic government of Albania, Prime Minister and Supreme Commander of the National Liberation Army of Albania Colonel General Enver Hoxha. 3. Speech delivered on Independence Day and the arrival of the democratic government in Tirana November 28, 1944. People of Albania. On a memorable day such as this, in 1912, after a long period of bondage, independent Albania was born. When our country was menaced from all sides by foreign enemies, when new chains of slavery were being forged for our people, old Ismail Kemal I with a handful of valiant patriots hoisted the banner of freedom in Vlora, and the Albanian people paused for breath. We emerged victorious, but new cruel waves dashed over our poverty-stricken people, and that banner of freedom was violated. It was misused, and became an object of barter for the satraps of past regimes. It was used to hide the shameful deeds and robbery perpetrated upon our people. But the banner of the people, the banner of Ismail Kemal, remained unsullied in the hearts of Albanian patriots. That banner was raised high, held aloft by the steel hands of the people's fighters, and passed through storms and tempests, always defiant and unbowed, the symbol of freedom and independence. Today, after so much heroic fighting against fascism, the red banner of Vlora, dyed with the blood of the people's heroes fallen in this anti-fascist war, flies proudly in the skies of free Albania. 5 years have passed since the beginning of the cruel fascist slavery, and 5 times over on each November 28 the blood of the heroic sons of the people, who faced the bayonets of the occupiers and traitors, has flowed in the streets of Albanian cities. The day of the flag has become doubly sacred, the day of the independence and the union of the Albanian people. On April 7, 1939, we fell into bondage, into heavy servitude, when fascism, the greatest enemy of our people and of all mankind, invaded our country. The Great War was in the making, the great slaughter was being prepared by Hitler and Mussolini. We paid the first toll. The international outlook was gloomy. Europe was arming at a feverish pace, and not a single voice was raised in our defense save the cries of our people betrayed by the government of the time, crying out for weapons to fight the Italians. The betrayal was complete. The intriguing politicians, the speculators were riding high. They extended their hands to the occupiers who made common cause with them in order to suppress the people, to make them slaves, fodder for their guns. The fascists and the traitors worked systematically to quell any resistance, to smother all patriotic feeling, to trample underfoot the honor of our country, to obliterate our customs and language, and to colonize Albania, so that the Italians could strike out from our country at our neighbors and at the Soviet Union. But amidst the Black Terror, the great resistance was born among our people, who rose to their feet to win back the freedom which had been stolen from them. Barbarous fascism, armed to the teeth with the most modern weapons and aided by the traitors, came up against our brave fighters who had freedom in their hearts, their iron will, and infinite self-sacrifice. The sons of the people, who felt the agonies of their homeland and who bore on their shoulders the sufferings, the hardships, and the sorrows of an entire people, stood up to fight. Many of those who, in the first hours of the war, fell martyrs for this people whom they loved so much, fell with a song on their lips, happy because they knew what they were fighting for, and that with their life's blood they would raise a new Albania. This was the battle cry and the people's call to arms sounded by the vanguard. It told them that the country was threatened with death, that they must take up arms and, with merciless and unceasing war, liberate the homeland. The Albanian people heard the call of their sons, the blood flowing in the streets of towns and villages was their own blood, and so the people took up arms. Our glorious national liberation war began. It was an unequal war, We were unarmed, barefoot, and empty-bellied, but we were strong, for we were fighting for a great cause, fighting for the liberation of the people, to give them a happy life and to take our revenge on the enemy who sought to drown us in blood. We were a small people face to face with a huge beast, but we were strong, for in our hearts we nurtured a deep hatred for those 5. who had invaded our homes and robbed us of our possessions. We took up arms and threw ourselves into the fight, certain of victory, because justice was on our side, and because in this war we were not alone. The whole of the progressive and anti-fascist world, united in a solid front, was at war against the same enemies, the enemies of mankind, Nazism and fascism. People of Albania. 3 years of armed struggle, glorious pages in the history of our country, written with the precious blood of the sons and daughters of the Albanian people. Our national liberation movement grew and gathered strength in a fierce armed struggle, in a political struggle. Our enemies were strong and cunning, they resorted to terror and demagogy and exerted all their efforts to crush our resistance. The traitors to the country, Mustafa Kruha, Mehdi Frasheri, Ali Kelsira, Mithat Frasheri, Abaz Kupi, Shefkat Verlasai, and all the other quislings used every tactic to divide our people. Their demagogy was powerful, and at the beginning a section of the people was duped to some extent by these bandits, who were always the short-sighted instruments of our internal and external enemies. The Bali Komitar, Legaliteti and all the other terrorist organizations became active weapons of the occupiers. With extraordinary ferocity, together with the Germans, they hurled themselves upon the people, killing and cutting down innocent people en masse, women, old folk, and children, while they looted and raped. These murderers hurled fire and venom upon our national liberation movement, upon our army, but our movement was undamaged, because it had sound foundations, because it was a people's movement, a progressive, democratic movement. Around our national liberation front rallied the honest people, the working people, the people who earned their bread with their own sweat, and not with intrigues and treachery. Our national liberation front rallied all the democratic elements, without discrimination as to political or religious tendencies, and became the sound and proper body to carry out this difficult and sacred mission. Our National Liberation Army, which grew and gathered strength in bloody battles, was the army of the people, where the peasants, workers, and intellectuals, united as one. 6. Fought for a common goal, for a free Albania, for an independent Albania, for people's democracy. After 3 years of heroic efforts, after so much bloodshed, suffering, and sacrifice, we emerged victorious. We smashed the German barbarians and their traitor lackeys. In the course of these 3 years of war, our National Liberation Front became a reality. The National Liberation Councils were created as organs of the war and as the foundations of state power, and these, in turn, were strengthened and became the true democratic state power of the people. This new people's power overthrew the old power, which had been the blind tool of the occupiers and the traitors. To create the front and the state power, thousands of sons of Albania fell, fighting selflessly, convinced of our people's happy future. Our movement, with its correct political platform, opened broad vistas to the people and showed them the road to victory. Our national liberation movement had as its goal the unification of the whole Albanian people. By shedding its blood, it tried to make the misguided understand that the road they were following was harming our homeland. The Anti-Fascist National Liberation Committee and the Presidium of the Anti-Fascist Council of Albania, in the call they sent out to those who still remained in the ranks of the enemy, gave still another vivid proof of the aims of our movement. After 3 years of heroic efforts, after so much bloodshed, we emerged victorious. The bloodthirsty German enemy has been driven from almost all our country, the reactionary bands who committed fratricide have been smashed, and today the 28th of November is being celebrated with indescribable enthusiasm by the Albanian people, who have won their freedom with their blood. Today, to Tirana, liberated after fierce fighting from street to street and from house to house, today to the capital of free, democratic Albania, and to the midst of those heroic people who stood unflinching in the vanguard of our war, who were undaunted by the massacres perpetrated by the Germans and the traitors, which only strengthened their resolve, came the democratic government of Albania. People of Albania. Our victorious war raised high the prestige of our country, and made the name of Albania and of the Albanians honored in the progressive world. Thanks to that struggle, we are spoken of with respect, for we stood and shall stand loyal to the great alliance of the anti-fascist bloc, and have poured out our blood in torrents beside our allies in the war to save mankind from the clutches of German Nazism. Our heroic war was closely linked with that of our great allies, the Soviet Union, Britain, and America, and with the war of the enslaved nations. In our struggle we had unshaken faith in victory, for we had the great support of the Anglo-Soviet-American alliance. When the glorious Red Army, led by the great strategist of our time, Marshal Stalin, was ruthlessly crushing the Hitlerite hordes, liberating its territories and triumphantly marching towards the west for the decisive attack on Hitler's last citadel, our people's fighting strength was refreshed and multiplied, and their energy and confidence increased. The brilliant victories of the Red Army were also our victories, and the victories of the entire world, because they were the principal factor in the destruction of Nazism. Thanks to these victories, the national liberation wars of the enslaved peoples grew stronger. These victories of the Red Army contributed to the arrival of this day which we are now celebrating so wonderfully. Our nation, small but unbroken, expresses its boundless gratitude to the heroic peoples of the Soviet Union and to the glorious Red Army. In this great war, Britain and the United States did not yield to German Nazism, they fought and are fighting bravely for the common cause. Their land, air, and sea war, which is doing so much damage to the German war machine, is an invaluable aid for our people. 3. The opening of the Second Front and the smashing of the German resistance in France hasten the final victory. In their national liberation war, our people have had the support of the heroic struggle of the Yugoslav peoples. Our neighbors and brothers, from the very first days they were occupied, threw themselves into a resolute liberation struggle. Our army and that of Yugoslavia are shedding their blood side by side on the fields of Kosovo and Metohija. Our soldiers and the Yugoslav soldiers bind each other's wounds suffered in fierce battles against the same enemy, and our friendship is being consecrated in the mingling of their blood. Our brigades, which have been ordered not to let a single German escape alive from our country, are crossing into Montenegro, for where together with the Yugoslav brigades, they will put an end to the German resistance in those areas. The bonds of friendship between our people and the peoples of Yugoslavia are bonds of blood and hardships faced together. On this great festive day for our country, we send our greetings to the fraternal peoples of Yugoslavia. We have fought and bled together with the neighboring Greek people. We have bandaged each other's wounds in this common anti-fascist war, and it is our desire to be always on good terms with this generous people. With regret, we observe that the chauvinist and reactionary bands of Service 5 are martyring the Albanian minority, robbing them of their possessions and hounding them out of their territory. Service elements are crossing the border on the sly to kill or wound our partisans. We will never tolerate such acts in our country. The Greek Prime Minister, Papandreou, has presented claims to annex our regions of Gjirokastra and Korça, or as it pleases him to call them, Northern Epirus. Such claims, naturally, do not make for good relations with our southern neighbors. Our borders are indisputable, because within them there is nothing but our land, the land bequeathed to us by our forefathers, land on which our blood has been shed. No one will dare to touch them, we shall know how to defend them if they do. Our national liberation movement has given the Greek minority in Albania equal rights with the Albanian people. The democratic government of Albania will guarantee the Greek minority in our country the freedom, and the democratic and national rights, for which their sons fought heroically in the national liberation brigades. People of Albania, today another page is being opened in our history, a page which it is in our power to write, and which we shall make as glorious as our war against the occupiers. This is the battle to reconstruct Albania, restore the economy, raise the culture and education of our people, and raise their social, economic, and political level. At the critical moment, our movement undertook that gigantic and unequal war and emerged victorious because our people were united as one around the National Liberation Front. Our National Liberation Movement will undertake this second struggle too, and will emerge victorious, because that is the dying wish of those who fell on the field of honor, because that is the entire life of the people and their future. The German Nazis and the traitors have sown disaster and sorrow in our country, entire regions have been burned, the fields have been desolate, the economy of our country has been ruined, thousands of families are without shelter and without food, schools need to be opened and the people's health must be protected. We shall accomplish all these important tasks if we strengthen our state power and bring into it those who deeply feel the sufferings of the people. Therefore, the task before us is to put everything we have into our state power to make it strong, and to mobilize all the people around it so that it can accomplish these vital tasks. We must strengthen our National Liberation Front, and this, in turn, should rally round itself the entire people, whom it should nurture with our correct policy, link closely with the state power, and make conscious of the tasks ahead of them. Here too, we must understand, as we did in the war with guns, that in order to carry out these tasks, in order to guarantee the people a happier and more prosperous life, it is vital for the entire people to become involved in this great undertaking. No honest Albanian should remain outside the front, no energy should be wasted. On the 10th occasion of the 28th of November, on the occasion of the liberation of Tirana, the Presidium of the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council grants a general amnesty to all the members of the Bali Komitar, Legaliteti and other organizations which collaborated with the invader. Excluded from this amnesty are the war criminals, all those who killed, burned, raped, or looted the wealth of the people. This is an additional proof of the lofty aims of the National Liberation Movement, the movement which fought and will fight for the people, and which has the greatest justice as its principle. Let the whole of Albania become a construction site, and let old and young understand that they are not working for foreigners, but working to build their own country. For the country for which we did not spare our lives, neither should we spare our sweat or toil. We must exert all our energies so that our army, the major factor in these victories, will be strengthened and become a modern army in the true sense of the word. It must be the true defender of the people and of their state power. In order to fulfill this main duty, it is necessary to make it a politically conscious army, for only thus will it be in a position to finish the war with the greatest success, and become the living defender of the interests of the people. People of Albania, you must gather the fruits of your heroic war yourselves, because they belong to you, and you have paid for them in blood, so that they will not be snatched from you and stolen by thieves, speculators, intriguers, and tricky politicians, by those parasites who used to live on your backs. We must close our ranks more tightly than ever, all of us must rally round the state power, round the front, round the democratic government, and thus march together towards our desired objectives, the improvement of the social and economic life of our country. Long live free democratic Albania! Long live the Albanian people! Long live the National Liberation Army! Long live our great allies, Britain, the Soviet Union and America! 11. Long live the brotherhood of the freedom-loving Balkan peoples! Long live the heroic people of Tirana! 12 of the Central Committee of the CPA, October 17, 1945. Comrades! At this broad session of the plenum of the CC of the party, many problems face us, the most important of them being the problem of the party in all sectors of its work, the state power, the army, the front, etc., and the question of elections to the Constituent Assembly. In accordance with the agenda, we will discuss and decide upon the convening of the second party conference. 1. At this meeting, we will not put forward a new political or organizational line, but by listening to the comrades of the Bureau, and all the other comrades, we will try to get a clear view of the situation in which we live and work, to get an exact idea of the strength of our party and its whole development during the war. This will help us to define the new method of work required to solve correctly the problems facing us in this situation, which is different from that of the war period. At every meeting, and especially at the sessions of the higher organs of the party, it has become accustomed to put at the top of the agenda the item, the external and internal political situation. This is a commendable practice if it is interpreted correctly and does not degenerate into the enumeration of simple chronological facts, but if we are in a position to define the external and internal situation on the basis of these chronological facts, and to draw correct political conclusions from them, then we will be able to orientate our work correctly, determine our political stands, and facilitate the solution of complicated problems. The party member who does not see the development of events clearly and does not make the necessary deductions, will never be able to implement the party line correctly. How does the external and internal situation appear to us in this new post-war stage? We would be very mistaken to think like the average man who took part in the war, and now believes that everything is fine. Things are not so simple now in peacetime, any more than they were simple in wartime. We fought fiercely to win the war against fascism, but now we must fight and work with determination to defend and consolidate the peace. We threw ourselves into a great war to annihilate fascism, the most ferocious enemy of democracy, but at the same time, we also fought for a happier life, for a sounder and more progressive democracy than that which existed in Western Europe before the war. The people took to arms not only to regain the freedoms the fascists had robbed them of, but also to shake off the yoke the imperialists and reactionary cliques had imposed on them under the guise of democracy. For this reason the war was not a simple matter, because in the Allied anti-fascist camp there were states which had put all their forces into the struggle to defend their genuine freedom and democracy and that of the other enslaved nations, but there were also states which interpreted and waged their war against fascism in a different way. In the anti-fascist bloc, the Soviet Union was the standard bearer of the liberation war, it bore the greatest burden of this war on its shoulders, it was the backbone of the anti-fascist alliance, the inspirer, encourager and defender of the enslaved nations, and the major factor in the defeat of Nazi Germany. Britain and America went to war against fascism after they saw their existence threatened by Germany, but their fight never assumed the character of a total war, on the contrary, they did not make great efforts to hasten the end of the war, they held back their forces to defend and consolidate their imperialist positions, and did not throw all of them into the war, they tried to slow down the struggle of the enslaved nations, and strove to strengthen the position of reaction throughout Europe in order to have its support in the present period of peace. The development of events during the war made all the facts I have mentioned above apparent, but despite all these contradictions and diverging views which existed between the Soviet Union and the Western Allies on the anti-fascist war, Nazi Germany and the British and US imperialist cliques did not succeed in splitting the great alliance of the anti-fascist bloc, for the sole reason that the Soviet Union, through its correct policy and heroic war, foiled all the maneuvers of fascism and reaction. So the tasks facing the communists, and the stand they should take were clear, just as the Soviet Union's stand was clear. The communists in all the enslaved countries had to rouse their people to a general uprising and merciless war against fascism and its lackeys. Through their open war against the occupiers and against their efforts to split the bloc, they had to defend and strengthen the alliance of the Soviet Union with Britain and America. At the same time, they had to consolidate the position of democracy, strengthen the position of the people and seize the reins of power and of government. All the contradictions and divergencies in the anti-fascist bloc, different concepts of democracy, efforts to repeat the past, to strengthen the position of the reaction and to deprive the people of their power, became more evident after the defeat of Germany, and are deepening daily in the present period. So, in this stage of preparatory work for peace, matters are not so simple or easily solved. We must defend the peace at all costs, this is the concern of the Soviet Union, and should be our concern too. Just as we always orientated ourselves towards the Soviet Union over the whole period of the war, and achieved victory, now too we 15. Must look to the Soviet Union, closely observe its international stand, march along its Leninist-Stalinist path, back up its efforts and defend its interests, for only in this way will we defend the interests of our country. What is happening in post-war Europe, What are the positions and aims of the Anglo-Americans and of the Soviet Union in the international arena, and how do the interests of peace present themselves? On the eve of Germany's defeat we noted a phenomenon which ought not to have surprised us. While the fighting continued on the Eastern Front and at the gates of Berlin with the greatest ferocity, the Western Front had totally disintegrated, the German resistance was insignificant, and the Anglo-American armies were pressing in on Germany. On all the other fronts where the Soviet Army or People's Resistance armies were fighting, the fascists fought hard. We should be clear about this. The Anglo-Americans are trying to save as much as they can of the remnants of fascism. They are trying to strengthen the position of the reactionaries, to regroup and reorganize them in order to use them as a barrier against the establishment and triumph of genuine democracy. The great exode of all the fascist war criminals and quislings found asylum and support in the bosom of the Anglo-American army in their occupation zones. Besides this, wherever reaction is in a strong position, the British and Americans, the former directly and the latter indirectly, violating every democratic principle with the greatest brutality, are intervening militarily to suppress progressive movements, bring the reactionaries to power, and strengthen the positions of reaction and fascism. This is happening in Greece. Thus, on the eve of Germany's defeat and its unconditional surrender, we see the first open offensive of the reactionaries to consolidate their positions at all costs, of course, to the extent that this fleeting moment allows, until they encounter the powerful resistance. 16. Of the Soviet Union, and the resistance movements of all the enslaved nations in general. Thus, under cover of the anti-fascist alliance and the common victory, international reaction, headed by Britain and America, is waging a sour noise and provocative war against the Soviet Union and all the people's democracies which have emerged from this liberation struggle. On the other hand, the Soviet Union and all the other countries where people's democracy has been established, as well as all the progressive nations of the world, whose guiding principle is the preservation and strengthening of the peace, and the consolidation on a sound basis of the alliance concluded in this war, are striving for the triumph of democracy in Europe, for the elimination of fascism and its remnants, and the preparation of a just and lasting peace. Of course, it was not easy for Britain and America, at the beginning of the post-war period, to embark on an open campaign against the Soviet Union, but this campaign of slanders and denigration is gradually taking form and becoming sharper. Despite the divergencies between the Anglo-Americans and the Soviets, the Yalta II and Berlin conferences were successfully concluded, but the recent London conference ended inconclusively. Besides the innumerable difficulties which they raised there, the Anglo-Americans wanted to impose their will in the drafting of the different peace treaties, thus violating the decisions taken by the Big Three in Berlin. This was the first step towards open disagreement, not only on questions of principle. The world reactionary press launched a savage campaign against the Soviet Union, and the camouflaged fascists resorted to their usual threats and shameless provocations in their press organs. The Anglo-Americans and world reaction are trying to bring within their grasp all the peoples who, through their struggle, succeeded in seizing state power during the war. The efforts of the reaction in this direction take first place. In many countries of Europe, the fierce struggle of the people against the occupiers and their tools not only dealt a hard blow at the local reactionary cliques, but also gravely compromised the positions of Britain and America. During the war, sympathy and friendship for the Soviet Union were awakened and grew strong. International reaction is now fiercely fighting to change the situation. The foreign policy of all the states of Europe which were previously occupied by Nazi Germany, especially those of Eastern and Southeastern Europe, is orientated towards the Soviet Union, which defends them and supports their efforts to strengthen democracy. In Poland and Yugoslavia, the reaction tried to resurrect and bring the old reactionary cliques back to power, but it failed. The Yalta Conference solved the question of what governments these two countries would have. But this does not mean that reaction laid down its arms. The offensive of reaction against Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Albania is exceptionally broad, especially now on the occasion of the electoral campaigns, which will be decisive. International reaction is restoring and strengthening the shaky or seriously weakened positions of the reaction in each country. The organization of the reaction in various European countries is taking concrete form. The Soviet Union and all the other progressive nations and governments are opposing the rise and strengthening of the reaction. But in this fierce struggle for the triumph of democracy, the main concern of the Soviet Union and the other progressive governments is to defend the peace. We take the same stand towards the Anglo-Americans. They do not look favorably 18. Upon our government and people's democracy, but struggle against them. Up to now they have no intention of recognizing us, and in our opinion, recognition will not come easily or quickly. All our just demands in the international field have remained unanswered, or have received a negative reply. They bring accusations against our government, just as they do against those of Yugoslavia, Poland, etc. But, of course, this struggle has its variations, depending on the importance they attribute to each country, and the position it occupies. The reactionary press has not yet unleashed an open campaign against us as it has done against other countries, but this does not mean that this will not happen. On the occasion of the elections an all-out offensive will be mounted against us. The thing is that we must know how to maneuver so as to give the foreign and internal reaction as few weapons as possible to fight us with. This calls for a policy which is flexible without slipping into opportunism, a policy aimed at strengthening our internal and external positions. Our stand and tactics will be determined in the discussions to be held here, after considering the situation concretely, and analyzing the work we have done. The strengthening of our international position depends on consolidating our internal position which, in turn, hinges on our intensive and correct activity, and the correct implementation of the party line. In such an international situation, without saying that the interests of peace have been jeopardized, we can say that they are very difficult to defend. We must exert all our efforts to defend and strengthen the interests of genuine people's democracy and guard against provocations which have occurred and will occur in the future, both from Greece and from the Anglo-Americans. The Soviet Union shows particular concern for us. Apart from the great moral support it gives us in the international arena, it is also giving us material and cultural assistance. The doors of the Soviet 19. Union are open to us. Our officers have been admitted to Soviet military schools, the first contingent of our university students will soon be sent. Seeing our difficulties in the economic field, the Soviet government acceded to our request and sold us 20,000 tons of wheat, and deliveries have begun. We have also concluded a trade agreement. We have friendly relations with Yugoslavia and other Balkan states, such as Bulgaria and Romania, and with Poland and Czechoslovakia. The Bulgarian, Romanian, and Polish governments have proposed recognition of our government. This is a general outline of the external situation, and our international position, as I have said, will be further strengthened as our internal position becomes stronger. How does the internal situation appear and where does our strength lie? Since the time of the liberation of Albania, our internal situation has become much stronger. In our country, as everywhere else, the reaction was armed by fascism. And they fought us together. Although our internal reaction had only weak links with international reaction, and especially with British and American reaction, still it enjoyed their direct and indirect support. However, internal reaction has been dealt a heavy blow both militarily and politically. Its chiefs either went into exile or were captured and tried. The opinions of those comrades who claimed that we had completely eradicated the reaction were without foundation. Even after the liberation of Albania we had to carry out an operation in the north to suppress the aggressive armed resistance of the reactionary chieftains and Bayraktars who had remained inside the country. 3. We cannot say that our reaction has been rooted out, despite the blows it had been dealt. Sooner or later, under more favorable conditions, it will act and organize. Over the first period after liberation, the reaction had its claws blunted and lay 20. Dormant. Faced with our strength and our lightning actions, the remnants of the reaction lay low. Their activity consisted in spreading rumors against the government, the state power and the army. The attitude of the Anglo-American allies towards our government and their intervention in Greece boosted their courage. They began to extend their activity and intended to attack the institutions which were strongest and posed the greatest danger to them. They openly tried to organize desertions from the army. But we may say that all the attempts of the remnants of the reaction to arm themselves and organize in fairly broad units, and to carry out open actions have failed. Our forces have pursued such chiefs and Bayraktars as Muharrem Bajraktari, Fikri Din, Gianmarco and others, not giving them a chance to organize and arm themselves. It is true that they have succeeded in eluding our forces, and this should deeply concern us, but it is also a fact that their freedom of movement has been greatly restricted. Naturally, these elements are a headache to us, because in many northern regions our work has been and still is inadequate. Sometimes their slogans catch on, and there are still people who maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Only if we do intensive political work and our state organs directly concern themselves with finding a concrete solution to their problems, will these people be closely linked with our state power. The strength of the reaction does not lie only in its armed bands, we also see it displayed in various forms among other elements who, supported by external reaction, are preparing the resistance against our democratic state power. This process of the regrouping of the reaction is not a simple development. It would be a great mistake for us, who direct the policy of the front and state, to let bygones be bygones, and take an idealistic view of our internal situation and of our state power. We must look at the situation realistically, and 21. Maintain close contacts with the masses, for otherwise we will be deeply disillusioned, and the reaction will gain ground. The international situation and the unfriendly attitude adopted by the Anglo-American allies towards our government and state power favor the consolidation of the reactionary and dissatisfied elements, the Catholic clergy, confused intellectuals who previously were either on the side of the enemy or did not commit themselves, the strata of the big merchants who have been hit by the emergency taxation on profits, for the internal speculators, and the strata of beys and agas who have been affected by the law on land reform. If we do not act correctly and do not properly implement the line of the front, we may be sure that around these elements will rally all those uncommitted people who are not involved in politics, and who are unable to see through the maneuvers of the reaction and understand our efforts in this difficult situation. People of this category are quickly influenced by every reactionary slogan and stand by us only if we keep continuous contact with them. All the strata I have mentioned should be carefully considered, not from the administrative viewpoint, but in order to work with them. It is not easy to work with them. It is not easy to work with the Catholic clergy. The clergy is influential in Shkodra and the surrounding region, and this influence cannot be eliminated merely by administrative measures. The Catholic clergy is a well-organized body, with strong traditions and close links with external reaction and the Vatican. Therefore we should confront its organization with our better organization, confront its policy with our correct political line, and oblige it to fight on our ground, and not on its own, or with the slogans it wants to use. We must find the correct method of struggle and appropriate tactics to use against individual elements of the clergy. There were moments when the Catholic clergy was openly at war with us, even with armed force. We replied by attacking it. But the Catholic clergy is not so naive as to insist on open struggle against our people's power at a time when its own position is weak and threatened, and the international situation is not in its favor. As our enemy, the clergy knows how to act politically, not for the good of the people, but to strengthen its own position. It would be political immaturity on our part if we did not know how to exploit circumstances and situations. We must be intelligent in our policy towards the Catholic clergy. We should never lose our sense of proportion and go from one extreme to the other, a mistake which comrades often make. The maneuver of the Catholic clergy will be the focal point of all the schemes of reaction, of the fugitive chiefs in the mountains, of the dissatisfied and the confused. This is where our political maturity will be demonstrated. We should know how to adapt the political line of the front to different situations and places, to break up the concentration of the reaction, and to gain a strong position for ourselves. The strata of wealthy merchants, and the rich beys and agas, directly affected by the just laws of the state, are increasing the ranks of the dissatisfied. The rich merchants put up organized resistance in the first days of the tax collection, but had to pay up because of the measures taken by the state power. That does not mean that they were won over and became the readiest of taxpayers. On the contrary, they tried to avoid paying the remainder of their tax. The description of the internal situation would not be complete if we did not show how strong we are, where our strengths and our shortcomings lie. We will emphasize this later on, when we speak about the front and the state power. Here let me say that, confronted by these opposition forces, which should not be underestimated, we have reached the 23 situation existing at present on the eve of the general elections. With regard to the elections, we must work hard, and in order to win, we should know the political line of the front well and apply it properly. To apply the line of the front does not mean only to organize a meeting, but to implement it in practice, in various circumstances and with different categories of people, whose mentality, frame of mind, and aims should be studied attentively. To implement the political line well in practice means to understand well what the state power is and how it works, to know the laws well, to be the first to respect and apply them properly, to understand and implement the policy of the government in every field of activity, and to be in close contact with the masses of the people. We should base our propaganda and agitation on a sound foundation and make them understandable to the people, that is, we should base them on the various achievements of the state power in which the people, politically educated and enlightened, have taken an active part. It is only in this way that the front becomes a reality, a mass organization which defends and supports the state power. This is precisely where the enemies are directing their attacks, against the state power, the front, and the army. There is no need to go into detail in this report about the maneuvers of international reaction at this time of the elections. Its principal line of attack is the charge that our government is a communist government, and therefore there is no democracy here, only the dictatorship of one party, i.e. of the Communist Party, and as a consequence, free elections are not being held. Relying on these false accusations, the Anglo-Americans are trying in 1,000 ways to sabotage the elections, or to intervene directly. Naturally, this tactic of international reaction has become the tactic of our internal reaction. Joey Kokosi's words at the last meeting of the 24 Council 5 expose the whole program of the reaction. In Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Romania, foreign reaction, in collaboration with local reaction, is very active, while here the reaction has just begun its work. We must not dream that, because conditions are different here, the reaction cannot act here as it has elsewhere. It is true that situations always vary, but the tactics of the reaction also vary. The first warning of the offensive of the Anglo-Americans against us on the occasion of the elections was given by Tajar Zavalani, 6 although in a somewhat veiled manner. They are flying balance DSA** such as the rumors that Zog has gone to Cairo, that an Albanian government is being formed abroad, etc. General Hodgson 7 wrote me his first letter and asked if we would leave all the British officers free to control the election campaign on voting day. 8 This is only the beginning, without doubt there is more to come. On the other hand, Joey Kokosi, who had the courage to express the point of view of reaction, is certainly on the move. He is striving to extend his influence, naturally among the strata of the dissatisfied intellectuals and the bourgeoisie, among the strata of the capitalists and merchants. Without doubt Joey Kokosi and his associate Marash Ivanaj, 9 who has just returned from emigration, allegedly known as opponents of the Catholic clergy, will try to direct this reactionary force in Shkodra against us. There are still no signs of a party being formed within or outside the front, although rumors are being spread here and there about efforts to create parties. But in any case they are carrying out a campaign to encourage abstention from voting using the propaganda arguments I have already mentioned, saying, there is no freedom here, etc. Joy Kokosi resigned from the front, but the question remains, did Joy Kokosi not have his supporters in the front? We should have no illusions that all the non-party nationalists in the front are 100% on our side. There are some who are very close to us and have linked their fate with our party. There are the waverers who, given good sound work on our part, will always stand by us, but there are also others who do not think the same way we do, and who will be our opponents tomorrow. These people do not feel strong enough to come out openly against the front, and up to now no serious attempt to form a group or a party within the front has been apparent. Most of those people will remain in the front until the elections are over, in order to have themselves elected to the assembly under the banner of the front. They will certainly form a group or a party, an opposition within the assembly. There seem to have been disagreements on this point between Joy Kokosi and the other wavering and hostile elements which are still in the front, i.e. they disagreed on tactics. As the electoral campaign develops, it will become clearer what tactics the reaction is resorting to in order to undermine the state power and sabotage the elections. Faced with this situation, our party should mobilize all its forces, and the Democratic Front should become a reality. We have many times laid down the political line of the front, so I will not repeat it. To work in the front, which is the duty of every communist, means to work with the people, to go beyond the bounds of your duties in the state organs or the army, to carry out the special work of the party, the work which is most crucial, the education of the masses. Unfortunately, some party members have viewed this in a very narrow way. Let us start from the political work with the masses of the people. Work in the front has been interpreted like this: go and make a speech every 15 days, and you have completed the task the party has charged you with. This is only small part of the work, but unfortunately even this small part is not carried with the seriousness with which communists should work. The lower the political level of the comrades who hold meetings, the less they prepare themselves. They think the public is obliged to listen to the blather they prepared only half an hour before. This has had the result that no one wants to attend meetings, and we should not seek the cause in the passivity of the masses, but in the ignorance, negligence, and underestimation of the masses by the speaker, and if he is a party member, the mistake is inexcusable. But how can we prepare a good speech? I am convinced that many comrades have not yet understood this, for otherwise, they would find it simple, and the meetings would be more interesting. Speeches are not prepared by piecing together newspaper articles or other people's reports. I can understand this if a speech of a scientific nature is being prepared, but if it is a question of agitation and propaganda among the masses of the people, as most of our meetings are, unfortunately we have done nothing about scientific meetings. The speaker will find the themes of his speech, the thoughts he will expound to his audience, only in the life of the people, and not in newspapers and magazines. But this source of knowledge, 27, from which he will learn how to become a good agitator, is neglected. He does not live with the people, he does not know their problems or their complaints, he is up in the clouds and his speech harps on the same phrases. But the masses of the people are not satisfied with words alone. The masses will be pleased to listen to a good speech, but the things that are said there, they want to see realized in practice. They want concrete results. This is a characteristic of the masses. The strength of our party lies in its deeds. Here I am not trying to tell you how to prepare a speech, but to point out what half-hearted methods we use to educate the people. Party members are often heard to say, "I have no time, I am up to my neck in office work, I can't go there, I can't do that." I say categorically on this point that in 90% of cases this is not true. All of us, from me down to the rank and file party member, if we revise our sense of duty towards our work, will see that we can find time. It is impossible that a party member should have no time to do the job the party charges him with on top of his official duties, but even if he has no time, he must find it, he can take it out of his sleep. That is the sort of people we should be. I have good reason to emphasize this. This is a serious weakness which we should fight because it harms us, and is the source of all political laxity and mistakes. I understand and respect the party member who is up to his neck in work and on his own, but who never fails to carry out his special party work. But this does not happen with everyone. With such a mentality and such a spirit we cannot make progress. On the pretext that they are very busy, comrades shirk their duty, or worse still, what they do not do properly. If you ask such and such a political secretary of a regional committee, he will answer, "I've got a lot of work to do," but at the same time many unpleasant things of an anti-party nature occur in the organization he leads, and he sees them, just as all the people see them. A general secretary of a ministry says that he is snowed under with work, but when 28. Asked to explain something, either he is not in a position to tell you anything, or produces false and unverified statistics. This is point 1. Point 2, our comrades do not make efforts to learn and raise their level. In general they are marking time. The people working in the state organs, and in the first place our comrades, do not know and do not try to learn the laws of the state. Astonishing things happen, which it would take days to list. A sub-prefecture, allegedly because it is self-governing through the People's Council, accepts neither the directives of the region nor those of the center, but becomes an independent republic. In another region, sub-prefectures spring up like mushrooms only to disappear in 3 months' time. One collects taxes in this way, the other in another way. One respects the law, the other completely violates it and cancels all taxes, because he considers this reasonable in his region. Such things are not unusual. But there are even more critical cases where the state power is not respected and government orders are disregarded. The center may send 20 telegrams to a region without any reply. Why does this happen? It happens because some comrades have still not understood what the state power is, what centralism is, how the party leads the state power, and what their responsibilities to the party and the state power are. And, above all, a dangerous mentality is beginning to appear which should be swiftly combated. Once admitted to the party, the communist becomes conceited. He becomes authoritarian, works less than others, and considers that he is untouchable and can do anything he likes. I am saying these things so that we may think deeply about them and eliminate such faults, because if we do not improve, the front will be weak and the state power likewise. The front is not something detached from practical reality. The political line of the front becomes a concrete reality in the work of the state power, in the achievements of the state power. If we do not properly understand the political line of the front, it will be difficult for us to 29. Properly understand the policy of the government in all the fields of activity, and vice versa. The policy of the front and the policy of the government are two things that go together. We have said that we should broaden the front, convince the dissatisfied, and activate the entire people. We have not done this in the proper way, or to the correct extent. Sectarianism and hackneyed methods exist in our work. People persist in obsolete methods which may have been appropriate 2 years ago, but do not keep pace with time and the development of events. We forget that now questions can no longer be solved with partisan methods. We forget that the method of work should change, not only in form, but also in essence. We forget that the people now demand many things, the things we have promised them. They have begun demanding in a year things which they have never had in hundreds of years. The most remote village wants a school, and it wants electric power, for there is a stream close by. We fought and liberated the country, and this is a great achievement for us. This is our strongest recommendation, but it is not enough. Now we must work hard in the correct way, for otherwise our laurels will wither. Apart from the important questions of the front, the party has been confronted with a host of problems. The important problem of the state power, and the implementation of government policy in the various fields of social and economic activity have been dominant throughout this period after liberation, and always remain on the agenda. Everything will be solved in the best way when our party is strong, and we can see improvement in it from day to day. I will deal in general outline with the question of the state power and the policy of the government. With the state power we will be able to solve all our problems, and this is where our strength lies. We should know how to perfect the state power and make the best use of it. Our party leads the state, and it is self-evident that the 30. Stronger the party, the stronger the state power. Before we go deeply into the question, the comrades should understand one thing: our party leads the state power through its people whom it has everywhere in the key positions of command. All the decisions are worked out in the party and implemented by the organs of the state power. The party members transmit these decisions of the party to the state power. It depends on the party members how these decisions are presented to the people in the state power, to those in the front. From this it becomes apparent how well we have understood the party line, and how we are implementing it in the front and in the organs of the state power. Besides this, the party member should be conscious that the party is there, wherever he is working, and that he is responsible to the party and to the state power simultaneously, to his superiors in the state power, whoever they are, whether party members or not. The ability of a party member is recognized and evaluated in the work he does in the position the party has appointed him to. That is where it is seen how capable he is, how disciplined, and how loyal to the party. Misunderstanding this question leads to such mistakes as failure to respect the authority and the hierarchy in the state power, breach of the law and failure to fulfill tasks, and hence sectarianism, both in the front and in the state power organs. These shortcomings exist among our comrades, and for this reason our state power is not as strong as it should be, and mistakes are made. In the first place, the bases of the state power in the village, the people's councils, are still weak, because they are not elected according to sound criteria, and still do not properly understand their role in the village. These councils, especially in the north, are not given the necessary help by our comrades. In form, the state power in the north appears to be more or less the way we want it to be, but in practice work 31 carries on in the old way, that is to say, the sub-prefecture councils show very little, if any, interest in the work. Laws and regulations hardly reach them. Likewise, the press, agitators and propagandists very seldom go to them. This weakness of the grassroots councils inevitably causes shortcomings in the district and sub-prefecture councils. Some regional councils are not in a position to properly guide the whole region, all the councils of the sub-prefectures. There are no strong contacts between them, and the work is not coordinated. Our comrades are young, they lack experience and foresight, and they are not very good organizers. They often take a narrow and rigid view of things, get tied up with trifling matters and forget major questions. The comrades do not make serious efforts to learn and to raise their ideological level, many of them do not know the laws, or know them only superficially. They do not study the local problems with the due seriousness, and the center receives very few suggestions or proposals from them. In general, they are not abreast of the situation, because their contacts with the center are purely formal, and thus the plan of work in their region is not well coordinated with the general plan of the government. They often slip into the position of one section of the people, through a wrong interpretation of the spirit of the law, and create baseless and unnecessary administrative divisions. They view issues and problems in a parochial spirit without considering problems as a whole. All these shortcomings make the state power weak in some centers. On account of this, the people are not properly mobilized around the organs of their state power, and this prevents them from becoming the most important support for these organs, especially at this moment when the economic and financial situation is not at all prosperous. This leads to bureaucracy, lack of responsibility and work being left undone. Our comrades have not understood the importance of the state power, the importance of organization, the importance of leadership. There is a 32 process developing, which may turn to our disadvantage if we go on dreaming. The state power could slip from our hands, if we are not skillful. A sectarian spirit exists in many cadres of the state power. Many people, who have had scientific training but are not communists, are not made good use of. They are engineers, doctors, agronomists, and technicians of various kinds, without whom the state machine cannot function. It often happens that the organs of the state power are filled with communist comrades who are incompetent and incapable and who, in order to conceal their incompetence, treat these cadres badly. Such a situation cannot be tolerated. The communist should be in the place he deserves. He should show himself more capable than the others in deeds and not in words, for words are only wind. Without correcting these mistakes we cannot have a strong state power, because the state power is not something infallible, ideal, and beyond reproach, but is a reality which improves with the improvement of work. Nevertheless, we have achieved many things through the state power, which I will not analyze here one by one. I will only put forward in broad outline some major problems of the government and its policy in the most important state sectors. The state organs will apply this government policy in the various, complicated, and difficult circumstances which face us, and the whole party should be mobilized to solve these problems, a task which will be properly carried out when the party is in the lead, and when the state power is strong. It is not the first time that the party, and when I say the party, I imply the government too, has defined its policy for the different sectors of state activity. This policy has been defined through the various laws approved by the Anti-Fascist Council which have been worked out in advance in the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Party. During this period, the government has also laid down the program of work for the various sectors, a program that has 33. Been carried out with the good results and shortcomings which we have often spoken about. At the Bharat Plenum, 11 decisions were taken in broad outlines on the urgent measures dictated by the situation, but later, under the new circumstances created with the complete liberation of Albania, these decisions were better defined. We now have more experience in solving problems, and we are in a position to define our economic and social policy better and more clearly. What are the major problems which we should devote our attention to solving? In our opinion, the main problems are the question of the economy, agriculture, education, finance, reconstruction, and the army, but this does not mean that other government questions cannot also be discussed here. The economic question is the most important for us, but it is also the most difficult, so I shall try to give a general outline of the situation and lay down our economic policy. Our economy is at a very low level, it is seriously damaged. Various sectors, such as industry, the mines, and home and foreign trade are either very weak or completely paralyzed. Our country was devastated and ruined by the war, and its production is low, which creates a critical situation. The war is the main reason for this situation, and then come other factors, lack of tools, transport, capital, and foreign markets, the international situation with regard to our state power, etc. What must we do to improve our economic situation? First, we must increase production and improve our product, rebuild the small-scale industry that existed in our country prior to the war, strengthen the state sector, especially the oil wells, the seal-nica bitumen mines, and then the other sectors, and we should enliven both local and foreign trade. 12. Our state cannot be strengthened and the situation of our country improved unless we correctly tackle the question of economic reconstruction. The process of large-scale reproduction and of the industrialization of the country is closely linked with the form of our state power. In this process of development, the state sector should be constantly strengthened. In the first stage of reconstruction we should rebuild all that was destroyed by war in the economic field, and reach the pre-war level within a short time. To achieve this, the small merchants and industrialists should begin work again under new conditions, obtaining, under our control, a certain profit, but being barred from speculative activity. Yugoslavia has supplied us with materials, on the basis of an agreement under which we repay Yugoslavia with the equivalent value in our products. We must meet these commitments. We have signed a trade agreement with the USSR to buy 20,000 tons of wheat and a small quantity of chemicals. Repayment of their total value is due at the end of 1946, either in other goods which we have available, or in foreign currency. If we do not improve the economic sector, our obligations to our people and to the states, with which we have entered trade agreements, will cause us to become politically dependent. We should never forget this. We have had a bitter past. Apart from the Soviets, towards whom we must act very correctly from every point of view, the Anglo-American allies do not help us because they like the color of our eyes. 13. We know their aims. Before the war, our state, despite its backwardness and the measures taken by Zog's regime, still managed to export something abroad. Of course, export is connected with the development of the different sectors of production. Agriculture, livestock farming, the fishing, timber, and other industries. The war has done great damage to these sectors, but with better organization and through activating all the capital in the country, we can achieve satisfactory results. We have made the large state sectors operational, but they are at a rudimentary stage of development. Our country's main income comes from the output of the mines, which will help us strengthen the other sectors as well. Oil is our main resource, and interests everybody. Of course, in this vital sector we will rely on the help of the Soviet Union, but we will consider the interest of our country first. Preliminary talks have been conducted, and the Soviets have agreed to send some specialists to study the question on the spot, to see what assistance they can give us and what equipment is needed for the maximum exploitation of the Kukova and Patos oil fields. The question of agriculture is also very important and very complex. Our agriculture is extremely backward, our peasants are very poor and their farming methods and tools are antiquated. With the changing situation of the peasantry as a result of the land reform, the nature of their work and production should also change. We should produce as much as possible, leaving no inch of land unsown, encouraging the peasants to cultivate other necessary crops which they did not previously grow, either because of ignorance or because of the difficult conditions of their existence. That will be our policy in this field. It is imperative for us to work systematically. The question of agriculture, the land reform, and the problems stemming from them should be considered broadly. Concrete assistance should be given to all sectors of agriculture as regards seeds, tools, and draft animals, in the field of livestock farming and the setting up of small factories to process livestock products, and also to forestry and the timber industry. For this purpose it appears necessary to set up an agricultural bank to assist agriculture. 36. And not to skin it, as was the case in former times. This bank is being set up, but we should see to it that the credits advanced to the peasants really go towards developing agriculture. We must do large-scale educational work with the peasants so that these credits will be used correctly. A good policy in this field will be one of the main factors in raising the economic level of the country. If we increase the production of wheat and maize, as well as other crops, we shall reduce the quantity of grain which we have to import from abroad, and this will enable us to import other things to help develop other sectors and increase their production. Apart from this, the improvement of livestock will enable us to export wool and to establish an industry in our country. At present, hides are in great demand everywhere. Our timber industry has been very backward. We imported a great quantity of timber from abroad, whereas now we can set up a local wood processing and paper industry to meet at least the needs of the country. Apart from the heavy burden which falls on the state, we can quite easily mobilize private capital, too, especially in the sector of livestock and related industrial products. The Land Reform 14 was one of our greatest reforms which will certainly boost our agriculture. But, first of all, we should work to implement the land reform well and as quickly as possible. Closely connected with the land reform is the question of land settlement and land improvement schemes. Will we be able to achieve this under the present circumstances? It will be difficult to do it properly, but this does not mean that we should not begin. According to available statistics and the first results achieved after the division of large estates, at present we do not anticipate that we will have much land to populate, and settlement will be limited until the large-scale land improvement schemes have begun. We must at least ensure a minimum of work tools for the peasants' families which we transfer to these newly reclaimed lands. We must see to it that the families of martyrs, soldiers, and poor peasants are the first to be settled on the expropriated land. Owing to budget problems and technical difficulties, the land improvement schemes cannot yet be carried out on a large scale. But the masses of the people have begun with great determination to dig drainage and irrigation canals. This activity should be further encouraged and assisted. The financial question is also a great problem which should concern all of us. Expenditure, and everyone should know this, is far greater than our normal income. If we add to this the emergency taxation, then we manage with much difficulty to balance the budget. As you know, more than half of our budget comes from emergency taxation. The rest of the income comes from various taxes. It is self-evident that with trade paralyzed, industry in ruins, agriculture weak, the people impoverished, and almost all direct taxation abolished, the income from taxation is small. This situation, of course, hampers various projects from being realized. Many regions complain because credits allotted to them in the budget are not forthcoming, but they do not think about where these credits are to come from. Many regions have totally neglected the collection of taxes, and maintain themselves only with the funds allocated by the center. Some regions, without giving any serious thought to financial problems, even break the law, asking to be allowed not to collect taxes at all, for in this way they would make a good impression on the people. We all know that it makes a good impression if we ask for nothing from the people, but if no one pays or does not pay the set amount, how can the work be done? How will we cope with this fiscal year? In the first place, by economizing, and when we say 38. Economizing, we should not think that we must pay thousands of civil servants who do not work, and abandon our projects. We can economize by clearing out the parasites from our offices, as well as by activating the people to do voluntary work for their own good and that of the society. People must be given to understand that the situation is difficult. Then, above all, we must save state money, use it properly, and duly check up on it. We are lagging far behind in this, and we must take a turn for the better, otherwise we will find ourselves facing bankruptcy. The foreign goods which we bring in and sell allow us to meet the needs arising from delays in collecting taxes, but we must not forget that these sums will always remain on the debit side of the state budget. With the circulation of the new currency, the question of a new deflation also arises. While we are discussing money matters, I want to emphasize that the party comrades who work in the organs of the state power and, especially, those who are in the offices concerned with the distribution of goods, both at the center and in the regions, should be rigorous on financial matters and keep their accounts in good order. This is no small matter. Millions are involved, and I say this because there have been abuses in different sectors, even in the army and by some people who consider themselves party members. Such things will be dealt with mercilessly, whether they are done wittingly or unwittingly. The party member should have a good head on his shoulders, and a clear conscience. Let us look briefly at the question of reconstruction and of what we should do in this sector. All of us know how things stood. The government plan was to give urgent priority to normalizing communications, roads, bridges, and transport. We achieved great success in building bridges. Why? In my opinion, we succeeded because the work was carried out conscientiously, and those responsible for the sector themselves stood in the front line of the work. In 39. Addition, a great deal of material was found by our people and bought by the state organs. These factors contributed to the success in this sector. Almost all the power stations are now operational, but they are very out of date. After rebuilding the bridges and repairing the roads more or less adequately, the most pressing problem is that of housing. Many people have lost their homes as a result of the war. Can we do much in this direction on a long-term basis? At present it is difficult. We are unable to build new mass-product houses in the various villages burnt down and ruined by the war. But we must try to see that all our people have somewhere to lay their heads. Therefore we must do everything within our means to help private or collective initiatives for the provision of huts or temporary housing for this winter. On the other hand, in this sector we should work out projects and plans for rebuilding the burned-out villages or ruined towns, so as to start their reconstruction as soon as circumstances permit. But this important question, like the electric reticulation of the country, requires more favorable conditions than those we live in at the moment. The sector of transport is very weak. Take for example the question of vehicles. All of us know that we face difficulties which may become even worse. No one will supply vehicles, because they are needed everywhere. All of us keep saying that we should economize and maintain them carefully, but nothing is done about it. Those who drive vehicles for the state enterprises take little care of them. Those who have none criticize loud and long, but when a vehicle is handed over to them, they belt it along until they wreck it. This is not a laughing matter. Those motor vehicles we inherited were obsolete, but it is a fact that we have misused and continue to misuse them. As in any other field of activity, especially in the field of transport, the party people should without fail put things in order. On those 5 trucks we have, depend the people's bread, the transport of salt and kerosene, the functioning of industrial enterprises, public works, and the 40. Exploitation of the mines. If we attach due importance to this major problem, then we should think in earnest about it. There is no other solution. The prospects are not bright. This is the reality of the situation. The question of education should become the concern of the entire party. What should be the educational policy of our party and state? Everyone should be educated. We must fight illiteracy and make elementary schooling compulsory for all. We must try to provide the younger generation with a sound general education, channel the largest and most dependable section of the youth into the branches of agriculture and industry, train reliable cadres as teachers, and increase their numbers. We must do away with the attitude that even without education and culture we can do everything. We are now acutely aware of what it means to have a shortage of trained people to direct the work, to have no engineers, technicians, agronomists, and others. What will happen later if we do not begin to take the necessary measures now, and if we do not follow a sound and broad educational policy? We shall begin with what we have. We have to devote special importance to the elementary school teachers, for they have the new generation in their hands. With a correct policy towards them, we can be successful with them. It should not be forgotten that the majority of them are the sons and daughters of the people. They are poor, and close to us, close to the people, with whom they live. The teacher means everything to the villagers. But this does not mean that we should not also adopt a correct stand towards the secondary school teachers, though many among them are indifferent or still remain aloof from our state power. The demands to open schools are great and exceed our possibilities. Every village wants a school. The budget does not permit this, and technically we are not in a position to do it. Nevertheless, we should open a number of schools, and try to train young teachers in pedagogical courses which 41. We should set up. In time these young teachers will improve and expand their knowledge. It will be difficult to draw up the school programs for this year. We are in the process of studying the programs of the Soviet secondary schools, but it will be a long time before we have translated and studied them, and then decided on a program suitable for our schools. For the time being, we are compelled to work according to the old programs, paying attention to the way history, education, psychology, and moral education are taught, because in these subjects teachers with the old mentality could easily confuse the youth, and head them not in the way we want them to go, but in the opposite direction. The opening of boarding schools, which is essential, also presents great difficulties because of the economic conditions of the country and, in particular, the lack of the material base. We have decided to open 4 boarding schools which will mainly admit the sons of peasants and workers, children of martyrs and fighters, and children from poor families. In addition, we are trying to send some students to study at universities abroad. Here too we are handicapped by financial worries and financial relations with other countries. We have asked friendly countries to admit our students on bourse aries. The question of the army is, of course, important, and we should discuss it. In such an international situation, with everything so unstable, we should maintain a strong standing army. We have an effective army of strong. As you see, this army is very large for our country. It is impossible to maintain an army of such numbers for long. By maintaining an army of such a size on a long-term basis, not only might we harm ourselves economically, but we could also impede the strengthening and modernization of the army itself, because we have a great shortage of army officers to educate these large masses of rank-and-file soldiers. Therefore, we are faced with the task of reorganizing the army from the 42 point of view of the rank-and-file and cadres, and with the related task of drawing up the basis for recruitment, and for what army personnel is needed in peacetime. Now we have just begun to regulate the question of recruitment, which must be done before we can proceed with demobilization and the next intake. Until we have organized the recruitment and prepared the list of personnel needed in peacetime, as well as the troop effective, reserves and weapons required, we think that the existing divisions should be amalgamated into a smaller number. Of the troops left over, some of them are to be demobilized and incorporated into the reserves, while another section can be transferred to the defense 15 detachments to complete their effective force. The soldiers of the defense detachments and those of the police will receive pay. The situation later on will show whether or not we should reduce the size of our army. The territorial organizations of our army are still quite weak, and our cadres, despite the numerous difficulties they encounter, have not yet accumulated the necessary experience of organization and responsibility. This is why we find ourselves facing a difficult situation, as for example in providing barracks and clothing for the army. In this direction things are bad, to say the least of it. Our soldiers still sleep in the open, or we are obliged to adopt measures which are not suited to the present time. The problem of clothing for the army should be solved locally, and the soldiers should always be supplied with clothing and footwear. We must not imagine that their enthusiasm will last forever, if we do not know how to nurture it and keep it alive. The party comrades should exert all their energies and pay great attention to this question, for many things depend on it. We must work hard to improve the political and educational level of the young cadres. We are lagging behind in this. Without trained officers, we cannot have a modern, regular army. Of the old partisans, some have become officers, some have entered the state service, and others will be demobilized, because they cannot be kept in the army all their life. They will pass into the reserve army. In this way, our army will be renewed with the new age group whom we must educate in a new way, instilling love for the army in them, and training them properly. This will be done when we have good, well-trained cadres and officers, or otherwise our army will be like Zog's army, in which ignorance reigned. We note with satisfaction that the officers emerging from the war, whom we have sent to the Soviet Union to study, are keen to learn and are making good progress. So we have a generation of officers who promise a fine future for our army. We should also work to improve training in our country, by improving the existing schools, the various courses, and the entire method of education in the army. This education should not be superficial, but thorough. In this internal and external situation, with this state power and this program of work, the party faces the great test of the impending elections for the Constituent Assembly, to determine the form of the regime and of the founding constitution of the state. The elections are not a simple operation, and in them the strength of the party, its leading role, will become evident, and the ability of every party member will be evident. The values of the party will be put to a test in this election campaign, and this great test will serve as a guide in the distribution of the party cards. 16. The work for the elections does not consist solely in holding some meetings. Success in the elections will be ensured through carrying out the work program, constructing roads and houses, making a fair distribution of maize, wheat, salt, and kerosene. Success will be ensured through the proper implementation of the election law, the strengthening of the state power, and the participation of all the people in the voting. The people should see concretely that those who liberated the country from the occupiers and traitors are able to govern, are able to reconstruct the country and to improve its economic and social life. The comrades should come out of the election campaign with great experience, it should be a school for them, and should arm them to solve other great problems which we shall face. 45. Speech to the Constituent Assembly. Speech to the Constituent Assembly on the presentation of the resignation of government January 12, 1946. Members of the Constituent Assembly. On October 22, 1944, in Berat, the Anti-Fascist National Liberation Council of Albania entrusted me with the great honor of heading the first democratic government of Albania, which had the attributes of a provisional government. Responsible to the people for the accomplishment of the heavy tasks assigned to it and loyal to the decisions of Albania, the government acted in the most democratic way for the election of the Constituent Assembly, one of the Albanian people. Today I consider it my duty to present to this sovereign assembly, which represents the will of our entire people, the resignation of the government I have the honor of leading. I am confident that the democratic government of Albania has carried out with honor, loyalty, and success the tasks which were laid down before it. Under its direction, the heroic war of our people against the occupiers was continued with the utmost intensity, and our beloved country was liberated. Under its leadership the people's power was consolidated, and order and tranquility were established. The deplorable economic conditions of our country which had emerged from a devastating war were improved, part of what the enemy had destroyed was reconstructed, major social and economic reforms were implemented for the benefit of the laboring people, public education was restored and improved, and our heroic army, the invincible defender of the people's interests, and of Albania's independence and sovereignty, was strengthened, and its modernization begun. Through its just and wise policy, the democratic government of Albania ensured for our people the sound end. Speech to the Constituent Assembly. Sincere friendship of the democratic peoples, their allies and friends, and consolidated the international position of Albania by gaining recognition from many powerful and progressive European states. The democratic government of Albania works successfully to make our small country an important factor for fraternity and peace in the Balkans and Europe. We pledged to our people that we would carry out the duty with which you charged us at the most critical moment. It is now up to you to judge our actions and adopt the necessary decisions in the interest of the homeland. Along with the presentation of the resignation of the government, too, I have the great honor to thank the Anti-Fascist Council of Albania, all state functionaries and the entire Albanian people for the great aid they have rendered to the government in the exercise of its functions, and we pledge to our people that we shall remain their invincible soldiers, loyal to the death to their sacred cause. Long live the Albanian people! Of the People's Republic of Albania, one presented to the People's Assembly of the PRA March 24, 1946. Comrade Deputies. With the proclamation of the founding constitution of the state, too, the Supreme Constituent Assembly accomplished the historic mission the people had assigned to it. The proclamation of the constitution gave the state a genuinely popular character, and gave Albania a republican regime expressing the aspirations of all our people. With the proclamation of the constitution, a brilliant stage is closed, a stage full of heroic exploits and sacrifices, of relentless struggle and tireless work, achieved under the most difficult internal and external conditions. With their own forces, our people liberated their homeland from heavy bondage, won their independence and sovereignty, established their people's power, and set about the reconstruction of their ruined country. During this post-war stage, the Albanian people scored successes not only in consolidating their state power, but also in reconstructing the country's economy, and in the political and cultural development of the broad masses of the people. The proclamation of the Constitution opens up a new stage for the whole people, and in this stage they will advance steadily towards the objectives laid down by the Constitution. The mobilization of the whole people has been indispensable to achieve the victories we have won so far, because neither the Great Liberation War nor the first stage of the country's reconstruction could be carried out without this broad participation. The liberation of the country concerned all the people and was a sacred task, but equally sacred and vital was the task of the country's reconstruction, which required the same sacrifices, the same energies and the same sense of duty that characterized our people during the war. Our task is difficult, for obstacles will bar our path. The first government of the People's Republic of Albania, set up on the basis of the Constitution, is conscious of this, just as it is aware of its great responsibility towards the Albanian people. We must and will carry out the heavy tasks which face us, because the Albanian people have proved conclusively that they are capable of building and creating, because they have great vitality and inexhaustible energy, they do not fear hardships and obstacles, and are conscious that they are building their future, building new Albania. For the accomplishment of these tasks, as well as enthusiasm, drive, and a sense of duty, sound organization and work to a plan are required. Planned work and sound organization must become second nature to the Albanian people and the state functionaries. If these tasks are to be carried out well, all must understand that they have obligations towards society, they must realize that personal interest is closely linked with the general interest, and that the improvement of everyone's economic lot depends entirely on the economic situation of the whole country. Therefore, in order to perform its mission successfully, the new government requires the support and assistance of the entire people. On the other hand, from the state functionaries, from the lowest to the highest, from the oldest employee to the youngest is required discipline in work, conscientiousness, honesty, and enthusiasm. Those officials who imagine that in New Albania work can go on in the old spirit of cliquishness, bureaucracy, and idleness, are grossly mistaken. Those, whether old or young, who fancy that the state administration is a refugium. 49. Peccatorum asterisk where they can draw a salary without tiring themselves or doing anything, will soon be bitterly disillusioned. Work must become an honor to every Albanian. With the constitution given to us by the Constituent Assembly, vast prospects of work are opened for the construction of a happy society which will guarantee us everything we need to march forward successfully. The government of the Republic, relying on the successes scored on the first stage and, in particular, on the creative efforts of the masses of the people, on the energy and vitality of the Albanian people, will certainly surmount all the difficulties which it may meet in solving our country's vital problems. The question of the construction of New Albania. This is the most important question which will preoccupy the government and the whole Albanian people, because it is a most delicate and difficult question, although not an insoluble one. We must mobilize all our forces, since the country's happy future depends on this. To build New Albania means, first and foremost, to reconstruct everything the enemy burned and destroyed, and to march forward with redoubled energies, to rebuild gutted houses, improve and extend communications, which are indispensable to a more rapid economic development, repair and bring into operation the mines, our country's greatest wealth, rebuild light industry, and encourage the growth and improvement of production. To build New Albania means to rehabilitate the national economy, to improve and enrich the people's life, give them a sound culture and education, in fact, to build a new society in a new Albania. These are the difficult tasks which fall, first and foremost, upon the government of the Republic and the whole Albanian people, and the solution of them requires the mobilization of all our energies, from the political, technical, and organizational viewpoints. We should be clear about one thing: all the vital projects we are going to carry out cannot be financed by means of the ordinary state budget alone. The gap must be filled by the living energies of the people, by their spirit of initiative and the sacrifices they are ready to make in the service of their country. This is our people's second glorious war, the fight for the construction of our new society, from which heroes of labor will emerge. The new government is preparing a work plan and a new state budget. This government plan provides, first of all, for 1. The restoration and the maximum exploitation of our oil fields, bitumen, copper, and chromium mines. The best possible use of chest precious resources will form the main basis for setting up and reinforcing the other industrial sectors. The government will devote all its energies to this important sector of work, and it calls on the Albanian workers to give their valuable assistance, strengthen their class feeling, and become conscious of their important role in leadership and reconstruction. With their spirit of sacrifice, our workers should set an example to the entire people, an example of organized and disciplined work too. The achievement of maximum efficiency, in the service of the general interest, in the whole light industry of the country, which up till now has operated without criteria, and has served merely to enrich a few at the expense of the people. 3. The restoring of damaged houses. Up to now, the government has done its utmost to provide shelter for those left homeless by the war. It has assisted with 51. Materials for temporary repairs to most of the houses in villages destroyed during the war. But this was never sufficient. This year we will still not be able to draw up a general plan for the construction of raised villages and towns, but the new government does provide for the reconstruction of the houses in those villages which have suffered most from the war, and first and foremost, the villages of the Kavlesh, Vlora, Malakastra, Gjirokastra, and Korka regions. This is not only an obligation of the motherland towards those who fought heroically, who were killed or lost their homes, but also an urgent need which must be met next summer and autumn. For this purpose, the government requires the support of the entire people. Sawmills and brickyards, cement factories and lime kilns should rapidly increase production. The broad masses of the people should be mobilized for voluntary work, and technicians, bricklayers, carpenters, and all those who can help their brothers, who had their homes burnt during the war, should be mobilized to work conscientiously in the reconstruction of the ruined homeland. 4. Our country needs new roads, both local and national. In its program, the government provides not only for the maintenance of the existing roads but also for the construction of new ones. Projects will be carried out in both north and south. Certainly it will take a long time to build up a perfect road network, but we should begin this year to build roads in our North Mountain regions, in order to assist the mountaineers in those areas and to raise their economic and cultural level. The roads will be an important means in uprooting the surviving medieval and feudal practices in those areas. No longer will the voice of the Jesuits, or of Malik Bushati and 52. Company, go there, but the voice of Free Albania, New Albania. In our country's reconstruction, the war reparations we are to receive from Germany and Italy will also assist us. Those two countries started the Second World War. They burned our country and laid it waste. They have to pay for this devastation unprecedented in history. The reparations conference held in Paris, 3 fixed a quota for our country, which consisted of a number of factories. In order to take possession of these, the Albanian government has sent its own commission to the Reparations Committee in Brussels. The Reparations Conference quasi unjustly gave us a quota, very small in comparison with the destruction Germany wrought in our country, but our government will insist that this does not happen in connection with the reparations we demand from Italy. Italy plundered and ransacked our country for years on end, stole our country's riches and mineral wealth, and finally burnt down or destroyed our villages and towns, maiming and murdering hundreds of thousands of Albanians, and must pay for all that damage. The government will insist on this point, and some allies of ours should not forget that our country was the victim of the most villainous aggression, and resisted it, arms in hand, up to the end. In all these undertakings of the government, powerfully backed by all strata of the people, we should have as our first aim to increase and improve production. The achievement of these objectives will mean the supply of goods to the masses of peasants, workers, and other citizens, to the extent possible and, at the same time, the opportunity to expand industry and factory products. In our poor and war-ruined country, frugality and concern to preserve and defend state property should be encouraged to the maximum. Because economizing, protecting state property and cutting down production costs means to lower the cost of products, to create confidence in the present administration among the people, and to strengthen the unity of the peasants, workers, and intellectuals in the People's Republic of Albania. In the cultural and educational field, the government shoulders a heavy burden. Our people need more bread, but they also need more culture and education. Culture and education should not be useless adornments, but should serve the general interest, helping to increase and improve production, and to raise the living standard in our country. We need the kind of culture which will make our people capable of working better and producing more. We should make this culture and education a weapon of the broad laboring masses. The government will fight everything that hinders advance in this direction. In the new Albania, which we are building with the new constitution which guides us, the old method of organizing work and the old programs cannot be continued any longer. Everything must be adapted to the time and the existing situation, and must be changed not only in form but also in content. As for schooling, the government will increase the number of primary schools and will temporarily solve the problem of teachers by opening short-term teacher training courses. It will be severe towards those teachers who fail to carry out properly the important function assigned to them, as well as towards those parents who do not respect the law for and refuse to send their sons and daughters to school for the whole period required by law. The doors of secondary schools must be flung wide open to the broad masses of peasant and town youth. The government will strive to create greater facilities for the poor strata, to enable them to continue secondary school. The government will also do its best to have as many girls as possible attend school so that the Albanian woman may be capable of playing her great role in New Albania. Educational reform and changes in school programs will be the first tasks of the government in the educational field. The reform and the changes in the programs will take into account the conditions created in our country, and the needs emerging in the process of the construction of New Albania. The education of cadres will play the principal role in this direction, and will be the greatest concern of the government. Capable young people will be sent abroad to continue their studies. In order to raise the people's cultural level, the government will mobilize all its energies to fight illiteracy. It will organize evening courses, special workers' courses and courses for specialists. It will give the theater, radio, and cinema all the necessary support to turn them into useful media to raise the people's cultural level. The government will encourage sports and physical culture, so that the younger generation is tempered, and becomes capable to work and fight for the new Albania. The question of agriculture. This question is one of the most essential, and must be correctly and rapidly solved. Our country is an agricultural country, and the first measure adopted, which is of historic importance, was the implementation of the land reform, which gave the land to those who till it, first and foremost, to the poor and middle peasants. Progress has been made in allotting land to the peasants on the basis of the law on land reform, but this work has not yet been completed. 55. The government will endeavor to do this as quickly and as well as possible. For this purpose it will increase the number of personnel to carry out the land reform. Besides this, the government calls on the Peasants' Committees 5 to give the greatest possible support to do this work quickly and fairly in conformity with the interests of the peasants and of Albania. The Albanian peasants should fight with the greatest severity against any trickery or injustice, or misinterpretations of the law, on the part of any irresponsible official involved in the implementation of the land reform. No one should spread illusions or resort to trickery. The government will not allow any trifling with the land or the future of the peasants. If some clause in the law is open to more than one interpretation, this must always be done in the peasants' favor. The government will not only speed up the land distribution, but will also help the peasants with agricultural credits in money and tools. It will increase and improve the farm machine stations to be put at the service of the farmers. This year it will be difficult to carry out a broad plan of land reclamation, but the government program provides for digging numerous canals, and draining swamps, such as that of Malik, etc. All these measures are aimed at raising our agriculture from its primitive stage to a more advanced level, tilling as much land as possible, increasing and improving agricultural production. Here our motto should be, we must make our bread ourselves, and not depend on imports. The concern of the government alone is insufficient to accomplish these vital tasks, therefore the whole people should be mobilized to work voluntarily and make sacrifices for a happier future. In connection with agriculture, we will pay great attention to livestock farming, in which we will increase the numbers and improve the breeds of our animals. Naturally, this will come about when we have not only helped our farmers to plant and ensure food for themselves and their livestock, but when we have taught them how to improve this important sector. Besides agricultural courses and schools, the government will open up special courses for peasants. Many branches of our country's light industry, which will grow and flourish in the near future, depend on the improvement of this sector, and milk, wool, and leather processing factories are closely linked with it. The question of the conservation of forests and of the afforestation of our country will also be the subject of particular attention of both the government and the people, because forests are not only beneficial for improving the land and weather conditions, but they also constitute a great asset for the development of the timber and paper industries, which are indispensable for the reconstruction of our country. To promote agriculture and eliminate anarchy in agricultural production, it must be under the control of the state organs. Peasants must be supplied with good seed, fertilizers, and farm tools, and at the same time be given instructions on what they should sow and what products the country needs most. We should take advantage of the varying weather and soil conditions, and encourage the production of crops whose value and importance our farmer does not yet appreciate. It is only in this way that agriculture will make progress and become more productive, and this in turn will consolidate our economy. The setting up of peasants' cooperatives, provided for in the Constitution, will have energetic support from the government, and these cooperatives will be a primary concern of the state, which will ensure that they remain in the hands of the masses of poor and middle peasants, and are not exploited by speculators. 57. The financial problem. We are going to solve this important problem through our own resources. The principal source of income will be ensured by the correct development of the country's economy and industry. The problem of the development of the economy and the financial problem go together, and will be solved together, in harmony. The Albanian State Bank will be an important factor in the correct development of the state sector. It will no longer supply credits to enrich the big merchants, but will help the large state enterprises, the economy, and agriculture. Besides this, volunteer work, initiatives of the masses in work, sacrifices, and the people's help for public undertaking will contribute immeasurably. We should never lose sight of the fact that the needs of our war-devastated country are great. As I have already mentioned, they cannot be met by our ordinary state budget. We must work hard, and economize, too. Our taxation will be aimed at all those who have grown rich at the expense of the poor people, and taxes will be heavier for those who have most. The social question. The government, guided by the provisions of the Constitution, will adopt measures in the social field. It will take proper care of orphans made homeless by the war, and the disabled. It will create special employment for the war invalids, and public works will, first of all, employ people who have no income. The state has given considerable aid to the poor, but some people who had no right to this aid profited from it, including some who were quite able to work. We must put an end to such irregularities, and the State Control Commission, set up within the government, and proceeding on the basis of the Constitution, will adopt measures to make the state apparatus function correctly, eliminating these faults and abuses committed by parasitic. 58. Unscrupulous elements, which damage the state and society. The government will be harsh with those who violate or bend the law, or those who do not fulfill their obligations towards the government and the state. The government will end the exploitation of workers, and will assign them to work according to their capabilities, particularly as far as women and young people are concerned. It will also organize state insurance for those disabled by accidents at work, set up holiday camps for working people, and see to it that the 8-hour working day and rest days are observed as laid down by law. In particular, the government will try to ensure a dignified life for the war invalids. In the domain of justice, important changes will be made in the field of justice, in harmony with the basis outlined in the Constitution. In order to have a truly people's system of justice, we must proceed to make reforms. The system of justice must conform to the new social and economic conditions. The principal task of the judges is to ensure that the laws made by the people are scrupulously applied, and every decision they take should reflect the new spirit. In electing their judges, people will take into account not only their professional ability, but chiefly the qualities needed to guarantee the defense of their interests and the fruits of the war, which cost them so much blood. The people's health. The government will show particular interest in the people's health by engaging in extensive propaganda for hygiene and prophylactic care. It will also intensify its concern for hospitals and specialists, and supervise them to ensure that they do not trade on their profession, but consider it as a great humanitarian mission. The government will also make efforts to build some more hospitals, and to set up as many clinics as possible, especially in the countryside. The government will take severe measures against all those who try to speculate with medicines. Setting up nursing courses is also included in the government's program. Foreign policy. The foreign policy of the new government will be a continuation of the previous government's policy. The government will defend the interests of peace and democracy just as it defends the interests of the country. Albania is no longer a country to be trampled on, or an object of barter for the diplomacy responsible for the Second World War. The position of Albania among the anti-fascist nations was not donated, it was won at the price of bloodshed and superhuman sacrifices. Having fought unreservedly in the anti-fascist war for their rights, the rights of mankind, the consolidation and triumph of democracy, and for the people's freedom, our people hold their heads high and insist that their rights be respected. The Albanian people, loyal to the end to the great anti-fascist alliance, are angry and indignant to see the postponement of their legitimate demand to be admitted to the United Nations organization, and they are even more grieved to see this instigated by their allies, Britain and the United States of America. I cannot even imagine the motives behind these obstacles placed before our country, which is demanding de jure its deserved place in the United Nations organization. Neither Mr. Bevan 7 nor Mr. Stettintinius 8 were able to formulate or express them openly in response to our request, or in reply to the friendly defense of the heads of the Soviet, Yugoslav, and Polish delegations. Our people are very grateful to these delegations, and their countries. We believe that the United Nations organization should include those states which made sacrifices for the attainment of the objectives this lofty organization aims at, the consolidation of peace, and sincere international cooperation. Fully convinced of this, we say that we deserve a seat there before those countries which openly or indirectly collaborated with the Italian and German fascists. The government I have the honor to preside over will not only strive to win these rights, which our country deserves, but will make everyone, particularly those who have Hitler and Mussolini in their blood, respect the freedom, independence, and territorial integrity of the People's Republic of Albania. The government of our republic enjoys the support of the whole Albanian people in this resolve. But small Albania has great friends in the world, sincere friends who love our people, and do all in their power to help them on the road of reconstruction and progress, because they have seen the sacrifices our people made for the great common cause, because they have seen our country burned and devastated, but never yielding to the German and Italian machine of oppression. Today they see our country marching steadily towards restoration, progress, and genuine democracy, and becoming an important factor for peace in the Balkans and Europe. In the interests of our people, peace, and democracy, the government of the Republic will do its utmost to consolidate and be worthy of the sincere friendship and confidence that our friends have towards Albania. One of the most important factors in the victory over fascism, the principal external factor for the liberation of Albania, was the glorious union of Soviet Socialist 61 republics. The Soviet Union is a major factor in the defense of small peoples, in the defense of their sovereignty, freedom, and independence. The Albanian people have understood this well, and for this reason they have a great heartfelt, sincere love for the Soviet Union and its great leader, J.B. Stalin. In the course of their history, our people have never before felt themselves so closely bound by sincere friendship to any other people as they do to those of the Soviet Union. During the terrible war Our people saw with what legendary heroism the Red Army fought for the liberation of nations, and they observe how, with every passing day, the Soviet Union and the Bolshevik Party of Lenin and Stalin defend our legitimate rights in the international arena, and how they help the Albanian people to restore their economy and culture. The Albanian people, and the government of the Republic representing their will, cherish these lofty sentiments of friendship and sincere affection on the part of the Soviet Union for our country, and will do their utmost to make the relations, and the political, economic, and cultural cooperation between the Soviet Union and our state a sound reality. The Albanian people are grateful to the Soviet Union and to Generalissimo Stalin for their great friendship towards our country and the assistance they have given it. With regard to the great British and American peoples, the new government will continue, as in the past, to strengthen friendship with them, and fight against the maneuvers of the neo-fascists and the international reactionary cliques. Our government has diplomatic and friendly relations with many European countries, such as Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia and France, and it will strive to consolidate these good relations. We have been bound by an old friendship with the Bulgarian people, ever since the epoch of the Albanian Renaissance, during which they supported and helped our patriots. Our government will 62. Place this friendship on a new, firm basis with the Bulgaria of the Patriotic Front. The cordial relations established during the war between our people and the Greek people, in opposing the common occupier, have unfortunately been severed. This is not our fault nor that of the Greek working people, the fault lies with the fascists ruling in Athens, who suppress the aspirations of the Greek people and seek to disturb the peace in the Balkans and in Europe. The fascists of Athens and international reaction are playing the most disgraceful and perfidious game against our country. A vast, systematic press and propaganda campaign of slanders and provocations has been directed against an honest nation which fought so hard against fascism and asks only to be allowed to live in peace and freedom in its own territory. Slanders, armed provocations along our borders, abduction of Greek minority women by the Hitos Bands 9 and the shameful, brutal torturing of the mother of the martyr and patriot Thanasis, an elderly Greek minority woman, by the men of Athens, bring great disgrace both on the Greek fascists and on those who help these bandits. The Albanian people must be well aware what the Greek fascists are demanding. They want nothing less than Gjirokastra and Korça, up to the Shkumbin River, because, they say, this is their land. Moreover, international reaction is helping them in this great farce, since they want Albania to be turned into the private estate of the Albanian war criminals living in the palaces of Rome and Cairo. Every Albanian, young or old, is astonished and enraged to see that, after this terrible war against fascism, there are still people and states who pose as democrats and yet support such a crazy and disgraceful claim as that of the Greek fascists. Can there be a single Albanian who is not revolted against such claims? Can there be a single Albanian who does not want to take up arms and defend his homeland against any aggressors, be they Italian, German, or Greek fascists? No, there can be none. The Greek fascists and those backing them must be clear that if anyone dares to shift the markers of our southern border even an inch, blood will be shed, and a bitter experience will be the lot of those who wish to provoke such a thing. The government of Athens, and Mr. Rendes, its foreign minister, try to make the Albanian people responsible for the Italian-Greek war, putting them on the same plane as fascist Italy and, on this basis, demanding reparations. Albania declared war on Greece, screams fascist Rendes, with the aim of adding weight to his ridiculous thesis of northern Epirus. The Albanian people have never declared war on Greece, on the contrary, better than anyone, they fought the Italians and the Albanian Quislings, the perpetrators of this crime. The Albanian people sympathized with the Greek people. They attacked the Italian forces and supply convoys heading for the southern front, they fought skirmishes with the Italian carabinieri in the streets. Those few Albanian soldiers who were conscripted by the Italians threw away their arms, deserted, and were either shot or interned by the Sim. Our war against fascist Italy is witnessed by our victims, our burnt-out villages, the declarations of the Allies, and the testimony of the sons of the Greek people, they saw with their own eyes the firm will of the southern Albanians, who wanted to fight side by side with them against the Italians, but were refused by the commanders of Metaxas' army. 11. Let our people clearly understand the perfidy of this argument. The Greek fascists and international reaction accuse our people of a crime they never committed, but which, instead, they opposed with all their might. Now the real authors of this crime are living it up in big hotels in Rome, where certain people vie with each other to offer them fat salaries. The fascists forget the wolf in order to hunt for his tracks. Why do Mr. Rendes and company protect Italian war criminals and Albanian quislings, the instigators of the war against Greece, such as Victor Emmanuel, Shevket Verlasi, Mustafa Kruha, Kolbib Murika, and others? They are responsible for that base deed against Greece, not the Albanian people. The Albanian people and their true government have never declared war on Greece. On the contrary, they sympathized with the Greek working people and helped them in their efforts for liberation. Mr. Rendes and company protect the war criminals who were responsible for the Italian-Greek War, perhaps in order to repeat the tragic comedy of Mussolini. But the gentlemen in Athens must be well aware that the Albanian people are not like Mussolini's Italian fascists. The progressive world must put these people in their place, who are endangering peace and the normal and peaceful development of relations between states. Our country wants to live in peace and maintain good relations with everyone, but it will allow no one to trample on its rights. It knows how to defend them heroically, and to triumph. The government of the Republic will show the greatest care and affection for its heroic army, which liberated the motherland through bloody battles, and assured its independence and sovereignty. The government will do its utmost to ensure that our people's army, the reliable shield of the independence and territorial integrity of Albania, becomes a really modern army, the symbol of the great affection of our people, who gave birth to it and raised it, amidst so many tempests. Comrade Deputies. 65. In setting out briefly the tasks of our new government, I wish to stress once more that the happy future of the People's Republic of Albania depends on accomplishing these tasks. We will solve these vital problems by relying on our own material resources. Therefore, it is necessary that the entire Albanian people mobilize themselves and be conscious of the fact that we must make sacrifices and give up many things, until we have overcome the major difficulties. With such mobilization in work where we shall pour out our sweat and demonstrate our skill and consciousness, we shall succeed in building new Albania, as would have been wished by those who fought and fell on the field of honor, in order that Albania may be proud, prosperous, cultured, and happy. 66. Speech delivered at the plenary session of the Paris Peace Conference August 21, 1946. Mr. Chairman. Messrs. Delegates. On behalf of the Albanian people and their government, I greet the Paris Conference, wishing it full success in its noble work. I feel it my duty also to greet the French government and the heroic French people, and to thank them for their traditional hospitality. Following this incomparably savage war, during which the civilized nations, their very existence menaced by German Nazism and Italian fascism, threw themselves into the terrible conflict with the single slogan, victory or death, we have arrived at this high-level conference, which must establish the lasting peace which is so greatly desired. The civilized nations waged a liberation war, and now they are waiting anxiously for this peace to be established in accordance with the principles and ideals for which millions of people gave their lives, in order to ensure mankind a happier future and genuine justice. The Paris Conference has been convened to work out the peace treaties between the former Allied countries and the satellites of Germany, and to put an end to aggression by ensuring sound relations among the peace-loving peoples, eager for freedom, justice, and democracy. To this end, Albania, too, has been invited to put forward its point of view in relation to the peace treaty with Italy. However, Albania considers that the decision not to invite it as a participant in this conference was unjust. The Albanian people were the first to take up arms against the Italian fascists, who had brought the torch to set Europe ablaze, and they ceased their fight only when Hitlerite Germany was defeated. They deserved greater justice. The Albanian people, loyal to their fighting traditions for 67. Freedom and independence, and loyal to the end to the Allied cause, from April 7, 1939 till the day of victory, never shirked any sacrifice. Albania rendered a major and unstinting contribution in bloodshed for the common cause. Albania's fight earned it the right to participate in this conference, with the same title and same rights as those of the 21 victorious nations. The small Albanian nation, alone and defenseless, was the first victim of Italian aggression. The fascist Italy of Mussolini attacked our country on April 7, 1939, thus crowning the predatory policy of expansion it had obstinately pursued against our country for half a century. The civilized world recalls that Black Friday in the year 1939, when 173 warships moved into our ports, 600 bombers roared in our skies, and over 50,000 soldiers armed to the teeth hurled themselves like wolves on our small but valiant people. The Italian fascists wanted to capture us, to crush us, to rob us forever of our freedom and independence and enslave us. But Mussolini's fascists were wrong in their reckoning. The Albanians are not the kind of people who endure slavery. Our history is proof of this. Our mountains and forests are filled with the echoes of the heroic struggles of our ancestors, who fought fiercely for centuries against their oppressors. In 1939, while Europe stood by in silence, our country's sons were falling on the field of honor for a just cause which, before long, would become the cause of all mankind. The Italian fascists might invade our country, but they could never crush us. Our bones were tempered by the suffering that had befallen our country over the centuries. Completely alone, facing a ruthless enemy, we have kept our head erect in the storm, and have declared war without quarter on the enemy. Our mountains, plains, and valleys, our cities and villages testify to the heroic struggle of my people, who are jealous of their independence and freedom, and would rather die arms in hand than bow their heads in servitude. 15,000 Albanian volunteers fought heroically in Durrës, Vlora, Saranda, and Shëngjin as well as in the interior of 68. The country, against the hated occupier. But what could this small nation do, with so few arms and so little ammunition, against such an enemy? But, although the country was occupied, our people never considered themselves defeated. With heads held high and unshakable will, we followed the path of suffering and glory. We were sure of victory, for our cause was just. Following the bloody days of April, the resistance continued and grew. 3,000 armed Albanians took to the mountains, our people's eternal strongholds. The whole people knew the perils and sacrifices of the heroic deed they were undertaking, but at the same time they also knew that their destiny, their very existence, would be decided in those battles. In the towns, bloody skirmishes against the occupiers followed hard one on another. Our men fell under the bullets of the enemy's machine guns as it tried to break our resistance. From the towns and villages, from the streets and alleys, the Albanian partisans hurled themselves on the enemy to sabotage its military machine, to attack roads, transport, and bridges, blow up munitions depots and to kill spies, officers, and collaborators. It was a ruthless war. The Italians responded with a reign of terror in the towns and villages. The prisons were filled with patriots, dozens of Albanians were hanged and thousands more were exiled to the death islands of Lipari, Ventotene, and elsewhere. But all this terror, these hangings and shootings, merely increased our people's hatred for the Italian fascists and incited them to fight. When the Italians attacked Greece, the daring and powerful armed actions of the Albanians were a great assistance to the Greek people who were suffering the same fate as ours. We were bound to each other by the same misfortune, caused by our common enemy. Along the roads of Durrës, Tirana, and Gjirokastra, the Albanian partisans attacked Italian military convoys heading for the Greek front. Clearly seeing the danger threatening them, the Italians and the Albanian quislings redoubled their efforts and stepped up their terror. The mountains were full of partisans, organized in regular formations, who made incessant attacks on the enemy. 69. In reprisal, hundreds of villages were burned, but we defended the liberated territory inch by inch. The Italians were obliged to take refuge in the towns, because the mountains were not so good for their health. The quisling governments, under Italian domination, fell and were replaced every 10 months. The Albanian people made life impossible for both them and their bosses. This showed the great gulf which separated the quislings from the heroic Albanian people. Following the capitulation of Italy and the occupation of the country by German troops who came from Greece, the Albanian people closed their ranks still tighter because they knew they had to deal with another ferocious, bloodthirsty enemy. As soon as they entered Albania, the Germans were attacked by our partisan formations along the Parat-Korka highway. Dozens of trucks were set on fire, and hundreds of Germans were killed. As a reprisal, the Germans razed the village of Borova, and murdered everyone in it, women, OD men, and children. With the aim of annihilating us, the Germans mounted 2 great offensives. 4 German Alpine divisions, expert at fighting partisans, were thrown in against us. We were in the middle of winter, without food, without boots, but the partisans fought bravely and emerged victorious. When the British and the Americans, our allies, landed in France, we were fighting furiously against 4 German divisions. We felt proud, in this bloody clash, to be doing our duty towards the Allies and the friendly French people. The war of the Albanian people against the Germans was crowned with the heroic Battle of Tirana, where we fought day and night for 19 days on end, from street to street, from house to house, liberating every inch of our capital, sacrificing our best fighters, but killing thousands of Germans. The remnants of the German army tried to get through to help their besieged garrison in Tirana, but they were wiped out at Kariba Pass. The National Liberation Army had received from our General Staff a firm order not to let the Germans cross Albania's borders, but to annihilate them on Albanian territory. This was how we understood the great anti-fascist 70 alliance. This was how we understood loyalty towards the Allied cause. The pursuit of the German troops outside our borders, in the Yugoslav territory of Montenegro, Sanjak, and Herzegovina, is another clear proof for those who really want to know and have the heart to feel how great the sacrifices of our small nation were. For more than 5 years the Albanian people fought the Italian and German fascist occupiers as well as their Albanian lackeys. Organized in the National Liberation Front, they fought an unequal but decisive war. Facing hunger and cold, but armed with courage and unshakable confidence in their own forces and in those of the Allies, they marched forward boldly towards their objective, the liberation of Albania and the destruction of fascism. Albania became a bastion of the struggle for freedom and independence. Our liberation war was soon recognized abroad. In December 1942 Messrs. Eden, Hull, and Molotov sent their congratulations to the Albanian people for their resistance, which ensured their independence, and contributed to the common struggle. The National Liberation Army, which arose from the first partisan units, was organized and consolidated through fierce battles, and became a strong and valiant army. It crushed the enemy's military machine and seized the weapons, with which it triumphed. It successfully coped with the great offensives organized by the Italians and the Germans, who tried to crush our national liberation war. The enemy suffered heavy losses during these offensives, whereas our army emerged ever stronger and more tempered. Our war was essentially a people's war, inseparable from the people. It was their sole means of salvation. The fascist and Nazi occupiers resorted to the blackest terror in order to alienate the people from the just liberation war. Thousands of people were murdered or hanged in the towns and villages, more than 300 were gunned down in broad daylight in Korka, Tirana, and Vlora. During the protest demonstrations against the occupation, 10,000 Albanians were thrown into Albanian prisons, into the concentration camps of Porto Romano, Borhi, Burel, Kavaha, and Priishtina, as well as the death camps in Germany. 71. Because of their anti-fascist sentiments and activities, they burned down and drowned in blood entire towns, such as Lskovic, Pogradec, Saranda, and Permit, and whole regions, such as Malakastra, Kavlesh, Pisa, and Skrapar, were laid waste and suffered savage reprisals at the hands of the fascist and Nazi soldiers. But, despite these things, the Albanian people themselves, with their incessant war, and with great sacrifices, liberated the whole of their country with their own forces. The following figures clearly show the size of our resistance on the eve of the liberation of Albania. Our National Liberation Army had 70,000 fighters in its ranks, including 6,000 women. Italy was obliged to maintain over 100,000 soldiers in Albania, and Germany over 70,000 to counter our resistance forces. The sacrifices of our people were very great. Out of a population of 1 million, 28,000 were killed, 12,600 wounded, 10,000 were made political prisoners in Italy and Germany, and 35,000 made to do forced labor. Of the 2,500 towns and villages of Albania, 850 were ruined or razed to the ground. All the communications, all the ports, mines and electric power installations were destroyed, our agriculture and livestock were plundered, and our entire national economy was wrecked. On the other side, the enemy suffered these losses. 53,639 Italians and Germans were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner, about 100 tanks and armored cars knocked out, 1,334 artillery pieces and mortars, 1,934 trucks, and 2,855 machine guns captured or destroyed, not to mention the rifles, munitions, and stores destroyed or captured. The Allies appreciated our contribution to the common cause. In June 1943, they sent military liaison missions to the General Staff of our National Liberation Army, and dropped supplies by parachute. I want to mention here some of the heads of these missions: the Englishman Major Bill McLean, Lieutenant Colonel Palmer and General Davies, the American Captain Thomas Stephen, and the Russian Major Ivanov. From 1944 an Albanian military mission was accredited at the Allied Mediterranean High Command in Italy. The Allied leaders have 72. Often acknowledged our people's contribution to the common cause. Mr. Winston Churchill, answering a question in the House of Commons on November 4, 1943, declared, "Thousands of Albanians are fighting in their mountains for the freedom and independence of their country and, according to the reports of the British military mission in Albania, they are carrying out brilliant actions." Mr. Cordell Hull, on the occasion of Albanian National Day, November 28, 1943, in a letter to Mr. Charles Hart, ex-ambassador of the United States of America to Albania, and president of the Friends of Albania Association, wrote, "The government and the people of the United States have always been aware of the struggle of the Albanian people to safeguard the integrity and independence of their own country. We have followed closely, with sympathy and admiration, their resistance against fascist Italy, as well as their patriotic determination to defend their national sovereignty. Today these valiant fighters are continuing their war, fighting the Nazi enemy, like all those who love freedom, as we do ourselves." On November 28, 1912 the Albanians proclaimed their independence. Today, on the anniversary of this date, they could hope for the complete fulfillment of their great objective. Although the Albanians do not have a government abroad to express their national aspirations, we see in their national will the ideals and principles which inspire us and our allies, as well as the desire to carry on the war until Nazism is totally wiped out. Mr. Hull's successor, Mr. Edward Stettintinius, on May 22, 1945, sent me the following message: "I am well aware of the incessant war the Albanian people have waged against the aggressor, and I fully appreciate the sacrifices they have made to achieve the liberation of their country, and their contribution to the attainment of the ultimate victory against the common enemy. I want to assure you of the sympathy and friendship the people of the United States cherish for Albania and its people, and I know that in the future Albania will make the same important contribution to the cause of peace. 73. As it has made to the achievement of victory." The General Commander of the Allied forces in the Mediterranean, Maitland Wilson, wrote me these words on the October 12, 1944. I have watched with admiration the way your National Liberation Army has fulfilled its tasks, in its brilliant attacks on our common enemy, for our common goal. I could, gentlemen, also cite a great number of documents demonstrating how much our efforts were appreciated by the Allies. But the brave deeds of our people do not need documents. They speak for themselves. When the aeroplane in which they were traveling was damaged, 13 American women were obliged to land in German-occupied territory. Those women let the whole world know about the sacrifices and selflessness of the Albanian partisans who risked certain death to save them from the Germans' clutches. As the New Zealand and Australian airmen whom our men rescued from the German shells were leaving our staff headquarters, they shook hands with me and said, "Our wives and children will be grateful to you for saving our lives." But our partisans were merely doing their duty by their comrades in arms and allies. With the aim of distorting history and denying facts that are as plain as day, great efforts are being made to prevent those who fought heroically for the common cause from being treated equally. A great deal has been said at this high-level conference about defending the interests of the small nations, but in reality the opposite has occurred as far as our people are concerned. The Albanian people, few in number but mighty in terms of the deeds they have done, should have been present now, at this conference, with the same rights as the other victorious nations, rights for which they have paid very dear. The Albanian people feel offended at being put on the same plane as Austria, which did not fire a single shot against the Germans, but on the contrary, sent its soldiers to murder our women and children, and burn out towns and villages, in 74. Collaboration with the Germans. No one can deny the Albanian people's loyalty to the Allies and the great anti-fascist cause. All those who try to prove the contrary, using false arguments, will make themselves ridiculous and suffer a great defeat. The Albanian people come proudly to this peace conference convinced that they have completely fulfilled their duty as allies. Albania appears here to claim its right to reparations and to demand justice from Italy, which set it ablaze and drowned it in blood, and to dictate its will as a victor, so that Italy may no longer represent a threat to peace in the world, or to the independence and sovereignty of my country. However, before stating the viewpoint of my country on this question, I feel it my duty to answer the false accusations of Mr. Tsaldaris, the head of the Greek delegation, accusations and claims that he has formulated against Albania at various earlier sessions of this conference. Mr. Tsaldaris tries to prove that Albania is not an allied country, that Albania attacked Greece, and consequently, is in a state of war with Greece. On the other hand, Mr. Tsaldaris lays claim to South Albania, pretending that it is Greek territory and belongs by right to Greece. On the question of whether Albania is an allied country and whether it has fully deserved this title, Mr. Tsaldaris has our reply in the words I have just spoken. The Albanian people contemptuously reject the vile accusations of the Greek delegate, who labels my country an aggressor. The Albanian people have never attacked the honest Greek people, and have never declared war on them. On the contrary, they sympathized with their cause, which was also the cause of the Albanian people, since both nations had suffered the same fate and had to deal with the same enemy. The Albanian people demonstrated, not only during the anti-fascist war, but also during the First World War, their determination to fight Italian imperialism, which had its eye on our land and resources. Between the Albanian people and the 75 Italian fascists, a terrible and merciless war was waged. That is why Mr. Tsaldaris will not succeed in convincing anybody, even the stupid, with his famous arguments. Mr. Tsaldaris should demand a settlement of accounts from fascist Italy for its disgraceful attack against his country, and not from us. He should call to account the war criminal Victor Emmanuel, not the Albanian people, who were invaded by the same enemy as Greece, and who, like the Greek people, fought furiously for their independence and sovereignty. It would be ridiculous to think that, by a paltry decree, Victor Emmanuel, King of Italy, could lay the blame on the Albanian people who waged a merciless war against Italy right from the first days of the occupation, and who even made an attempt against the king's life during his only visit to Albania, in May 1941. Mr. Tsaldaris uses the declaration of war on the part of the Albanian Quisling Verlasi as an argument to defend his thesis. The Albanian people lumped the occupiers and Quislings together, and made no distinction between them. The Albanian Quislings, like all the other Quislings of Europe, have nothing in common with our people. They were the filthiest enemies of the people and, as such, have been fought consistently. The Albanian Quislings were not able to muster more than a few weak battalions against the Liberation Army and the Allies, whereas the Albanian people rose as one man against the oppressor and the traitors. That is the difference between our people and the Quislings. Would Mr. Tsaldaris like to know in addition what the Albanian people did with those Quislings? Just this: they wiped them out, all of them, and thus they paid with their lives for the crimes they committed. And if he wants to know more about the fate of their associates in the war, who fled with the German troops, he should know that these criminals may be found in the best hotels in Rome, the city from which the planes which so cravenly bombed Albanian and Greek women and children took off. I would like to ask Mr. Tsaldaris, why does he not mention the Quislings of Europe who so gravely damaged the Allied cause, and in particular, those Quislings who, after having committed horrible crimes, now walk freely in the streets? Why is it that Mr. Tsaldaris dare not confuse the other European Quislings? 76. With their respective nations. I would like to remind you that during the Italian-Greek War, some hundreds Albanian soldiers, forced into service by the Italians, rose against them and made common cause with the Greek people. Some deserted and went over to the Greek troops, to fight alongside them, but they were treated as prisoners of war and sent to Crete, where during the German landing, they fought valiantly beside the British soldiers. Some joined the Albanian partisans, while others were disarmed by the Italians, withdrawn from the front, confined to the Shijak concentration camp, and court-martialed for high treason. On December 22, 1940, the Reuters news agency sent out the following item from Monastir. The Albanian soldiers, forcibly conscripted into the Italian army, yesterday rebelled in a sector of the Italian rear lines, causing the enemy heavy losses before being captured. Some have taken to the hills, and are continuing to offer resistance. On December 4, 1940, the Anatole news agency reported from Athens that an Italian general taken prisoner by the Greeks has declared that the Italian army is suffering heavy losses because of the defection of the Albanians. Mussolini himself, in a letter to Hitler on November 22, 1940, tried to justify the Italian losses in the same way. Here is what Battaglio says in his memoirs. The campaign has begun. The entire world knows of its progress. The Greek troops in Epirus are resisting valiantly on the Kalamaz River, while the Albanian bands and troops which were part of our divisions have either betrayed us, sabotaging our operations, or have gone over to the Greeks. The newspaper Le Figaro, in its issue number 588 of July 4, 1946, referring to the Italian-Greek War, writes: The Albanian partisan detachments, for their part, attacked Italian convoys and troops or the roads leading to the front. On October 26, 1940, the BBC broadcast: We are informed from Albania that Albanian partisan units 77 operating behind the Italian lines are cutting and sabotaging lines of communication, sowing terror among cut-off Italian detachments. Armed groups have succeeded in entering the capital and have posted proclamations on all the government buildings, and even on the palace of the Italian government, calling on the Italians to get out of Albania. Likewise on January 4, 1941 the BBC broadcast: In military circles it is pointed out that the Albanians are giving the Greeks great aid against the Italians. But along with his lying accusations against the Albanian people, perhaps Mr. Tsaldaris should give us here some explanation of these questions. 1. Does he also consider as aggressors, as he does Albania, the various nations of Europe, whose Quislings not only sent battalions but even organized entire expeditions against the heroic Red Army, which was an example of heroism and valor to all nations and, at the same time, their surest support? It is difficult for him to answer this question. 2. Does Mr. Tsaldaris perhaps consider France, from which Hitler intended to launch his offensive against England, to be an aggressor country? He will find it difficult to answer this question too. 3. Mr. Tsaldaris thinks that he can say what he likes against tiny Albania, but he is mistaken. His worthless arguments will not hold water. No, the Albanian people have never been and never will be aggressors, and do not pose any threat to the Greek people, as Mr. Tsaldaris claims. The attacks on our country by the chief Greek delegate and his claims that it is we who are causing trouble remind us of one of La Fontaine's fables. We have always lived in harmony with the Greek people, with whom we fought shoulder to shoulder against the Italian and German fascist occupiers. During our anti-fascist war, the Albanian people established links of sincere friendship with their neighbors, the 78 Yugoslav and Greek peoples. In the light of these facts, the Greek accusations are seen for what they really are, lies devoid of any foundation. But has Mr. Tsaldaris so quickly forgotten the fact that the Greek quislings, together with the Germans, often fought against the Albanians, and are responsible for 1,000 atrocities? Here are some facts. 1. On September 8, 1943, the day of Italy's capitulation, the Germans, coming from the Sagitha region and guided by a Zervas captain named Vitos, entered Konispol and burnt down more than 50 houses. During the great 1943-1944 winter offensive launched by the Germans against our National Liberation Army, the German troops, together with Zervas bands, came to Albania from Greece, and set fire to the Zagaria and Pogon regions. 2. Other Zervas bands, together with the Germans, fought against the Albanian partisans in January 1944, and set fire to the villages of Crane and Dermish, as well as the houses of all the partisans from the Greek minority of Drapol, while in February 1944 these bands burned down the village of Drafjan. 3. During the other large-scale offensive unleashed by the Germans in June 1944, Zervas forces again came, together with the German troops from Greece, crossing the border at Voshtina, and set fire to everything in the Zagaria region they had left the first time. Each time the Germans came from Greece to attack the forces of the National Liberation Army, their main support was the armed bands of the Greek Quisling, General Napoleon Zervas. The Greek delegation has claimed that the present Albanian government is pursuing a policy of denationalizing the Greek minority in Albania. Gentlemen, the Greek minority in Albania, consisting of 35,000 people, fought shoulder to shoulder with all the Albanian people against the fascist and Nazi occupiers, and against the 79 Albanian and Greek Quislings. Today in the People's Republic of Albania it enjoys equal rights with the Albanian population. It has 79 Greek language schools, 1 Greek language secondary school, has its own autonomous local administration, just like the Albanian population, and sends representatives to the People's Assembly. There are also citizens of the Greek minority in the army and the government. On the other hand, I do not know if the honorable delegates are aware of the terror exercised against the Albanian minority in Greece. Of the 60,000 Albanians left in Greece according to the Treaty of London, from 1913 to 1923, 35,000 Albanians were forcibly transferred to Turkey as Turkish subjects in exchange for Greeks from Asia Minor. Contrary to the solemn pledges made by Greece, the Greek governments have always pursued a policy of exterminating the Albanian minority in Greece, and have never recognized that it had any rights. In June 1944 and March 1945, the armed bands of the Quisling General Napoleon Zervas tried to wipe out the remaining Albanians. They set their villages on fire, plundered their property, and killed thousands of men and women, old people and children. More than 20,000 Albanians who managed to escape fled to Albania where, although they are assisted by the Albanian government and people, they live in great poverty. But the real aim of all these allegations by the Greek delegate is to take 2 regions from Albania, those of Korça and Gjirokastra, which have always been among the most ardent centers of Albanian patriotism, both during the long Turkish occupation and during the National Liberation War against the Italian and German occupiers. These aims reflect the old policy of the protagonists of the Megal idea, that is to say, Greek imperialist expansion over the entire Balkan region, an idea which has also germinated in the heads of the present Greek rulers. In fact, these people, with their claims on Albania, their daily provocations on our borders, and their intrigues, like the proposal Mr. Tsaldaris made to the Yugoslav delegate that Albania be partitioned between Yugoslavia and Greece, are trying to disturb the peace in the Balkans. Gentlemen, we consider it to be out of place and 80. Unacceptable for this conference to examine the question of the territorial integrity of Albania. The Albanian people, few in number, but great in the sacrifices they made for the common cause, are not here to discuss their borders, but to express and demand their rights. We solemnly declare that within our present borders there is not 1 inch of foreign soil, and that we will never permit anyone to encroach upon them, for to us they are sacred. Albania and the peace treaty with Italy. Honorable delegates, Italy is fully responsible for the losses and damage caused to the Albanian people during this war. The capitulation of September 8, 1943, put an end to the aggression and infamy of fascist Italy, but we demand, in the name of the thousands who have fallen, and because of the misfortunes inflicted on our country by Italy, that the peace treaty put an end, once and for all, to the aggressive and imperialist policy of Italy. Albania has suffered much at the hands of fascist Italy, but it has also suffered at the hands of pre-fascist Italy, of so-called democratic Italy, and many signs and expressions of the present Italian government warn of the continuation of the same Italian policy towards Albania, that is to say, a policy of domination and occupation. Present-day Italy is sheltering all the Albanian war criminals who managed to escape their just punishment by the people. There they have found an appropriate field for their propaganda and plots against new democratic Albania. The Italian war criminals, responsible for the aggression against Albania and the countless sufferings they caused the Albanian people, are at large, and even filling important posts. In March 1946 at Bari, the Italian fascists killed an Albanian sergeant from the Albanian military mission attached to the Allied Mediterranean High Command. In speeches made during the election campaign last spring, statesmen of the present Italian government expressed greedy intentions towards Albania's independence, and even here, among the members of the Italian delegation, there are men who 81. Were Mussolini's faithful agents in imposing Italy's will on Albania, in occupying and martyring our nation. The Albanian delegation has carefully studied the draft peace treaty with Italy, and expresses its gratitude to the Council of Foreign Ministers which, during the elaboration of this treaty, has not passed over Albania's interests in silence. Nevertheless, it takes the liberty today of making some suggestions about this treaty, reserving the right to express its views in detail before the competent commissions on specific questions whenever it sees fit. Albania demands that the peace treaty give it strong guarantees avoiding any future recurrence of Italian imperialist policy of aggression towards Albania, depriving Italy of any possibility of repeating the past, both that of the period before April 7, 1939 and after, and of presenting claims of any kind against Albania. For this reason the Albanian delegation takes the liberty of suggesting some improvements. 1. The Albanian delegation estimates that the military forces land, sea, and air permitted to Italy allow it to threaten the peace and security of its neighbors and the Balkan countries. Albania is of the opinion that these forces should be further reduced so as to make it impossible for Italy to endanger peace, thus permitting us to live and work in security. 2. The Albanian delegation wishes to make an observation about a very important clause in this treaty, which is closely connected with the economic development of Albania. I am referring to the section on reparations for war damage. The Council of Foreign Ministers has left it to the conference to decide on the reparation demands presented by France, Yugoslavia, Greece, Albania, and Ethiopia. In his speech, Senior de Gasperi, although somewhat hesitantly, tried to absolve his country from the just obligations it has incurred from fascism through its criminal aggression. Gentlemen, for 54 months on end, the Italian occupiers, fully 82. Aware of their actions and pursuing well-determined aims, plundered our land and subsoil resources, our agriculture and livestock, reduced our cities and villages to ashes in order to alienate the people from their just liberation cause, and transformed our peaceful country into a battlefield, thus causing incalculable damage to our national economy. Thousands of patriots were killed, tortured, jailed, or confined in concentration camps, plunging thousands of mothers, wives, and children into mourning. Italy is responsible to Albania for losses and damages amounting to a sum of 3,544,232,626 gold francs. The Albanian delegation will present its reparation demands in detail, as well as the necessary amendments to the treaty, but as of now, it demands, as an indisputable right, that the peace treaty define the sum which Italy should pay to Albania as well as the conditions of payment. 3. From what has been said, it is clear that the peace treaty with Italy is of particular importance to Albania. There are also other important points, which I do not want to elaborate on here, such as the articles on war criminals, on the restitution of stolen property, on the property of the citizens of the Allied nations in Italy, besides some details, which are, nevertheless, not unimportant, and which directly concern our country. This treaty provided Albania with rights and obligations of great importance. They are closely connected with its independence, its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and its economic and political future. Nevertheless, the Albanian delegation is forced to observe that, despite all that has been said already and despite the fact that Albania, through its contribution to the common war, has aligned itself, body and soul, with the victorious Allied nations, the peace treaty with Italy in the draft form presented to us today does not guarantee Albania all the rights it is properly entitled to. Is this not a legal paradox, and does not permit it to sign this treaty as a contracting party, because it is not considered as an associated power? 83. The Albanian delegation expressed the hope that the conference will eventually accept the following amendment, to be numbered Article 26A in Part 2, Section V, or added to the foreword, which would eliminate a series of misunderstandings and a source of continuous interventions on the part of our delegation. The amendment we suggest is as follows: Article 26A, in the implementation of this treaty, Albania is considered as an associated power. I want to emphasize that the Albanian delegation reserves the right to expound its views to the plenary session of the conference, as well as to the competent commissions, whenever it sees fit to intervene on the question of the peace treaty with Italy. The Albanian delegation feels duty-bound to present its just demands towards Italy so that the latter ceases to pose a continuous threat to small, peace-loving Albania, pays compensation for the damage it has caused, returns everything it has taken by force, and hands over the Albanian and foreign war criminals who have found asylum in Italy and are wanted by the Albanian government. The People's Republic of Albania will be happy to maintain normal relations with a new and genuinely democratic Italy, which honors its international obligations, keeps within its natural borders, and respects those of others, an Italy that is not a lair of neo-fascists and war criminals of all countries, or a new hotbed of aggression, but is disposed to cooperate with other democratic countries for peace and collective security. Albania has spared nothing for the common victory. It is also determined that, side by side with its wartime allies and with all the democratic countries, it will make its contribution to the establishment of a just peace and collective security. The Albanian delegation will be happy if this modest contribution to the present conference helps in carrying out this difficult task. 84. Speech delivered to the People's Assembly on the opening of the third regular session of the First Legislature, July 12, 1947. Comrade Deputies. In the name of the government and on my own behalf, I convey our greetings and heartily wish you success in the proceedings of this important parliamentary session. As you know, in the present session of the People's Assembly, the government is presenting you with a number of important draft laws dealing with all the economic, social, and cultural activity of our country. In the first place, the draft law on the financial budget for the current year 1947, the General State Plan for 1947, and many others. Of course, these draft laws call for the greatest attention and speedy approval by the People's Assembly. Before the proceedings of the session begin, I wish, on my behalf and in the name of the government I have the honor to head, to explain to the representatives of the people in the Assembly our government's policy on the work of building our country in all fields of economic, social, cultural, and other activity, on the achievement of this important work in the past and in the immediate future, on the clear perspective our people should have, and on the important tasks facing the organs of state power and all our people, which should be carried out as well and quickly as possible, for on this depends our advance towards building socialism in our country, which means building a prosperous, happy life full of freedom and dignity for the working people of Albania. Power lies firmly in the hands of the people, as a result of the heroic struggle for liberation and our great people's revolution. This is the guarantee for the building of a happy future for our people. It was for this that the broad masses of the Albanian people fought. It was for this that the workers, peasants, and patriotic intellectuals of Albania fought, united as one. This firm alliance was formed in the National Liberation War, and its primary result, the seizure of power by the people, was also 85. Achieved through the National Liberation War. Preserving and consolidating daily these two results of the war, our people and their government forged ahead to realize and further develop their program, the basic principles of which were fixed by the people from the time when they took to the mountains, and fought rifle in hand against fascism and the traitors to the country. The question of the transition of power into the hands of the people is the most important question, and this will solve correctly and well all the problems of our country. The people and all our cadres should understand this well. Here too lies the reason that the fascist aggressors provoked this great Holocaust. Their aim was to establish everywhere the fascist dictatorship, the most ruthless dictatorship of capital, in order to suppress all freedom, to oppress the peoples and enslave them forever, so that the monopoly trusts would be victorious. The question of state power is also an object of concern to imperialism and world reaction. They are seeking to seize power from the hands of the people who have already succeeded in assuming power, and to replace it with a formal democratic power which would not be in the hands of the people but in the hands of a minority of individuals allegedly better qualified, and able to protect and control the interests of the people better than the people themselves. This was the objective of the Albanian traitors of the final hour, to whom I will refer later on. All their efforts were directed towards overthrowing the people's state power and, using the terms of a false and formal democracy, they sought to replace the will of the people with the hateful arbitrary power of the beys, big landowners, and rich merchants, all in the service of foreign reaction. The people should never forget for a moment the question of state power. They should be on their guard and hold it firmly in their hands, improving and consolidating it. With the establishment of our people's state power, we began immediately after the liberation of Albania to take all the necessary measures to build the country devastated by the war, to nationalize all the property that had been plundered from the people, to nationalize all the factories and mines, which served the rich in order to work the working people to death, and to compel 86. All the speculators to give back to the people everything they had extorted from them, and we began to set up a new economy on a new basis. There is no need for me to repeat here what you all have seen and experienced yourselves, to speak of the great enthusiasm of the people for the adoption of these initial measures, their great drive, self-denial, and heroism, and their all-out mobilization for the reconstruction of the country. Roads and bridges were repaired, and factories destroyed during the war were rebuilt. The Kukova and Patos oil fields, the copper and chromium mines were reconstructed, the houses burnt down during the war were rebuilt, and life began to take its normal course. Through these important measures we set up the state sector of the economy which became stronger all the time, and today we may say that we have a large state sector, which is the sector of socialist production. At the same time, along with the state sector, we created a network of various cooperatives which are continually developing and exercising control and discipline over the private sector. This control and discipline do not limit production and the development of economy in general, but check speculation, anarchy, and all those things that impede the general development of the economy of our country. It is clear, and we could say that, we have been able to solve the economic problems and to strengthen our economy much better than the former regimes. We have accomplished this within a relatively short time and under very difficult situations, caused by the war. We have achieved important successes in all fields of the activity of our state. The sectors of industry which had been destroyed have been all re-established and are operating at full capacity, producing more than before. For instance, the production of crude oil is 161.1% over 1938 production, 463.2% over 1945 production, and 217.3% over that of 1946. The production of refined bitumen is 162.8% over 1938 production, 1097% over 1945 and 155.6% over 1946. The production of leather is 900% over 1938 production, 2600% over 1945, and 400% over 1946. That of cement is 115.5% above 1938 production, 588% over 1945, 231% over 1946. That of timber is 833%, 257%, 261%. The handicraft industry has been re-established and encouraged. All. 87. The bridges destroyed during the war, totaling a length of 5,547 meters, have been rebuilt. New bridges totaling 240 meters have been constructed. All the wharves of our seaports destroyed during the war have been rebuilt. 2,000 kilometers of the road network have been improved and 202 kilometers of new roads have been built, including the Kook-Speshkopia road built by the youth. 7,852 houses burnt down during the war have been rebuilt, and the state has built 530 new school buildings. Telecommunication lines have been repaired and new lines set up. All the telegraph and telephone stations have been rebuilt. Education and culture have made great progress in our country. Suffice it for me to draw some comparisons with the pre-war state of education. During the 1938-39 school year, our country had 643 primary schools attended by 52,024 pupils, whereas today, during the 1946-47 school year, we have 1,609 primary schools attended by 134,524 pupils. Compulsory school attendance throughout Albania has been achieved 87%. Today we have 34 upper elementary and 10 secondary schools which are attended by thousands and thousands of our boys and girls. I don't intend to speak here about the number of preschool institutions, or schools for adult education, where more than 26,000 people are taught in over 1,000 classes. The campaign against illiteracy is making rapid progress. In order to wipe out illiteracy in Albania, the government, with the aid of the entire Democratic Front, will try its utmost to have about 60,000 people learn to read and write every year. Thus, within a few years illiteracy in Albania will have been wiped out. Hundreds of students attend courses in various branches of the Teacher Training Institute which has been opened this year in Tirana. Hundreds of students are attending university in the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, and elsewhere, and hundreds of others will be sent abroad on state scholarships to study science in various universities. The number of public libraries in our country is increasing, as well as the number of books they contain. The cinema, theater, music, and sports are developing rapidly in a correct way. One of the principal problems which our people's state power had to solve was that of land reform. The peasants had to be given the land, because it belonged to them, it was their own, for they tilled it. And the land reform has been completed. The implementation of the land reform laws totally changed the ratio of ownership of land, which now appears as follows: land owned by the state has been reduced from 18.71% to 5.03%, land owned by religious communities has been reduced from 1.26% to 0.20%, large and medium estates have been reduced from 52.43% to 16.38%, land belonging to small owners has increased from 28.07% to 43.17%, land belonging to the rural proletariat has increased from 0% to 34.63%. The land reform laws benefited 29,400 semi-proletarian families, 18,219 established local proletarian families, 1,902 newly settled proletarian families, and 19,218 peasant families who already possessed some land. The peasants of Albania were liberated once and for all from the yoke of the beys, the agas, and their administrators. The blood they shed in the struggle for liberation was not shed in vain. The people's state power turned their age-long dream into reality. Our peasant, bowed down by centuries of suffering, stood up, and with a song on his lips and faith in his state power, is working on his own land for his own benefit. Just what immediate effect the land reform laws had, you will understand from two figures, which I shall quote. In 1938, the area of land under cultivation in Albania was 221,030 hectares, while this year the area under cultivation is 305,000 hectares. These are the initial effects of the implementation of the land reform laws. You can see for yourselves how profound are the consequences of the people's great revolution, how grand and immortal are the reforms of our people's state power. In addition to carrying out its land reform, our state power, immediately after liberation, attached primary importance to the sector of land improvement. During these 2 years, excluding the Malik lands, we have improved various lands covering an area of 6,764 hectares, by opening a total of 125.89 kilometers of drainage canals. During the same period, an additional 22 kilometers of irrigation canals have been opened, to irrigate 8,316 hectares of land. The completion of these projects will help to increase agricultural production. A further success of our people's state power in the economic field is the question of cooperatives. Cooperatives did not exist in our country in the past. They came into being as a consequence of the major economic, social, and political transformations that have occurred in our country thanks to the National Liberation War. Within a short period of nearly 1 year, more than 317 cooperatives of various kinds have been set up: consumer and peasants cooperatives, buying and selling cooperatives, handicraft cooperatives, cooperatives of working peasants and fishermen, etc. The consumer cooperatives which are functioning in our country today include 40,100 members with 180,000 dependents, representing 75% of the population of the towns where they function. Looking at these and many other tangible achievements, many may ask how these achievements and successes have been realized with such meager financial means, with insufficient technical equipment, and in a country in which the war had wrought such havoc. They have been attained thanks to the great vigor of our people, the creative efforts of the broad masses, the correct and consistent policy of our people's power, the mobilization of the entire people in building the country, the heroic selfless struggle for reconstruction, and the courage and tireless efforts of our cadres, which all made it possible to overcome obstacles and hardships and achieve these results. Is there any bastion that can resist the force of a united and heroic people such as ours? No, there is none. Only those who were opposed to the good of the people sneered from the start, vent their spleen, and preached and worked to try to bring about the speedy downfall of our people's power. They posed as proficient financiers and economists and capable scientists and scholars. They claimed that they were predestined to buy hides, and engage in other trades, and to make millions at the expense of our people, to speculate on the blood of the people, become spies, and sell off their country to the foreigners. We do not deny them this proficiency, but under our regime the people do not allow them to take the reins of power in their hands. but send them to 90. The rope or to prison to bring them to their senses. All these successes achieved so far will be the basis for us to advance continually forward. New forms of organization are now being applied to meet the substantial changes in our economy. From now on, we will have a planned economy, and this road will lead us to socialism. Our whole life should be devoted to the building of socialism in our country, because this is the only way for the face of Albania to be completely transformed, for its people to see better days, and for their life to be a life of happiness and freedom. This is the only way to wipe out misery, misfortune, and ignorance, to strengthen love for our families and for one another, and to raise up a new man with new concepts, who will cherish his homeland as the apple of his eye, who will be devoted to his land, his factory and the work where he sheds his sweat, who will love other nations and respect and defend their freedom like that of his own country. This is the road our people are fully determined to build, a road at variance with that of the capitalist system where anarchy and chaos rule, where the iron heel of the trusts and monopolies dominates, hunger, misery and misfortune abound, unemployment and the exploitation of the working class and of all the working people are the law, ignorance and corruption are rife, all human freedoms are mercilessly trampled underfoot, and men prey on their fellow men, a system which spawns war. We have all the conditions to proceed along our road. We should mobilize all the people's energies and set to work with 10 times greater efforts. The 1947 financial budget and the general state plan for 1947 will enable us to build a planned economy. We will be helped by the standardization of prices which allows us to plan state accumulation and does not leave the law of value to spontaneity, but guides the new structure and method of fixing and applying prices, and by the placing of wages and salaries on a correct basis, i.e. he who works more and better gets higher pay when everything is taken into account, ability, work productivity, difficulties of the place of work, etc. All these will enable us to build our economy according to plan. 91. Now we are presenting our 1947 budget and plan for 9 months. As you will notice in the budget, the total sum of expenditure is 3,758,756,900 leks. This also includes the local budget in which expenditure is 550,263,085 leks. Expenditure is wholly balanced by income. In conformity with the state budget, considerable investments are envisaged in the state plan, especially in the financing of the economy. The total sum of investments in the economic sector is over 1.5 billion leks, more than 40% of the budget. The principal investments will go to our mines, to our new and old industry, to agriculture which takes up 12.55%, to public works, 12.04%, and railways, 23.6%. More than 8% of the budget will go to education and culture, and 3% to health. As you can see for yourselves, our economy is advancing and growing stronger from year to year. With the application of the 5-year plan, which the government is drawing up and will submit to the People's Assembly in the very near future, too, our economy will be further strengthened in a progressive way. Our industry will be improved and expanded, the development of our mines will be a source of enrichment for our country, and all its resources will be used on an ever wider scale to improve the life of our people. This year we will build the Derzelbasan Railway. This network will be extended during the coming years. Significant measures will be taken to improve and develop our agriculture, and investments will be made for important land improvement schemes. All this will raise the living standard of our people, and we are already having good results. Only a few days ago, the government decided to raise and systematize wages and salaries, as I mentioned previously. At the same time it decided to raise the bread ration for all categories of working people. These are achievements which have their basis in our people's power, in the people's correct understanding of the policy of our state power and of the democratic front, and in the broad participation and heroism of our people in the construction of our new economy and a better life. The realization of our plans, and the creation of a happy and prosperous life depend on our efforts, on everyone understanding well and carrying out scrupulously all the tasks which confront us. First of all, such a huge task cannot be accomplished without the participation of all the people, both young and old, without the total mobilization of all the energies of the broad masses of the people. This should be our first concern, and the concern of the entire democratic front. But the people as a whole will be mobilized when they are clear about the tasks confronting them, when they are correctly led, and correctly taught how to carry out the tasks, which will have the immediate result of improving their life. They must see these improvements in practice, they must experience them and be convinced. The people will be wholly mobilized and put all their efforts into carrying out these important tasks, when they become the primary factor in realizing these achievements, when they exercise control over them and implement their great law and justice in everything. If these things are not clear, no progress can be made. All these things are done for the people and carried out with the people. Anyone who thinks and acts otherwise is wrong, and is not on the consistent road of our progressive democracy. In order to accomplish these projects properly and carry out our plan, it is necessary to put all our efforts into consolidating and modernizing our people's power, and to do away with any shortcomings that may have occurred up to now. The state power should shake off any inertia, and any excessive or restrictive bureaucracy. It should assert itself in the village and in the locality, and not have merely administrative functions. The broad masses of people should take part in it on a large scale. The countryside plays an important role in the development of our economy, and the state power there should be stronger and have a more popular character. Our people's power should be improved all the time, so that it can carry out the great task assigned to it under the different circumstances and conditions created by the 93. Development of our country. In this, a major task falls upon our state employees, whose ability will be shown when they are able to adopt new forms, compatible with the spirit of the Constitution of the state and the rules and regulations in power, so as to carry out better the tasks that lie before them. The exact implementation of our plan depends on a good grasp of the tasks by all the state functionaries charged with carrying out our plan, and by all the workers, peasants, and intellectuals of our country. All the tasks laid down in our plan are closely linked with one another, coordinated by, and conditional on, one another. Procrastination in one work sector, or failure to carry out the plan in that sector, has repercussions in all the other work sectors. Many things are new and important, but our cadres should concentrate all their efforts on learning and understanding them well, so that they may hold the reins of our economy firmly in their hands. Our greatest concern should be to improve our cadres and increase the number of specialized cadres. Cadres will solve all our problems. In this we should proceed with the greatest courage, promoting young people, as many young people as possible, sons and daughters of the working people. We should not be afraid to place them at the head of the work, to teach and guide them untiringly and with the greatest patience, and we will certainly see the work forge ahead. Only in this way will we progress. The strength of our people is inexhaustible, and our people have given ample proof that they are capable and intelligent, possess energy and vitality, and can certainly carry out the tasks assigned to them. The sons of our workers, the sons of our peasants, most of whom could neither read nor write, led the great struggle for liberation, and led our heroic army to victory, defeating the educated generals and high-ranking officers of fascism. Today they lead the detachments of our army with great proficiency. They have mastered the modern art of warfare, and are making continual progress. The sons of our workers and peasants are now in the most important leading posts in our state, and in the enterprises. Here are the cadres, and what fine cadres they are. Today, iron discipline is required of all state cadres in carrying out their tasks. Without this discipline our work is bound. Before liberation over 80% of the population was illiterate. 94. To proceed slowly, and no honest man, no Albanian patriot, wants this to happen, only the enemies of the people. We need selflessness and honesty in work. Work should never tire us, but should become a matter of honor, and we should be encouraged to work even harder. In order to accomplish these major tasks we need good organization of work from every point of view. Good organization of the work is essential in order to accomplish our tasks precisely, to achieve sound results from our work and the sound education of our cadres, and to fulfill the entire plan. I think that all state functionaries, from the lowest to the highest rank, must face their responsibility to accomplish the tasks assigned to them by the people and the homeland. They should perform their tasks scrupulously, with honesty and self-denial. He who works, and discharges his task properly, is the most highly considered, the most respected and honored person in New Albania. He is the finest patriot who feels for his people. The government will take the severest measures against those who do not work, whether simple employees or ministers, and will never allow their presence in these posts to become a canker to contaminate our constructive work. In fully implementing the plan, we will rely on the broad mobilization of the people. We therefore appeal from this high rostrum of the People's Assembly, first and foremost, to the great patriotism of the working class of our country and say, workers of Albania, stand in the front ranks as you have always done, because the happy future and security of our people rely on your physical and mental force, on your great determination and energy, on your boundless loyalty to the sacred cause of our people. You are the greatest guarantee of our people's power. Exert all your efforts in carrying out the various tasks which face you in the factories and work sites, in the state apparatus, or wherever you are employed. You should always be on the battlefront, setting an example to all, showing how to work better, how to fulfill and overfill work norms, master technique and train people in work, how to protect the property of the state and the people, and protect the country. You are working for your state power, for your people, for yourselves, so do your duty better than. 95. Ever. We appeal to the great patriotism of our peasants and say to them, peasants of all Albania, you are seeing concretely how your living conditions are improving all the time. You now have your own land given to you by the land reform, by the people's power. The shackles of the Bays and Agas have been smashed for all time. But for this state power, which is your state power, you would never have emerged from the darkness. Therefore, your lives and the lives of your children, generation after generation, are linked like flesh to bone with the state power. You should exert all your efforts to consolidate the state power. Your task is to work your lands as well as you can, and produce as much as possible in order to have abundance for yourselves and to supply all Albania with your produce. Your alliance with the working class and working people of the cities should be continually strengthened, and you should understand it well. Our people's power grants you every favor, and will give you ever greater aid. All these measures have one objective, that your life may become better all the time, and that you, through your work, may contribute with all your forces to the general good. It would be a mistake, and to the detriment of all, including you, if the favors and aid granted to you by the state power, in order to improve your work and boost production, were to be used for egoistic purposes and degenerate into exploitation. If such tendencies appear, you should fight them mercilessly, for these are tendencies and views of the Agas and rich peasants who have exploitation in their blood. Nothing will be done which will adversely affect you. On the contrary, all the measures taken and ordinances issued by the government on the question of grain are in your favor. The reduction of prices of necessary goods is in your favor. The setting up of buying and selling cooperatives in the countryside is for your benefit and will make your work lighter, and the creation of work cooperatives is in your favor. Your task therefore is to improve your work as much as possible, and supply grain and other agricultural products to the other working masses of our country, to help in accumulating grain and other articles and to apply strictly the prices set by the government. Your private economy should also proceed along the road of our planned economy. You should struggle fiercely against any tendency. 96. Which tries to divert you from this course, which is the only way to ensure your prosperity. We call on our patriotic intellectuals to muster all their energies to fulfill their tasks wherever they work. People who are truly educated and endowed with sound culture cannot stand aloof from the great cause of the people. They should place their knowledge unreservedly at the service of the country and the people. We appeal to the profound patriotism of the women of Albania. Today we are engaged in building new Albania, and the bitter past should no longer weigh on your shoulders. You must without fail march ahead, for you are a great force, a progressive force, from which our country expects a great deal. You should take part on a wide scale in production work, and many state functions should be in your hands. You should be in the factories and cooperatives, in the fields and schools. Our plan cannot be realized without your broad participation. Our state power will help you as much as possible to forge ahead and accomplish your tasks, and I am certain that you will accomplish them with the greatest heroism. We call on our heroic youth, the pride of the Albanian people. Our youth have always been ready and the first to go where the duty of the country and the people has called them. Their drive, their enthusiasm, their heroism and selflessness should be an example to all. Their achievements are countless, and each one is as important as the next. Everywhere, they are continually at work, and where youth work, where they learn and inspire, immortal works appear. The new life is for our youth, and they fully deserve it, for they are building it by their sweat and their brain work, putting their heart into the job. I advise anyone who wants to be reinvigorated and gain new strength, and to shake off any doubts and suspicions in his mind, to go to the railway the youth are building, to see for himself how the builders of New Albania work, learn, grow and enjoy themselves. We tell our youth that the Albanian people are very grateful to them for what they are doing for the country, and for what they will always continue to do. Our youth are a great factor in successfully fulfilling our state plan, and will most certainly accomplish their 97 tasks both in study and at work. The achievements of our struggle had not only to be safeguarded, but also to be consolidated. They must serve as a sound basis on which to advance and fulfill completely the wishes and aspirations of our people. Here, of course, we were to have our first clashes with those who tried to bring to nothing the victories scored by the people during the war for liberation, so that in this way these enemies of the people might better maneuver and conspire to re-establish their hated capitalist domination. The great undertaking which awaited us after liberation therefore had to be, as always, the immortal work of the people, and had to reflect their continuous struggle. The people had to be mobilized to a man to carry out this task, inspired by the same ideal which guided them in their victorious war and endowed with the same courage and heroism which gave them victory over the Italian and German fascists and their lackeys. The struggle of our people had to be continued in other forms, but with the same tempo and the same determination as the first struggle. The struggle had to be waged on two fronts, for the reconstruction of the country and the building of a better and happier life, and against those who, in 1,000 treacherous ways, would hinder and fight against the correct course of our people. This was the question which faced us, to win the battle to build the new life. We had to exert all our physical and mental energies, we had to shed sweat in order to build a happy and free life, and to strike relentlessly at the enemies of every hue who would try to hamper us in our course. Whoever thinks that a livelihood can be earned without struggle, without toil and sacrifice, whoever thinks that the enemy of the people can be fought by making concessions or by patting him on the back and smiling, is linked with the enemies of the people and is an enemy of New Albania. There are and will continue to be such people, but this does not intimidate our people, and they will not be caught unawares. On the contrary, they are all the time heightening their vigilance to defend the country and their work, while the treachery of a few is doomed to failure, and will be nipped in the bud. The situation which arose in our country during the 98th National Liberation War had bitter consequences for the beys with large estates, the landowners, the rich agas and the wealthy bourgeoisie who had accumulated millions by bleeding the people white. These classes launched an open struggle, rifle in hand, side by side with the occupiers, against the people, but the people were victorious. Bloody battles were fought and won with great sacrifice by the people, and that is why the revolution of our people was a total one, on a sound foundation. The myth of the nationalists who gave allegiance to 100 flags was shattered, the bloody mask of the pseudo-democrat Beys and Agas was torn to shreds. They were on the other side of the barricade, in order to safeguard their privileges and the regime that allowed them to oppress the people. The Albanian quislings who crossed the sea changed their boss, and became spies for the Anglo-American reaction. Nor could they have done otherwise, for this trade is in their blood. They are ready at every moment to sell out their country to the foreigners. What can link these individuals and their class with the Albanian people? Nothing but the aim to safeguard their privileges, to the detriment of the people. But the people told them to forget the old days, and this enrages them. However, not all those to whom the people and their state power are a thorn in the flesh, not all the class of capitalists and privileged people fled to Italy or to the Greece of the monarcho-fascists. Some stayed here and were compelled to submit to the just laws of the people, and their clear-cut decisions, and this infuriates them. This exploiting class lost everything it had plundered from the people, its privileges were abolished, and its lands, factories, concessions, and colossal wealth were taken out of its hands and became the property of the majority, the property of the working people. But we should not fool ourselves and think that all these things were done without struggle, and that these people became magnanimous and generous. The wolf may put on sheep's clothing, but it never becomes a lamb. It is another matter if the wolf has its fangs drawn, but if we had left it alone, it would have devoured people's revolution. This did not happen, and will never happen, because the people have the proper instrument in their 99 hands, and know how to use it. Nevertheless, the struggle between the capitalist and privileged class, on the one hand, and the working people and their state power, on the other, continued without interruption, passing through a number of different stages from the time of the liberation of Albania until now. This was class struggle with all its characteristics and in all its severity. Fascism, the most ruthless dictatorship of capital, was unable to suppress the freedom-loving nations or establish its law of terror and darkness. It was unable to suppress the working class of the people's democracies, but its remnants did not lay down their arms. Protected and encouraged by international reaction, especially Anglo-American reaction, they keep striving to regain ground and bring about the downfall of people's regimes, to pave the way for a third war, more ruthless than the Second World War. This process is also taking place in our country. To deny this process and underestimate this struggle means, to put it plainly, to hand the keys over to those who have tormented and sucked the blood of the people for generations, to set fascism back on its feet and dig our own graves. Our people are in no hurry to dig their own graves, on the contrary, they are working to make Albania flourish and to improve their life, and have no hesitation about settling accounts with those who try to bring back the old days. The important economic and social measures taken by our people's power in the early days following the liberation of Albania were only natural and correct. They transformed the face of Albania, devastated by a long and bloody war. These measures, of course, strengthened the position of our state power. However, this was not to the liking of external or internal reaction. This was where their interests coincided, and the Beys, the Agas, the wealthy reactionary bourgeoisie, the reactionary pseudo-patriotic intellectuals, and the Beys overseers and henchmen combined their struggle against the Albanian people, making common cause. They were joined by some of the liberal bourgeoisie whom the broad masses of the people had drawn into the war because they agreed to a certain point with the resistance against fascism, but they fought with many reservations, and joined the front for the purpose of gaining positions in the state power and, eventually, of 100. Seizing all power themselves. Many such people who were in the front, seeing that they could not attain their predetermined objectives, were greatly disillusioned, severed their connections with the front, and went over to the camp of the enemies of the people. The former ruling classes, realizing that they had lost their economic and political dominance, had to look elsewhere for support to regain their lost positions, to the detriment of the people. It goes without saying that, far from having any support among the Albanian people, they were at war with them, their only support being the foreigners. International reaction, headed by the Anglo-American reaction, which in fact supported their attempts, but they failed one after the other. The hostile attitude maintained towards the Albanian people by the US and British governments, as well as the denial of our legitimate rights won through bloodshed and sacrifice, had one objective: to support and strengthen their official representatives in Albania, who openly and contrary to every international law, violating the sovereignty of a people and interfering in their internal affairs, tried to the last day of their stay in Albania to rally and organize the Albanian reactionaries, instigating them to sabotage actions and armed struggle against the Albanian people. The activity of these Anglo-American representatives is widely documented with facts. Under the guidance of foreign agents, the reactionaries of our country attempted to revive the Bali Komitar, Legaliteti and a number of other groups whose running dogs you can now find in monarcho-fascist Greece. Their common aim was to overthrow the state power by force, hoping for an Anglo-American landing in order to turn our country into a second Greece and to place it under the heel of US imperialism. This was the course followed by the remnants of the Bali Komitar, Legaliteti and other reactionary groups. This was the course followed by the traitorous deputies who betrayed the confidence of the people, and this was the course that led them straight to prison. These treacherous elements did their utmost to discredit the just measures taken by the state power, sabotaged its work, and launched the most venomous and low slogans. I don't intend to list here their innumerable acts of treason, for what they do is so rotten that it makes you want to throw up. The Albanian people will soon hear these base elements testify before the court to their unparalleled crimes, baseness, and treason. Let the justice of the people decide what they deserve. These elements carried out their treacherous activity at a time when all the Albanian people were hard at work rebuilding the country, when old and young were working under difficult economic conditions to build a new life. These people could not reconcile themselves with this situation. Take these individuals one by one, analyze their past, their work, their life, and you will see that they are the scum of society, speculators involved in all kinds of dishonest dealings. These people have infiltrated into the great undertaking of our people for the sole purpose of sabotaging it. We found them in the implementation of the land reform, we found them where bridges and roads were being built and land improvement schemes carried out, we found them in the state apparatus, and even in our parliament. These people complain that there is no democracy here, but terror. If by the word democracy they mean freedom for criminals, thieves, speculators, moneylenders and other such people, freedom for those who make an attack on the rights and freedom of the people, then it is true that there is not and will never be such democracy in Albania. Who are those who resort to terror our people and their state power, or the criminals and traitors who organize sabotage activities and support the war criminals, who make attempts on the life of honest people, who seek to wreck and exploit what has been achieved by the hard work of the people? Do these individuals imagine that the justice of the people will allow them to act at their ease, to shelter the war criminals and eat and drink with them, to sell the secrets of the state and of the people for sterling and dollars, or will leave them free to sabotage and murder the sons of the people and upholders of their state power? Why do these criminals try to commit suicide in jail, to hang themselves in prison cells with their belts, and why do they jump out of windows to put an end to their lives? Those who are not guilty do 102. Not do such things. The correct policy of our state power has always been characterized by the greatest determination to protect the people and their achievements, and to guard the country from any external and internal threats. It is marked by its determination to forge steadily and speedily ahead to build a happy life for our people. The correct policy of our state power has always been characterized by great wisdom and level-headedness in passing judgment, in pardoning minor offenses which can be corrected and are committed with no ulterior motives, but it is severe against the enemies of the people. Our state power will carry out this correct policy consistently. It has always been our concern and the duty of the Democratic Front to do as much as possible to rescue from the clutches of reaction ordinary people who have gone wrong. We should educate them, make them useful citizens of the country, and set them on the right course, the course of honor. There may be people who consider this correct and humane policy of our state power and our Democratic Front to be a sign of weakness, but we assure them that they are greatly mistaken. and if these individuals, on the basis of this erroneous judgment, try to harm the interests of the people, thinking that they will not be seen, we repeat that they are greatly mistaken. The Albanian people work and are on their guard in order to safeguard their freedom and their achievements. Our people know very well that their enemies cannot be eliminated in one day or in 1 year. In all our victories, some of these individuals will come to the surface, because the efforts and ceaseless work of the people will tear off the masks of these enemies. In their great and sacred undertaking, our people should always be on their guard and correctly assess every situation that is created by their progressive work. Just as we mobilized to build the country, we must also mobilize to fight a relentless campaign against our enemies, be they internal enemies or agents of foreign imperialism. There can be no compromise with our enemies, and no mercy towards them. This is the only way to consolidate the work of the people, the only way for our country to be strengthened and make progress, and for our people's democracy to be consolidated. This should be the course followed by New Albania. 103. It is true that Albania is a small country, but in the international arena it has its deserved place and importance. The fact that the Albanian people and their people's democracy are being unjustly and dishonestly fought by the Anglo-Americans and their lackeys, justifies the role of our democracy in safeguarding peace and world security, and at the same time justifies the correct and well thought out policy of the government of our republic. All our people and all the progressive peoples of the world, including the people of the United States and Britain, are well aware that the hostile stand of the British and American governments towards our country cannot be justified by purely technical considerations, or by unreasonable arguments such as the question of the treaties, or by the absurd excuses these governments invented in order to maintain a tense situation between our state and the United States of America and Great Britain. All the pretexts, accusations, and slanders brought against our country and kept on the agenda by these governments have a premeditated aim. Their real aim is quite different from their stated purpose, namely, that they wanted to size up the situation and, in order to speed up the recognition of our government, sent the political and military representatives of the United States of America and Britain to Albania. The British and US governments are not favorably inclined towards the Albanian people, and they have given daily proof of this. The Albanian people have become masters of their own destiny. They are building their country and their free life by their own efforts and in the way they choose, and democracy in our country is growing stronger every day and becoming a factor for the strengthening of peace and world security. These facts are not to the liking of international reaction and the British and US governments. If they do not like this, and do not like the great progressive work that is being done in Albania, that is their business, but if they interfere in the internal affairs of our country, organize the remnants of Albanian reaction within and outside Albania, and openly help them to sabotage the great undertaking of the people which is costing Albania so much blood and sweat, we are strongly opposed to this, and will not tolerate such a thing. And in this we are wholly within our rights. 104. Ours is almost the only government not recognized by the British and US governments, at a time when these governments have their diplomatic representatives even in the satellite countries. 5. Such a situation, however, in no way affects our constant advance and the consolidation and progress of our people's democracy. The Albanian people and their people's republic have won the sympathy and great respect of all the progressive people of the world. But such a situation dishonors the British and American people. Let the people of these two countries and the whole of world public opinion judge for themselves the stand of the British and US governments towards the heroic people of a small country who shed much blood fighting against fascism, who set up their own democratic people's power, and who are determined to use their small forces to defend world peace and security as best they can. Is it because of this that our country is not recognized? Is this why our people are denied their rights in the international arena? The Albanian people are fully convinced that these are the only reasons that their rights are not recognized by the British and US governments. Any other reason is groundless and does not stand up to scrutiny. If the people were not in power in Albania, if our country were ruled by the quislings and spies of fascism who, contrary to international law, are today being supported in 1,000 ways by the British and US governments, then things would have been different. Albania would of course have been recognized by those governments, but our country would have become a second Greece where Zog and the terror of the beys and war criminals would reign supreme, and the people would have been subjected to the greatest misery, unparalleled in their history. It is precisely in order to establish this rule of terror in our country, and to establish the class of speculators and war criminals in Albania, that the British and US governments maintained and continue to maintain this unjust attitude towards our country. The practical activity of the official representatives of the British and US governments in Albania pursued such a political objective. Our government is in possession of astounding proofs and facts which indicate that the political and military missions of the British and US governments in Albania did not represent the two peoples of these countries, whom our people hold in high esteem, but were an espionage agency of Anglo-American reaction which worked out plans to overthrow our people's power, and planned sabotage actions and the most shameful crimes against the sovereignty of the peace-loving and heroic people of a small country. This is not how the Albanian people interpret their friendship with the people of Britain and the United States, and they will never reconcile themselves with the friendship which their official representatives cultivated in Albania. But the activity of the British and US governments is not confined to the activities I have mentioned, it has a broader scope, using every means and going as far as creating international complications. In addition to the activities I have spoken of, the British and US governments have endeavored to present Albania as a dangerous country threatening world peace and international security. Albania is a threat to peace. This resembles the argument which fascist Italy used in order to attack the Greek people, the argument of Daud Hoxha's murder. 6. You have no doubt followed attentively the sequence of events related to the incident purposely provoked by the British in Saranda, which they raised a hue and cry about in the Security Council and at the International Court at The Hague, with a view to convincing the world by their false and shaky arguments that Albania was endangering peace. Albania has never laid mines along its coasts, it has possessed neither mines nor the means to lay them. Official British documents prove that the British acknowledge the existence of mines which have remained in those waters from the time of the war. They admit that there is no certainty that the removal of the mines, which they themselves carried out, was completely effective, and that the navigation route appears unsafe. The mines could also easily have been laid by British ships or by those of their lackeys in Athens. And this raises the question, what were the English ships after in repeatedly violating the sovereignty of our territorial waters? They must surely have had some purpose. The British claim the right of passage for their peaceful ships through the Corfu Channel, but the route through this channel is not 500 meters away. 6. Summer 1940, this man was found killed on the border with Greece. Italy used this as a pretext to attack Greece on October 1940 and to ensure the support of Albania. 2. 106. From the seaport of Saranda, on the Himara coast, and peaceful navigation does not mean having all guns at the ready and aimed towards our ports. What about the provocations of the ships of their Athenian lackeys 8 times in succession, not to mention those that happen every day? What were they after in our territorial waters, up to the very vicinity of our ports? Or did they too have peaceful purposes in seizing our boats with people on board and taking them to Corfu, or in shelling our coastal regions and bombarding the villages of Konispol? It is not hard to understand why they did these things. Despite the votes, the Anglo-Americans always rally in the Security Council to gain approval for such trumped-up and aggressive acts. Right is on our side and no threat or blackmail can force us to our knees in our struggle to regain our rights. And justice will always be on the side of the just. What the British and Americans brought up as an allegedly persuasive and final argument at the 11th hour about the incident at Saranda was, the Albanian government either laid the mines itself or knows who has laid them, because it guards its borders and coastline with the greatest jealousy. But this final argument proves nothing, or rather, it proves one thing which we fully admit, because it is quite true that we guard our coastline and our southern borders with the greatest jealousy and determination, for they are sacred for us and fascist wolves are roaming about them. With the all-round aid of the British and Americans, the monarcho-fascist government in Athens has become a chronic and very perilous danger not only to peace in the Balkans, but to world peace. The misfortune of the heroic Greek people cannot be described. Remember February 4th in Tirana. 7. It is always like that day in all the towns and villages of Greece. Monarcho-fascist terror has reached its peak. But Greece has become, at the same time, the center of armed attacks and numerous provocations against our country and against all the other democratic countries of the Balkans. For years now, provocations by the Greek fascists along our borders, far from subsiding, have increased and are being carried out with greater fascist fury. The Greek fascists attack our border posts, penetrate into our territory, kill and injure peaceful citizens working in their fields, carry out air raids and kill people and livestock, rally and organize Albanian war criminals, and try to infiltrate them into our territory in order to organize murders and theft. All these crimes are part and parcel of the general plan of the Anglo-American reactionaries. In the face of these bloody, bandit-like provocations which are aimed solely at disturbing peace in the Balkans and in the world and launching a new war, as the Truman Eight Doctrine proclaimed, the Albanian government has repeatedly appealed to the United Nations to take steps to put an end to these numerous provocations by the Greek monarcho-fascists. The UN Inquiry Commission which came to Greece was faced with many undeniable facts which proved the culpability of the monarcho-fascist government in Athens which, in collusion with the Anglo-Americans, bears sole responsibility for the civil war in Greece. Numerous incontestable facts were brought before the Inquiry Commission by the representative of the Albanian government, facts which proved convincingly the criminal actions of the monarcho-fascist government in Athens, its responsibility for the countless incidents it has caused along our border, the provocative piratical incursions of Greek ships into our territorial waters, the violation of the sovereignty of our country by its bands, the massacre of the Albanian population of Camarilla, of which there is incontestable documented proof, and finally, the responsibility of the monarcho-fascist government in Athens and its British supporters for the internal civil war. But in spite of that, attempts are being made to hush up the truth, to cover the sun with a sieve, as our people say, and the British, the Americans and those who usually cast their votes for them are trying to shift the responsibility for the bloody civil war which is raging furiously in Greece onto the Albanian, Yugoslav and Bulgarian governments. But this argument can fool nobody, nobody accepts it. It was not the Albanian, Yugoslav or Bulgarian governments which stirred up or armed the heroic Greek people to rise with arms in hand to gain their freedom, and the 10,000 partisans who are fighting heroically in the mountains. They were prompted to take up arms by the misery of their homeland, the wretched condition of their people, the ideal of freedom and democracy, which is being trampled underfoot by the monarcho-fascists in Athens and their supporters. They were driven to fight by the great terror of the Greek fascists. The Albanian people and their government have never interfered in Greece's internal affairs, because these are not their affairs, and they reject any such slanders from whatever quarter they may come. The Albanian government and the Albanian people do, however, accept and will continue to accept on their territory and to show hospitality to people and Democrats persecuted by the Greek fascists. This is in accordance with our constitution and prevailing international law. The Albanian people and their government want to be left in peace to build their new life, and they want to see an end to the Greek fascist provocations. The Albanian government and the Albanian people will in no way permit the Greek monarcho-fascist bands to encroach upon their borders, and will protect their homeland, their lives, and their democracy to the death. Our heroic army, which you saw parade on July 10, 9 is the most reliable defender of our achievements, of the life we are building, and of the integrity of our country. But the tragedy of the Greek people is but one of the many features of the doctrine of Truman and Churchill. At the head of entire international reaction, U.S. imperialism tries to engulf the whole world and to suppress the freedom of the peoples by threats, the atomic bomb, and its policy of force and the dollar. The imperialists launched a broad campaign of slanders against the Soviet Union, against that country and people who saved the world from fascism and to which mankind is forever grateful, against the Soviet Union which stands like an unconquerable fortress in defense of peace and mankind, and frustrates all the schemes of the warmongers and enslavers of the peoples of the world. but the freedom-loving people of all countries have rallied all their energies to defend the peace which cost them so dearly, and to frustrate all the maneuvers of the warmongers. The Marshall Plan 10 is another aspect of the Truman Doctrine, of the policy of the dollar and of enslavement. The Albanian government and the Albanian people have attentively followed the proceedings of the Paris Conference of the three foreign ministers. 11 For our country stands in need of aid. The Paris Conference ended inconclusively. The views of the Soviet Union were at variance with those of the governments of Britain and France as expressed in the official press of the three countries. Some days ago our government received an official invitation from the French and British governments to attend a conference organized by them in connection with the Marshall Plan. After studying this question, our government unanimously turned down the invitation of the British and France governments to attend this conference, which will be held on July 12, because, in our government's opinion, there exists no concrete plan for US aid to Europe, and the Marshall Plan itself is very vague and imprecise. As far as the organization drafted by the French and British governments is concerned, the opinion of our government is that, far from facilitating the distribution of any US aid among the European people, it aims at working out a general economic plan for Europe under the direction of Britain and France, with the definitive approval of the United States. Such a plan would cause economic chaos in Europe, and by interfering in the internal affairs of the European states, by violating their will and sovereignty, would place the economy of these states under the direction and at the mercy of bigger European states and the United States of America. This plan would cause the creation of a bloc and a split in Europe. In extending an invitation to our government, the British and French governments intended to present us with an accomplished fact which we could in no way accept, because our government is convinced that only respect for the principle of sovereignty and national independence can be the basis of sincere and fruitful collaboration among nations. The Albanian government can never allow or accept the violation of the sovereignty and independence of our country. All these considerations compelled our government to turn down the invitation of the French and British governments. But there is still another great reason which heightens the suspicion and distrust of the Albanian government towards US aid and its objectives, and this is connected with the consistently hostile attitude maintained by the British and US governments towards the undeniable rights of our people. Taking into account this incorrect and quite unjustifiable stand, it is quite natural for the Albanian people and their government to suspect the sincerity of American aid and the real objective of this aid. In these post-war times, the people of Europe, who suffered the most horrible devastations in the war and who witnessed with their own eyes and paid dearly for the barbarous attacks of the Hitlerites and their satellites, instigated by the activity and policy of the reactionary and imperialist cliques, have together with the progressive peoples of the whole world exerted all their efforts to prevent the repetition of such a catastrophe. They will all frustrate the manoeuvres of such warmongers as Churchill and company. The question is to protect genuine democratic peace by every means, to protect our lives and the lives of our children, and to protect our victories which have cost us bloodshed and devastation. The people of Little Albania will continue to exert all their energies to defend and consolidate such a peace in favor of the progressive peoples of the world, who are striving for the same end. To defend such a peace is just as essential as was the victory over the German Nazis. Such a peace will be achieved despite the attempts of the warmongers to launch another war. It will be achieved just as the victory over Hitlerite Germany was achieved. The people of the world, and the Soviet Union under the leadership of the great Stalin, will fight for the consolidation of a just peace, of real peace. On the side of the Soviet Union, which rescued mankind from fascism, are all the progressive and freedom-loving peoples of the world, and also the people of our small country, because the Soviet Union protects our people. Young and old in our country have understood, and feel deeply in their hearts, that without the heroic war of the people of the Soviet Union, there would be no free and democratic Albania, and the Albanian people would have been massacred and oppressed without mercy. Old and young in Albania have seen with what determination the Soviet Union has championed our 111 rights and defended our country, our independence, and the blood shed by our sons and daughters, who fell on the field of honor fighting heroically against fascism. Therefore, it is natural for the Albanian people to love the Soviet Union greatly. At a time when warmongers threaten the world with force, the atomic bomb, and the dollar, when international reaction is doing all in its power to suppress progressive democracy and revive the dark forces of fascism, the powerful voice of the Soviet Union is firmly defending peace and security, defending the people and their progressive democracy. Our people enthusiastically hail the correct and peaceful policy of the Soviet Union, because it is a living expression of the lofty and noble sentiments of the people of the entire USSR and their regime, which abides by the principle of defending freedom and genuine democracy, of defending the big and small nations and genuine peace. The relations of our people with the friendly Bulgarian people are becoming more and more cordial and friendly, and our people heartily wish Dimitrov's new Bulgaria a prosperous future. Albania will soon establish diplomatic relations with the Romanian people, and our people wish and hope to establish such relations with other democratic nations, which is in the general interest of peace. Comrade Deputies, I wish to assure you that the government I have the honor to lead will exert all its efforts to implement this correct policy, which expresses the aspirations and wishes of our people. It will exert all its efforts to carry out this constructive and progressive policy, and to apply correctly and promptly the laws which the People's Assembly of the People's Republic of Albania approves, and will defend with the greatest determination the interests of the people, the life of the people, and our People's Republic. Everything at all times in the service of our country and our people. Long live the Albanian people. 112. We shall go to Moscow not with 10 banners, but with only one, with the banner of Marxism-Leninism. Speech at the 18th plenum of the CC of the PLA concerning Leary Belisheva's grave mistakes in line, September 6, 1960. Before we speak of Leary Belishova, I shall inform the plenum of some decisions taken by the Political Bureau. In recent weeks we have had correspondence with the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. We have been informed by the Central Committees of the Communist Parties of the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Romania, and Czechoslovakia about a letter which each of them has addressed to the Communist Party of China. In essence, these letters make serious accusations against the Communist Party of China regarding deviation from Marxism-Leninism, dogmatism, sectarianism, and great state chauvinism, and other charges like these. At the same time, these letters defend N.S. Khrushchev against what is said in a document which was distributed to the representatives of the Communist and Workers' Parties of the Socialist Camp by the delegation of the Communist Party of China at the end of the Bucharest meeting. The material of the Chinese comrades said, among other things, that the Bucharest meeting was not held in accordance with the proper forms, that N.S. Khrushchev's interjections and actions during the meeting were not Marxist-Leninist, and that these questions which were raised are of great importance to the further development of the international communist movement. Later we received a letter from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in which, after stating that the ties between our two parties have been exceptionally close, they say that at the Bucharest meeting a spark of misunderstanding arose between our parties, which must not be allowed to catch fire. Therefore, they propose to us the holding of a meeting, of whatever level we would like and when we would like, to discuss these misunderstandings together, so that the Party of Labour of Albania and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union will go with complete unity of views to the coming 113 November meeting in Moscow. We have sent 3 letters to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. One for the best preparation of the plenum in regard to the questions we shall discuss. I recommend that the Chinese articles Long Live Leninism, the material distributed by the Soviet representatives at the Bucharest meeting, the 1957 Moscow Declaration, the copies of the letters we have recently addressed to the CC of the CPSU, of which I spoke above, as well as the materials that have been recommended and not read as yet, should be put at the disposal of the members and candidate members of the Central Committee. All these should be studied carefully so that when we discuss them at the plenum, the comrades will be prepared. If we receive other materials from the Communist Party of China about its views, these, too, will be made available for study. Let us now get down concretely to the question of Leary Bellies-Hova. You know that at the July plenum, apart from other things, Leary Bellies-Hova was criticized for the major serious mistakes she made during her stay in China and the Soviet Union. But at that meeting of the plenum these mistakes were only touched upon in passing, in the course of the discussion. However, after these questions, which several comrades mentioned, were raised, Leary Bellies-Hova did not appear before the plenum with a self-criticism, although she knew that the political bureau had arrived at the conclusion that her self-criticism before the bureau was incomplete, that there were many gaps in it. Precisely for these reasons I said at the plenum that, after being re-examined once more in the political bureau, her case should be presented to the plenum. In fact, we did examine the question of Leary Bellies-Hova. 2. We gave her the possibility to reflect deeply, to ponder over the grave mistakes she has made in such complicated and difficult situations, to come out with correct conclusions and reveal the causes which impelled her to make these mistakes. At the meeting of the political bureau she showed some signs of irritation in connection with the comrades' questions, which served to uncover and make clearer Leary Bellies-Hova's wavering on the political and ideological line of our party. Later, I too summoned her separately, to help her reflect on these questions. Indeed, I reminded her of the non-Marxist methods the Soviet leaders had used to disrupt the leaderships of a number of communist and workers' parties, therefore I advised her to think over these questions. I want to say that the political bureau of the Central Committee, which is always guided by the principle that things must be explained to comrades to save them from the wrong road and mistakes, had tried to help Leary Bellies-Hova patiently and calmly. Her mistakes are not small and trivial, but are profound mistakes, in which, if she does not understand them, there is the danger that they will become even more grave and harmful, both to the party and to her position in the party. On the other hand, by criticizing a person who makes mistakes, the party helps him to arm himself, to make efforts to understand the reasons for his mistakes, so that he no longer falls into such mistakes. This has been the road of the Central Committee, the Political Bureau, and myself, in order to correct those who make mistakes. The Political Bureau thinks that Leary Bellies-Hova's mistakes are very great and serious. They show that in fact she is in opposition to the line of our party, she is not in agreement, not in unity of thought and action on a number of ideological and political questions with the Central Committee of the party, with our entire party. She does not understand the vital importance to our party, as to any Marxist party, of the question of the ideological and political unity in the party and, all the more so, the question of the unity of the Central Committee and the Political Bureau itself. This question is of vital importance particularly in the existing situation, when the imperialist enemies and the modern revisionists are striving to split the leadership of our party. 115. At all costs, even if they can cause some small cracks, to weaken it and then attack the party. Therefore, those who damage the steel-like unity, which the party has forged with struggle and bloodshed through all sorts of storms, must be severely punished, as they deserve, as the great interests of the party and the people require. What are the mistakes of Leary Bellies-Hova? As you know, Leary went to China. This trip had an official character, and the delegation of which she was a member did not include all sorts of people, but party people. Thus, the delegation did not comprise a political people, but known personalities of our party and state. Before leaving for China, she knew of the disagreements that existed between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China, not to the full extent to which they developed later, but she knew many things. When it was recommended to her, as far as possible, to avoid expressing opinions on these still unresolved problems, this means that she had knowledge of the nature of the disagreements between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China. However, Leary Bellies-Hova went to China and did not act as recommended. During her stay in China, Leary Bellies-Hova showed a surprising fear and avoided any discussion with the Chinese comrades, when it was a question of expressing the opinion of our party about modern revisionism, about our friendship with the CP and the government of China, and about the correct meaning of the ties with the Soviet Union. Indeed, in various ways she asked them, as far as possible, to refrain from discussing party questions because, allegedly, she was not authorized, 3 etc. Why she did this, we shall see later, but the fact is that the Chinese comrades wanted to discuss party questions with us. We cannot prevent them from talking, but we have our own stand, and this stand must be expressed on every occasion. It is not so simple to seek to avoid talking about party questions. Although Leary-Bellies-Hova strove at all costs to avoid dealing with party problems in the talks with the Chinese comrades, they considered it reasonable to talk to us about so great and delicate a question. Of course, they did this because they had great trust in, and deep respect for, our party. Apparently, this is not how Leary-Bellies-Hova evaluated this question. Instead of maintaining the stand that should have been maintained in these talks with the Chinese comrades, without any instructions to do such a thing, she opposed their views on some questions and gave them to understand that we were leaning toward the Soviet leaders. Not only had our party not expressed itself in favor of such a stand, but all the comrades of the political bureau were in disagreement with many stands of the Soviet leaders about political and ideological problems that were apparent both in their practical activity and in their press. Therefore, our party had never pronounced itself against China. With her attitude, Leary-Bellies-Hova implied to the Chinese comrades that our party did not agree with their views. The other mistake of Leary-Bellies-Hova's was that she went and made contact with the counselor of the Soviet embassy in Peking, and told him about the things the Chinese comrades had said to her. From this her aim emerges very clearly. The Soviet leaders, from Khrushchev down to Polyansky, understood how Leary was thinking, that they were her personal opinions, that she was against the Chinese views and for the Soviet position on these questions. Leary-Bellies-Hova was considered by them the heroine of the situation. The Soviet leaders utilized her actions to create a difficult situation in our party, in our leadership and among our cadres. After the Bucharest meeting they got hold of all the comrades who were in the USSR to expound their views for and to get their opinion, in one way or another, to see if they were with the Central Committee of the PLA. One of these views was that in China Leary-Bellies-Hova took a heroic stand, that she gave the Chinese comrades the proper reply and did not allow them to issue a communiqué on the talks they held with her. This is what the Soviet leaders are saying. Not only was Leary-Bellies-Hova predisposed to adopt such a stand, but she made another organizational mistake, she violated the discipline of the party. She did nothing at all to seek the opinion of the political bureau. She did not understand that this was a harmful action to fan the flames in the situation of disagreements which existed between these two parties. She knew that disagreements existed between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China, and not between the Communist Party of China and the whole of international communism, as this matter was put forward at the Bucharest meeting. We have had sincere relations with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on everything. But in the way the events developed, and when it is a matter of a third party being accused, we should not pour oil on the fire. Before she left for China, I talked with Leary-Bellies-Hova about what Mikoyan had told us concerning the Communist Party of China. I also instructed her not to talk about this question with anyone, as long as we had still not informed even the CC of the party of these disagreements. Leary-Bellies-Hova should have understood that since we had not informed our party, it was not up to us to inform the Communist Party of China of what Mikoyan had said about them. Not only was Leary-Bellies-Hova instructed, but even if she had no instruction at all, as a member of the political bureau she should have realized that the questions raised with her by the Chinese comrades could not be discussed with a third party without obtaining the approval of the Central Committee. Why did Leary-Bellies-Hova not seek the opinion of the leadership of the party? Because she did not have a correct concept of the leadership, of the political bureau. She has been conceited and has overrated her own abilities and intelligence. Otherwise, like any other member of the Central Committee, when difficulties are encountered about an important problem, she should consult the leadership of the party and not act without receiving its advice. Leary-Bellies-Hova did not do this because she liked the position she held. At the political bureau she tried hard to justify her mistakes in Peking. She clung to such arguments as that she was alone and had nobody to consult. But the fact is that she continued to make mistakes in Moscow, to indeed up to the meeting of the political bureau after she returned. She does not want to understand her grave mistakes, and she does not admit them. When Leary Belizhova was in Peking, I sent her a radiogram. What was its content? When the holding of the Bucharest meeting in June was proposed to us, we had received a radiogram from our embassy in Peking, by which we were briefly informed of what had happened at the meeting of the Council of the World Federation of Trade Unions, about the major differences of principle between the delegations of the Soviet Union and China. We knew that Leary Belizhova would have meetings with the Chinese comrades, so we sent a radiogram concerning the meeting of the Communist and Workers' parties which was expected to be held in June. We told her that Chinese comrades had proposed the postponement of the June meeting, and if the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the other parties agreed with their proposal, we had no objection. If it was to be held in June, we said in the radiogram, the Chinese comrades should be informed, if they would allow us to express our modest opinion, that the participation of the Great Communist Party of China in this meeting was essential. During this time we received another letter from the 119 Communist Party of the Soviet Union, informing us of the postponement of the meeting which was to have been held in June. Then we sent another radiogram to Leary Belizhova in which we said that it was not necessary to transmit to the Chinese comrades the content of the first radiogram, because our fear that the Chinese comrades would not come to the meeting they wanted postponed, had disappeared. Leary Belizhova read and interpreted the radiogram in the way she wanted and according to the plan she was turning over in her mind. Likewise, we instructed her to find the opportunity to inform the Chinese comrades that we had read and liked the articles published by them on the occasion of the 90th anniversary of Lenin's birth. Leary Belizhova did not carry out this instruction from the political bureau, because she had her own views. But irrespective of the fact that these articles were not to her liking, she should have transmitted the view of the political bureau of the Central Committee of our party to the Chinese comrades. When she returned, she could have expressed her personal view to the political bureau. This shows that Leary Belizhova had gone to China with definite opinions that were at variance with those of the comrades of the political bureau, who at that time held frequent discussions on the political and ideological stands of the CPSU and the CP of China. When she reached Moscow, Leary Belizhova was more completely armed. You know that we sent her 2 simple but very clear letters, fully sufficient weapons for her to avoid making mistakes. 5. Taking into account her attitude in China, and especially the shortcomings in her character, such as conceit and ambition, plus the flattery of her by the Soviet leadership who had called her a heroine, we feared for what she might do and we took this measure so that she could not fall into errors again. Thus, we sent these 2 letters in order to save her. However, she did not carry out the instructions sent to her. In the first letter, which she received as soon as she arrived in Ulaanbaatar, the political bureau pointed out to her that she had made grave mistakes in China, and for this reason she should take care not to let the flattery and high-sounding praise that she might receive from the Soviet leaders go to her head. In the second letter, which she received as soon as she landed in Moscow, she was informed of the holding of the Bucharest meeting, the stand adopted there by our party, and it was stressed to her that the stand did not please the Soviet leaders, therefore she should be careful to defend the line of the party, to stress that she fully agreed with the stand of the Central Committee of the party, as expressed in Bucharest by Comrade Hisny. This stand would have been correct and would have barred the way to all efforts by anyone who might try to split our leadership. Thus, Leary Belizhova had been forewarned so as to avoid any mistakes, had she agreed with the line of the Central Committee. But the fact is that this is not what happened. We know the tactics pursued by the Soviet leaders. They invited Leary Belizhova to lunch, but there she did not maintain the stand on which she had been instructed by the political bureau. She used there the tactics of jokes. We must make jokes, she thought, to get out of this situation, but in fact jokes did not help her, and a situation was created that was favorable to the Soviet leaders, unfavorable and in opposition to the stand of the Central Committee of our party, and compatible, in the final analysis, with the views of Leary Belizhova. During the lunch the Soviet leaders began with praises and toasts to Leary Belizhova, and with attacks on our party, but Leary Belizhova dodged the touchy issues, the blows and venom against our party, directed particularly by Kozlov. Kozlov expressed his dissatisfaction over the stand of Comrade Hisny Capo in Bucharest, and she did not knock him back immediately. She pretends not to be clear about this question, but she allegedly told Kozlov that Enver Hoxha has no skeleton in the closet like Gomulka, who they said had adopted a pravilno, yasno correct, clear, Russian, stand. She should have intervened immediately too. 121. Say that at Bucharest our party adopted a correct and clear stand, and that she agreed with that stand. Then Kozlov said, we want friendship, but without zigzags. But who is developing friendship with zigzags? Leary Belizhova did not give the proper reply to this, either. In the letter we said to her that Khrushchev did not like the stand of our party at the Bucharest meeting, therefore she should have understood that when there was talk of zigzags it was our party that was being attacked, and she should have replied that our party does not make zigzags. Thus, such a stand of Leary Belizhova's is deliberate. During the lunch other insinuations were made, such as, whom are you Albanians with the 200 or the 600 million? But this, too, went without a proper reply from Leary Belizhova. At the meeting I had with Ivanov, I told him that what Kozlov said was anti-Marxist. And what did he mean by with the 200 or the 600 million? Our party was on a Marxist road, therefore it was with all the countries of our socialist camp. However, at the plenum Leary Belizhova told us that she did not hear this question properly, or did not understand it. But it is impossible that this escaped her ears, for he said it at lunch, sitting near her, and we do not agree with such a justification. They might even have said these things in a confusing, indirect way, but at the end of the lunch she should have risen and said, comrades, there are no zigzags in our line. We are for the unity of all the countries of our camp, therefore let us drink this toast to the triumph of Marxism-Leninism. But in fact this was not the way she acted. The lunch and these venom-filled remarks of the Soviet leaders were passed off with a laugh. But why with a laugh? Because Leary Belizhova did not agree with the line of our party on these questions, she had a different view and she thought that her view was correct and, in the final account, in her opinion, the views of the leadership of our party were not correct, and that in this situation we were making mistakes. Thus, even when she came back, Leary Belizhova showed 122. Some signs and took some actions which confirm this. She began especially to say to the comrades, Comrade Enver should be sidetracked, we should not draw him into this situation so that he will not compromise himself over these questions. In plain language, according to her view, this means, nobody knows how the conflict between the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union will end. Therefore, we should leave Comrade Enver out of it, not let him meddle in it, and when this problem is over, then we shall see who is right, you or I. That's the time for Comrade Enver to come out and give the stick to the others who were wrong, and in this way we are in order. That is, even after her return to Tirana, in spite of the advice given her at the meeting of the Political Bureau, Leary Belizhova continued to maintain the same stand and to concoct intrigues to disrupt the leadership of the party. Linked with this is also Leary Belizhova's other thesis, we must prepare several variants for the Moscow meeting and, after we see which way the wind is blowing, make use of the one that seems to us the most advantageous. This is a very wrong, opportunist view, entirely unacceptable to our party of labor. We must go to the Moscow meeting, not with several variants but with a clear-cut stand, not with 10 banners but with one, the banner of Marxism-Leninism. Another view of Leary Bolsheviks was that the comrades of the plenum or the alternate members of the political bureau should not be given the documents exchanged between the political bureau and Comrade Hisni Capo in Bucharest, who was instructed through them about the stand he should adopt there. What does this mean? This is connected with the fact that these documents bear Enver's signature, therefore we should not expose him. Why should we not inform the Central Committee about the practice followed by the Political Bureau, and let the plenum judge its work? What is wrong with this? But in reality there are, and there should have been, second thoughts in Leary Bolsheviks' head. The explanations she has given have not convinced the Political Bureau that she has 123. Thoroughly and profoundly understood her mistakes. She should bring out the reasons why she acted as she did and who impelled her, from what basis these thoughts arose in her, that is, she should make a profound analysis of her mistakes. That is why we analyzed this question again in the Political Bureau. The aim of this discussion in the Political Bureau was to help Leary Bolsheviks. The contributions to the discussion were heated, severe, for they concern the defense of the interests of the party, its line, its life. We must stand firm in behalf of the interests of the party. To tell the truth, Leary Bolsheviks was given plenty of help by the comrades, and she should have made a frank self-criticism, with the gloves off. But her self-criticism in the Political Bureau was not satisfactory. She said nothing, indeed, through her contributions she indirectly expressed dissatisfaction and doubts about the stand adopted in her regard. Leary Bolsheviks presented her mistakes in a very simple way. She did not make a Marxist-Leninist analysis of these mistakes, of their sources, something which was expected from her. She did not proceed from the principle of telling the party the real causes that impelled her to make mistakes, but she clung to such arguments as she was alone and had nobody to consult. This tactic of Leary Bolsheviks is not healthy. She should have told the Political Bureau frankly why these mistakes were made and where they had their source. The comrades of the Political Bureau analyzed Leary Bolsheviks' mistakes and arrived at the conclusion that such mistakes would not have been made so easily, had she not had some distorted views about the others and an overestimation of herself. Leary Bolsheviks should have understood clearly that revisionism does not exist only in Yugoslavia, but that revisionist views also exist in parties of other countries, which are deviating from the correct Marxist-Leninist road. Many times we have discussed with Leary Bolsheviks that many actions of the Soviet leaders are not on the right road, but are on an opportunist road, which is to the advantage of the revisionists, particularly of the Yugoslav revisionists. 124. And this has not been a matter only of tactical stands on their part. We observe that the Soviet leaders have allowed the struggle against the Yugoslav revisionists to die down. From time to time they write theoretical articles against the Yugoslav revisionists, but even those have many gaps in them, while as to the concrete struggle against them, this they have cut right out. Indeed there are parties, such as the Communist Party of Bulgaria, which have even taken decisions not to say anything against the Yugoslav revisionists. We cannot say that these matters were a bolt from the blue to Leary Bolsheviks, and therefore she has no right to say, how could I imagine that in the line of the Soviet leaders there are such revisionist views? We talk about such problems every day, but Leary Bolsheviks' eyes have been blinded by the flattery and great praise of the Soviet leaders, and she has reconciled herself with them. She has forgotten that on such an important question as that of the disagreements between the CPSU and the CP of China no Marxist party whatever can be hindered from expressing its viewpoint, just as it cannot be hindered from expressing it also on the actions of Khrushchev or Kozlov, which we think are not correct at all. When we speak of love for the USSR, we must not include here those who make mistakes, whoever they may be, Soviets, Czechs, Bulgarians, or Albanians. Every Marxist and leader must clearly understand that we do not love the USSR for the beautiful eyes of Ivanov. Ivanov does not love the Soviet Union, or our friendship with the Soviet Union, as long as he acts in a hostile way against a people and a party who nurture a sincere love for the Soviet people, which he has seen with his own eyes during his 3-year stay in our country. And why should we keep Ivanov happy to avoid ruining our friendship? The same goes for Kozlov, Khrushchev, and others. We have our own views, which we have expressed and will express. But Lyry Belizhova was not reconciled to this stand, for she has wavered in the party line. She has been led to these positions by her conceit, she has become very swell-headed, she overrates her own capacities and underrates others. For this she has been criticized several times. 125. In spite of the advice given her, she adopts a very arrogant attitude toward the Khadrs, she has offended them and continues to do so, she has attacked them so severely that even in the apparatus of the Central Committee there are comrades who have asked to leave for this reason. Despite the criticism made of her, she demonstrated her arrogance toward the Khadrs even at the last meeting of the Central Committee of the ALYU Albanian Labour Youth Union. She acted in the same way also at the Teachers' Conference. To act in this way after all the criticism made of you, means that you fail to reflect on your mistakes. These manifestations show that when you have such scorn for the Khadrs subordinate to you, you will also have a similar concept of those with whom you are on a par. As a matter of fact, even with regard to comrades of the political bureau, Lyry Belizhova often has not taken a correct and healthy stand. To underrate the comrades of the leadership, and to display this on many occasions even in public, is impermissible. The criticism made of the Khadrs before the masses is one thing, we have done this and shall continue to do it. But despising and discrediting the Khadrs is another thing. There are many facts of this nature about Lyry Belizhova. Therefore, when you have such a concept of the Khadrs, in complicated situations you make mistakes, as she did, even making mistakes in regard to the line. When you have such views about the Khadrs up to the leadership, of course you will not have sound views about the decisions this leadership adopts either, decisions that are a many-sided concretization of the political line of the party. Therefore, if you go on with such rubbish in your head, if you live with this overestimation of yourself, you are sure to make mistakes in the political line, too. Thus, Lyry Belizhova has been wrong on these questions, and still has not understood her grave mistakes. The Political Bureau came to the conclusion that Lyry Belizhova should reflect further on her mistakes. We remained dissatisfied with her self-criticism, she promised us that she would think it over, and she must have done so. Now it depends on the self-criticism she will. 126. Make before the plenum, and on how much she has benefited from the help of the Political Bureau. Her case now depends on the evaluation she will make of these problems before the plenum of the Central Committee. We advise her to look straight and deeply into her mistakes from a sound Marxist-Leninist basis, for there is no comrade who holds any ill will, not only toward Lyry Belizhova but toward anyone at all who has made mistakes. We only wish her well, that is why we are trying to correct her. But with these views she cannot be in the Political Bureau, for it is a very serious thing to be in disagreement with the line of the Central Committee. The Political Bureau has decided to propose to the plenum that Lyry Belizhova be discharged from her function as a member of the Political Bureau and Secretary of the Central Committee for Propaganda. 6. Because these high bodies of the party must not include comrades who run counter to the views and ideological and political line of the Central Committee. In the Political Bureau and Central Committee there must be complete unity of thought and action, and in the first place on the main questions, such as the current question, which is of exceptional importance to the building of socialism in our country and to international communism. The defense of the Marxist-Leninist line is vital for our party and people and for international communism. Contribution to the discussion at the 18th plenum of the CC of the PLA, September 7, 1960. The question of defending the line of the party, in all its aspects, is vital to the people of our country and to international communism. Let us speak here as Marxists, not as the leaders of a small state. As Marxists we have the right to have our say, to defend communism, just as much as the Soviets and any other Marxist-Leninist party, big or small. It is not a matter of conceit on our part when we say that we are defending and assisting the cause of international communism by our consistent, correct stand. Marxists have a proper understanding of this. Those who are not Marxists and conceal their anti-Marxist, bourgeois views might sneer, who are you to make such claims that you are defending international communism? You carry no weight with us. But it does not worry us what others may say, just as it doesn't worry us that they call us dogmatic, sectarian, and other such epithets that do not fit our party. The line of our party has been correct and Marxist-Leninist. It has been tested in practice for nearly 20 years, in the daily struggle for the liberation of the fatherland, for the construction of socialism, for the defense of Marxism-Leninism from enemies of every hue and from the Yugoslav revisionists. The great successes our people have achieved, the great changes Albania has undergone in the economic, political, cultural, and other fields have proved this. The Albanian people speak with admiration of all these achievements. With our people, the main thing to be seen is their conviction, their correct understanding that it is Marxism-Leninism, the correct Marxist-Leninist line of our party, that has brought them these major economic, cultural, and social transformations. This is of very great importance, and this is proved by the very close ties of our party with the people. Thus, the life and work of our party show that its line is correct, it has found the approval and support of our people, and it 128 is neither dogmatic nor sectarian. We reject this epithet they apply to us today under their breath or tomorrow at the top of their voices, and we will continue on our Marxist-Leninist road. Those who attempt to do such things are doomed to failure. Life and the struggle will expose them. It is not only our party members and our people who speak with admiration about the correct line of our party, about the great achievements of our country, but also the communist and workers' parties of many countries of the world. They speak in this way because of the fact that the Party of Labour of Albania liberated the country and set it on the road of progress, on the road of socialism. They see the great vitality and the heroism of the Albanian people and our party, who are weathering all these storms with great determination. Therefore nobody, not even Liri Belishova, should think that this admiration by communists all over the world for our small but heroic party is due to Khrushchev. By no means. If it were up to Khrushchev and the present Soviet leadership, Albania would not be what it is today, and the esteem and admiration the other parties have for our party and country would not exist. Here we are in the Central Committee, therefore it is correct that the discussion should be frank and Marxist. Liri Belishova may be surprised by the open allusions we have made on some occasions in the meetings of the Political Bureau. We have said, for example, that there are party leaders who value the leadership of another party by the quantity of potatoes or tomatoes produced, and not on the basis of the political line it pursues. Liri Belishova has interjected, "How can you speak about these comrades like this?" We have told her that we are speaking about them on the basis of facts, here in the Central Committee and not in the marketplace, and we speak frankly. However, the time will come when these thoughts and opinions, along with other facts drawn from life, will certainly be voiced at international conferences as well. Many other parties have supported the Party of Labour of Albania in its resolute stand toward modern revisionism, especially against Yugoslav revisionism. This shows that there are 129 really great and sound forces in these parties, although the worm of revisionism has penetrated into the leadership of some of them and is gnawing away at them from within. Nevertheless, it is very difficult to subdue the Marxist-Leninist forces that exist in all the parties. They have understood our stand regardless of the fact that we have not come out openly against the mistakes of the Soviet leaders. Liri Belishova should not think that this is a tactic to protect Khrushchev, not by any means. We have always fought against revisionism, and will continue to do so. International communism has seen that we are against Khrushchev, and the true Marxist-Leninists have appreciated the correct stand and tactics of our party. Our stand has been correct, and because of this nobody has dared to attack us openly. Nevertheless, attempts have been made, and they are mounting to the level of threats, pressure, and blackmail, but we have put them in their place. Then they resorted to the tactic of discrediting the Party of Labour of Albania. In what way? They tell us, "You are shouting and screaming so much against revisionism, that this is making them feel unduly important. This has been whispered around all the leaderships of the countries of the people's democracies and has even reached the leaderships of some communist parties of Western Europe. But what they say has no foundation. In fact, this is a call to phase out the struggle against Yugoslav revisionism. Now these tactics are continuing. It has been changed in form and will be turned into open attacks against our party because we did not fall into line as the Soviet leadership desired, that is to say, we followed another road. But none of these tactics succeeded in intimidating our party, and there is no force that can do so, even if they do call us dogmatic, sectarian, or narrow-minded nationalists, and try to lead us into a blind alley. The strength of our party and its Central Committee proves this. It is clear that the attempts to set us on that road are in vain. This is not a matter of respect. We do respect and love the peoples of the Soviet Union, but not Pospilov. One, as long as he remained on the Marxist-Leninist road, we had respect for him. But now that he maintains such an anti-Marxist attitude toward our party, we say to him, please stop. When he can find not the slightest violation of Marxism on our part, why should he tell us to read Lenin? That is what he said to our ambassador in Moscow, Comrade Nesty Nace, who has stood up to the attacks by Pospilov very well. We want the disagreements between parties to be settled in a correct way. But they have not made, and do not want to make, any effort to settle these disagreements. But that is not all. Pospilov should know that Marxism-Leninism teaches us that talks should not be held behind the back of another party, that a comrade's mistakes should be spoken about openly, according to Marxist-Leninist rules. What respect should we have for those who act differently? If you defend Marxism-Leninism, you should be consistent to the end. And we say to Pospilov, you have read Lenin all your life, but facts are showing that now you are distorting him. The question of the correctness of the line of the party throughout its existence is clear. Has our party been wrong over the Yugoslav questions? Facts have shown that it has not been wrong. Others have made mistakes, and first of all Khrushchev. He is not sufficiently a Marxist to have the courage to say, I have been wrong. Since he has made mistakes, he should turn around and make a self-criticism and say, I have accused Stalin of having been wrong about the Yugoslavs. Life has proved that Stalin was right. Then, if you are a Marxist, come out and say that Stalin was not wrong about these questions. What does it mean when we are told that we should keep quiet and not expose the Yugoslav revisionists, since that would allegedly give them undue importance? This means we should be quiet, because if you speak out against the Yugoslav revisionists, the worthlessness of others will be brought to light, too, since not only the Yugoslavs are revisionists. If you sharpen the struggle against the Yugoslav revisionists, this will open your eyes to other revisionist elements, too, in whatever form they may present themselves. The Czech leaders say, your party takes a stand against 131. The revisionists, but why does it not also take a stand against the Communist Party of China, which doesn't respect the principles of coexistence? But why should we condemn the Communist Party of China? What is the line of our party on this question? We are for peaceful coexistence, but when Lenin spoke about coexistence, he did not advise us to kiss and embrace the representatives of the monopoly bourgeoisie. If you see a film they have produced of late, it will certainly revolt you. This film, which, it seems, is called SOS, shows how a Soviet seaman and a collective farmer go and live together, I gather, with a British multimillionaire. His daughter gives the collective farmer the best room, and falls in love with the Soviet seaman, while the British lord drives his drunken son-in-law out of his house, and so on and so forth. We are for peaceful coexistence, not for coexistence such as that represented in the film, but for Leninist coexistence, so that we can expose imperialism and revisionism, expose any maneuver and attempt of theirs to destroy us. Their aim is to destroy communism, our aim is to destroy imperialism and its agency, revisionism. We want to coexist, for example, with Greece, and why not? But we do not want to give Greece Giricastra and Korka, to which the chauvinists covet in no way. We can by no means make concessions to the Greek chauvinists under the guise of peaceful coexistence. Tomorrow, Khrushchev may even award the peace medal to such people who harbor annexationist aims toward us, but we shall take up these questions at the coming meeting. We are not for opening our doors to American spies, to decadent art and the American way of life. No, we are not for this road. With our ideology, we should fight all the manœuvres and condemn the plans and the line of reconciliation with bourgeois ideology. Imperialism aims at destroying our countries not only by means of violence, but also by means of its ideology, its theater, its music, its ballet, its press and television, etc. We do not understand coexistence as the propagation of the American way of life. We do not approve of Czech or Soviet officials giving receptions and dances a la Americana in their embassies. The two regions in southern Albania. 132. Comrades representing our country abroad have been scandalized by such manifestations. We are not for such a road. We have told Mikoyan, too, that they should revise their view of the border question between China and India. We say to them that if the Greeks cross our borders at Grammos, 3 we shall certainly not sit back with arms folded. And the Chinese took the same stand with the Indians. But now the Soviets are accusing China of warmongering and of not consulting anybody about their activity. But whom did the Soviets consult on the Cuban question, when they stated that if the United States attacked Cuba, the Soviet Union would retaliate against the United States with missiles? In the first place, if there is war over Cuba, all of us will be involved in it. Second, if the Soviet leaders respect the other countries of our camp, at least they must consult us about such important steps. Certainly, Cuba is the country of a people who have fought. But if the Soviet leaders consider their stand in defending Cuba as correct, then why should they accuse China over the question of Taiwan, a large island of 10 to 12 million inhabitants and of great strategic importance? On this island, which is an integral part of China, the U.S. 7th Fleet has established a lair. Why should China be patient and not demand the return of its territory? However, China has not lost patience, but, on our part, efforts and pressure should be exerted on imperialism because we are a great force. We and the Chinese both say that our camp is strong, but it is another matter if, because of an opportunist line in understanding peaceful coexistence, questions of such major importance are neglected, and not only national ones but those connected with the strengthening of our entire camp. It is altogether wrong to fail to show the proper concern over the interests of Great China. They may say that they have raised their voice for this purpose in the United Nations organization, but how many other situations are there in which we can speak of defending the interests of China? It is said in all quarters that our camp is monolithic and united, etc. But we know very well that the existence of such 3 a mountain on the Albanian border with Greece. 133. Grave differences in our camp is not a good thing at all. And if attempts are not made in a Marxist-Leninist way to eliminate these differences, then the Soviet leaders will embark on a very dangerous revisionist course. Who must bear the blame for this? We have demanded that the Marxist-Leninist norms must be respected in the relations between parties. The Soviet leaders accuse us of allegedly putting great stress on form and dealing with matters in a stereotyped way. But the questions we have raised are not matters of form. Khrushchev went 4 times to Brioni, Yugoslavia, to talk with the Yugoslavs about the Hungarian question. Why didn't he talk it over, at least once, with us, and why was there no meeting of the parties, members of the Information Bureau, held at that time, in which the voice of our party could also have been heard and we could have reported about the manœuvres of the Yugoslav revisionists, so that the other parties could have profited from this experience? Is this just a matter of form? Why was the very important question of Poland solved in a bilateral way? Our party has taken a correct stand on all these situations, otherwise they would have attacked it directly. However, the attack came following the Bucharest meeting. Up to that time the Soviet leaders had nothing bad to say about the line of our party, except in connection with the stern attitude which we maintained toward the Yugoslav revisionists, that we were allegedly hot-blooded, etc. But now our party has become, according to them, sectarian, and narrowly nationalist. But we are neither sectarian, nor nationalist, nor dogmatic, but Marxists. The correct line of our party has been tested by life, by our struggle, hence it enjoys the sympathy of all the communists throughout the world, and this encourages us to march forward. These questions have been and remain clear. We shall make them more concrete, and will stress that nobody has any reason to accuse China, and that we are against the accusations that have been made against her. The opportunist and revisionist mistakes of the Soviet leaders and others will also emerge. 134. Introduction. In his speech delivered at the conference of the 81 Communist and Workers' Parties in Moscow in November 1960, Comrade Enver Hoxha made an all-round analysis of the main problems that were concerning the international communist movement and firmly upheld Marxism-Leninism. This speech is one of the most important phases of the principled fight which the Party of Labour of Albania has waged to expose modern revisionism and consolidate the unity of the international communist and workers' movement. The battle the Party of Labour of Albania has waged against the revisionist views of the Khrushchevite Soviet leadership began immediately after the XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Although this battle was not waged directly and openly at the beginning, the Party of Labour of Albania had made known all its reservations and objections to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The Party of Labour of Albania tried in every way to avoid publicizing its differences with the Communist Party of the Soviet Union lest that would put weapons into the hands of the enemies of communism. On the other hand, it was not yet cognizant of Khrushchev's real intentions, therefore it tried to settle the differences through talks and consultations in a comradely spirit. While maintaining a principled stand, it strove and hoped to make the Soviet leaders realize their mistakes and take the right path. The real treacherous features of the Soviet revisionists became more and more evident to the Party of Labour of Albania. The more their treachery was revealed, the harsher and more irreconcilable became the battle the Party of Labour of Albania 135 waged against Khrushchevite revisionism in order to expose and crush it completely. At the June 1960 Bucharest meeting, the Party of Labour of Albania came out in the open in defense of Marxist-Leninist principles and cried halt. To the Khrushchevite revisionists who attempted to hatch up a dangerous plot against the Communist Party of China and against the entire international communist movement. After the Bucharest meeting, the Soviet revisionist leaders launched a savage attack against the Party of Labour of Albania in order to force it into line with them and their deeds. Under these conditions, the Party of Labour of Albania became more thoroughly convinced that its principled stand on all the basic issues of the international communist movement should be maintained with the utmost courage and determination. It did this at the 1960 November conference in Moscow. In his speech at the conference, Comrade Enver Hoxha, openly, frankly and with Marxist-Leninist courage, submitted the principled views of the Party of Labour of Albania on the main issues of the international communist movement about which differences had arisen, and sharply criticized Khrushchev's revisionist group, both for its erroneous anti-Marxist views and actions as well as for its brutal interference in the internal affairs of the Party of Labour of Albania and the savage attacks it had launched against it. The Party of Labour of Albania launched this absolutely principled criticism against the Soviet leaders in order to safeguard the unity of the international communist movement and the socialist camp, because unity cannot be preserved without exposing false and alien manifestations, without condemning them forthrightly and without correcting them on Marxist-Leninist lines. At the Moscow meeting, the Khrushchevites did their utmost to refute the criticism against their revisionist views and divisive acts. Their attempt was in vain. Following the determined and principled stand of the 136 Party of Labour of Albania on all the problems that were preoccupying the international communist movement, and after the speech of the Chinese delegation, the representatives of all the participating parties at the meeting were obliged to express their attitude one way or the other. Faced with this situation, the revisionists tried to draw the attention of the participants at the meeting away from principled issues and to turn the meeting into a platform of vicious attacks against the Party of Labour of Albania and the Communist Party of China. But this attempt also met with failure. The principled, internationalist stand of the Party of Labour of Albania in defense of Marxism-Leninism and the unity of the international communist movement was seconded by the Communist Party of China and by the delegations of a number of other parties. The Khrushchevite revisionists were obliged to back down. Comrade Enver Hoxha's speech was a major contribution to the successful outcome of the Moscow Conference. Thanks to the determined battle waged by the Communist Party of China, by the Party of Labour of Albania and by some other parties, the Moscow Conference approved the declaration. Included in the declaration were certain incorrect conclusions and erroneous theses. On these assessments and theses, the Party of Labour of Albania entertained quite contrary views which it had also expressed openly at the conference. The delegation of the Party of Labour of Albania signed the declaration considering its content correct in general. While making concessions on partial matters for the sake of unity, the Party of Labour of Albania made no concessions whatsoever on the main issues which were connected with the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism. The Party of Labour of Albania was of the opinion that unity in the international communist movement could be established if every party carried out the declaration in good faith, and that the differences could be settled only by observing the norms governing the relations between Marxist-Leninist parties without making public these differences to the enemies of socialism. This is why the Party of Labour of Albania refrained from publishing Comrade Enver Hoxha's speech at the Moscow Conference at that time, but persisted in carrying out the 137 declaration which was approved there. Comrade Enver Hoxha's speech at the Moscow Conference clearly shows that from that time onward, the Party of Labour of Albania would wage an open battle against bourgeois and revisionist ideology. Nevertheless, this battle had not yet assumed that breadth and depth which it assumed later as a logical consequence of the embitterment of the struggle between Marxism-Leninism and modern revisionism and of the degeneration of the Soviet revisionist leaders into a gang of renegades from and traitors to socialism. The whole document bears the seal of the time and circumstances under which it came to being. It is published without modification. Institute of Marxist-Leninist Studies of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania. Reject the revisionist theses of the XX Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the anti-Marxist stand of Khrushchev's group. Uphold Marxism-Leninism. Dear comrades, this conference of the Communist and Workers' Parties is of historic importance to the international communist movement, for it makes a detailed analysis of the international political situation, drawing up a balance sheet of the successes and of the mistakes that may have been verified along our course, helping us see more clearly the line we should pursue henceforth in order to score further successes to the benefit of socialism, communism, and peace. The existence of the socialist camp with the Soviet Union in the lead is already an accomplished fact in the world. The communist movement in general has been enlarged, strengthened, and tempered. The communist and workers' parties throughout the 138 world have become a colossal force to lead mankind forward towards socialism, towards peace. As the draft statement which has been prepared emphasizes, our socialist camp is much stronger than that of the imperialists. Socialism rises higher and stronger day by day while imperialism grows weaker and decays. We would make use of all our means and exert all our efforts to speed up this process. This will come about if we abide loyally and unwaveringly by Marxism-Leninism and apply it correctly. Otherwise, we will retard this process, for we have to cope with the ruthless enemy imperialism, headed by U.S. imperialism whom we must defeat and destroy. We want peace, while imperialism does not want peace and is preparing for a third world war. We must fight with all our might to avert a world war and to bring about the triumph in the world of a just and democratic peace. This will come about when imperialism will have been forced to disarm. Imperialism will not disarm of its own free will. To believe anything of the kind is merely to deceive oneself and others. Therefore we should confront imperialism with the colossal economic, military, moral, political, and ideological strength of the socialist camp, as well as with the combined strength of the peoples throughout the world. We should sabotage by every means the war which the imperialists are preparing. The Party of Labour of Albania has neither kept nor will it ever keep secret from its people this situation and threat from imperialism menacing peace-loving mankind. We can assure you that the Albanian people, who detest war, have not been alarmed by this correct action of their party. They have not become pessimistic nor have they been marking time as far as socialist construction is concerned. They have a clear vision of their future and have set to work with full confidence, being always on guard, keeping the pick in one hand and the rifle in the other. We hold the view that U.S.-led imperialism should be mercilessly exposed politically and ideologically. At no time should we permit flattery, prettification, or softness towards imperialism. No concessions of principle should be made to 139. Imperialism. Tactics and compromises on our part should help our cause, not that of the enemy. Facing a ruthless enemy, the guarantee for the triumph of our cause lies in our complete unity, which will be secured by eliminating the deep ideological disagreements which have been manifested, and by basing this unity on Marxist-Leninist foundations, on equality, on brotherhood, on a comradely spirit and proletarian internationalism. Our party is of the opinion that, not only should we not have any ideological divisions, but that we should maintain a unified political stand on all issues. Our tactics and strategy towards the enemy should be worked out by all our parties, based on Marxist-Leninist principles, on correct political criteria complying with the concrete existing situations. Our socialist camp, headed by the glorious Soviet Union, has become a colossal force from all points of view, both as to its economic and cultural as well as to its military potential. At the center of the successes, at the center of the strength of our camp lies the colossal moral and political, economic, cultural, and military strength of the Soviet Union. The successes in industry, agriculture, education, and culture, in science and in the military field in the Soviet Union are exceptionally great. At the same time they are of immeasurable assistance to the achievement of major successes in the other countries of the socialist camp. It is rightly pointed out in the draft statement that the great and inexhaustible strength of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union is the decisive factor in the triumph of peace in the world. It is the moral, political, and ideological force which inspires the peoples of the world who are fighting to free themselves from the yoke of the blood-sucking colonialists, from the clutches of imperialism and capitalism. It is its force of example and its economic aid which helps and inspires other peoples to win the battle for total liberation from the exploiting capitalists. It is for this major reason that the Soviet Union and the socialist camp have become the center and hope of the peoples of the world, their moral, political and economic prop, their firm and loyal champions against the threats of the warmongering U.S. 140. British, French aggressors and their allies. All the peoples of the world aspire to and fight for freedom, independence, sovereignty, social justice, culture, and peace. These sacred aspirations of theirs have been and are being trampled upon by the capitalists, the feudal lords and imperialists, and it is natural that the struggle of these peoples should be waged with great severity against the capitalists, feudal chiefs, and imperialists. It is also natural for the peoples of the world to seek allies in this battle for life which they are waging against the executioners. It is only the Soviet Union and the socialist camp that are their great, powerful, and faithful allies. Therefore, in the struggle for peace, disarmament, and social progress in the world, the socialist camp is not alone against the imperialist camp but in close alliance with all the progressive people of the world, while the imperialists stand isolated against the socialist camp. We are living at a time when we are witnessing the total destruction of colonialism, the elimination of this plague that wiped peoples from the face of the earth. New states are springing up in Africa and Asia. The states where capital, the scourge, and the bullet reign supreme, are putting an end to the yoke of bondage, and the people are taking their destiny into their own hands. This has been achieved thanks to the struggle of these people and the moral support given them by the Soviet Union, People's China and the other countries of the socialist camp. Traitors to Marxism-Leninism, agents of imperialism and intriguers like Joseph Broz Tito, try in 1,000 ways, by hatching up diabolic schemes like the creation of a third force, to mislead these people and the newly set up states, to detach them from their natural allies, to hitch them up to U.S. imperialism. We should exert all our efforts to defeat the schemes of these lackeys of imperialism. We are witnessing the disintegration of imperialism, its decomposition, its final agony. We live and fight during the epoch which is characterized by the irresistible transition from capitalism to socialism. All of the brilliant teachings of Karl Marx and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, teachings that have never become 141 outdated, though the revisionists claim they have, are being confirmed in practice. World imperialism is being dealt hard blows which clearly go to show that it is no longer in its golden age, when it made the law as and when it wanted. The initiative has slipped from its hands, and this is not on account of its own desires. The initiative was not wrested from it by mere words and discourses, but after a long process of bloody battles and revolutions which capitalism itself forced upon the proletariat by the strength of people who were rising to smash the world of hunger and misery, the world of slavery. This glorious page was opened by the great October Socialist Revolution, by the great Soviet Union, by great Lenin. Even now, when it sees its approaching doom, when it has strong and determined opponents such as the socialist camp and its great alliance with all the peoples of the world, U.S.-led world imperialism is mustering, organizing, and arming its assault forces. It is preparing for war. He who fails to see this, is blind. He who sees it but covers it up, is a traitor in the service of imperialism. The Party of Labour of Albania is of the opinion that, in spite of the major difficulties we encounter on our way to establish peace in the world, to bring about disarmament and settle the other international problems, there is no reason to be pessimistic. It is only our enemies who are losing that are and should be pessimistic. We have won, we are winning and will continue to win. That is why we are confident that our efforts will be crowned with success. But we think that exaggerated, unrealistic optimism is not only bad but also harmful. He who denies, belittles, who has no faith in our great economic, political, military, moral strength is a defeatist and does not deserve to be called a communist. On the other hand, he who, intoxicated by our potential, disregards the strength of the opponents, thinking that the enemy has lost all hope, has become harmless, and is entirely at our mercy, he is not a realist. He bluffs, lulls mankind to sleep before all these complicated and very dangerous situations which demand very great vigilance from us all, which demand the heightening of the 142 revolutionary drive of the masses, not its slackening, its disintegration, decomposition and relaxation. Waters sleep, but not the enemy is a wise saying of our long-suffering people. Let us look facts straight in the eye. World imperialism headed by its aggressive detachment, U.S. imperialism, is directing the course of its economy towards preparations for war. It is arming itself to the teeth. U.S. imperialism is rearming Bonds Germany, Japan, and all its allies and satellites with all kinds of weapons. It has set up and perfected aggressive military organizations, it has established and continues to establish military bases all around the socialist camp. It is accumulating stocks of nuclear weapons and refuses to disarm, to stop testing nuclear weapons, and is feverishly engaged in inventing new means of mass extermination. Why is it doing all this? To go to a wedding party? No, to go to war against us, to do away with socialism and communism, to put the peoples under bondage. The Party of Labour of Albania is of the opinion that if we say and think otherwise we will be deceiving ourselves and others. We would not be called communists if we were afraid of the vicissitudes of life. We, communists, detest war. We, communists, will fight to the end to smash the diabolic and warmongering schemes the U.S. imperialists are up to, but if they launch a war, we should deal them a mortal blow that will wipe imperialism from the face of the earth once and for all. Faced with the nuclear blackmail of the U.S.-led world imperialists, we should be fully prepared economically, politically, morally as well as militarily to cope with any eventuality. We should prevent a world war. It is not fatally unavoidable. But no one will pardon us if we live in a dream and let the enemy catch us unawares, for it has never happened that the enemy is to be trusted, otherwise, he would not be called an enemy. The enemy is and remains an enemy, and a perfidious one at that. He who puts his trust in the enemy will sooner or later lose his case. We should do everything, strive with all our means, in order to prevent war. The policy of the Soviet Union and of our socialist camp has been and remains a policy of peace. All the 143 Soviet proposals and those of the governments of our countries of the people's democracy made in the international arena have aimed at easing tension among nations, at solving unsettled issues through negotiations and not through war. The peaceful policy of the Soviet Union and of the countries of the socialist camp has exerted a major influence in exposing the aggressive intentions of imperialism, in mobilizing the people against the warmongers, in promoting their glorious struggle against the imperialist oppressors and their tools. The examples of heroic Cuba, the struggle of the Japanese people and the events in South Korea and Turkey are the best proof of this. But, in spite of all this, many concrete problems that lie on the table, like the proposals for disarmament, the summit conference, etc., have not yet been resolved and are being systematically sabotaged by the U.S. imperialists. What conclusions should we draw from all this? The Party of Labour of Albania thinks that imperialism and, first and foremost, U.S. imperialism, has not changed its skin, color, or nature. It is aggressive and will remain aggressive as long as it has a single tooth left in its mouth. And being of an aggressive nature, it may plunge the world into a war. Therefore, as we emphasized at the meeting of the editorial committee, we insist that it should be brought home clearly to all the peoples that, there is no absolute guarantee against world war until socialism has triumphed throughout the world, or at least in the majority of countries. The U.S. imperialists make no secret of their refusal to disarm. They are increasing their armaments, preparing for the war, therefore we should be on our guard. We should make no concessions of principle to the enemy, we should entertain no illusions about imperialism because, despite our good intentions, we would make things worse. In addition to rearming and preparing war against us, the enemy is launching an unbridled propaganda to poison the spirit and benumb the minds of the people. They spend millions of dollars to recruit agents and spies, millions of dollars to organize acts of espionage, diversion, and of outrage in our countries. U.S. imperialism has given and is giving billions of dollars to its loyal 144 agents, the treacherous Tito gang. It does all this with a view to weakening our internal front, to sowing dissension, to weakening and disorganizing our rear areas. A lot is said about peaceful coexistence, some even go so far as to assert such absurdities as that peoples China and Albania are allegedly opposed to peaceful coexistence. Obviously, such harmful and erroneous views should be rejected once and for all. There can be no socialist state, there can be no communist who is opposed to peaceful coexistence, who is a warmonger. Great Lenin was the first to put forward the principle of peaceful coexistence among states of different social orders as an objective necessity as long as socialist and capitalist states exist side by side in the world. Standing loyal to this great principle of Lenin's, our Party of Labour has always held and still holds that the policy of peaceful coexistence responds to the vital interests of all the peoples, responds to the purpose of the further consolidation of the positions of socialism. Therefore, this principle of Lenin's is the basis of the entire foreign policy of our people's state. Peaceful coexistence between two opposing systems does not imply, as the modern revisionists claim, that we should give up the class struggle. On the contrary, the class struggle must continue. The political and ideological struggle against imperialism, against bourgeois and revisionist ideology, should become ever more intense. In our persistent struggle to establish Leninist peaceful coexistence while making no concessions of principle to imperialism, We should further promote the class struggle in capitalist countries as well as the national liberation movement of the people of colonial and dependent countries. In our view, the Communist and Workers' parties in the capitalist countries should strive to establish peaceful coexistence between their countries which are still under the capitalist system and our socialist countries. This strengthens the positions of peace and weakens the positions of capitalism in those countries and, in general, helps the class struggle in those countries. But their task does not end there. In these countries, it is necessary to promote, intensify, and strengthen the class struggle. The laboring masses, guided by the local proletariat headed by the Communist Party and in alliance with all the proletariat of the world, should make life 145 impossible for imperialism, should crush its fighting and economic potential, should wrest from its hands its economic and political power and proceed to the destruction of the old power and the establishment of the new power of the people. Will they do this by violence or by the peaceful parliamentary road? This question has been clear and it was not necessary for Comrade Khrushchev to confuse it in the 20th Congress, and do so in such a way as to please the opportunists. Why was it necessary to resort to so many parodies of Lenin's clear theses and the October Socialist Revolution? The Party of Labour of Albania is quite clear about and does not shift from Lenin's teachings on this matter. So far, no people, no proletariat and no communist or workers' party has assumed power without bloodshed and without violence. It is incorrect for some comrades to claim that they assumed power without bloodshed, for they forget that the glorious Soviet army shed streams of blood for them during the Second World War. Our party thinks that, in this matter, we should be prepared and prepared well for both eventualities, especially, for taking power by violence, for if we are well prepared for this eventuality, the other eventuality has more chance of success. The bourgeoisie may allow you to sing psalms, but then it deals you a fascist blow to the head and crushes you because you have not trained the necessary cadres to attack, nor done illegal work, you have not prepared a place where you can be protected and still work, nor the means with which to fight. We should forestall this tragic eventuality. The Party of Labour of Albania is and will be for peace and peaceful coexistence and will fight for them in the Marxist-Leninist way, as Lenin taught us, and on the basis of the Moscow Peace Manifest. It has been, is, and will be striving actively for general disarmament. On no occasion and not even for a moment will the Party of Labour of Albania cease to wage a political and ideological struggle against the activities of the imperialists and capitalists and against bourgeois ideology. It will not cease to wage a bitter, uninterrupted, and uncompromising battle against 146 modern revisionism and, particularly, against Yugoslav Titoid revisionism. There may be comrades who reproach us Albanians, with being stubborn, hot-blooded, sectarian, dogmatic, and whatnot, but we reject all these false accusations and tell them that we do not deviate from these positions, for they are Marxist-Leninist positions. They say that we are in favor of war and against coexistence. Comrade Kozlov has even put to us, Albanians, these alternatives: either coexistence, as he conceives it, or an atomic bomb from the imperialists, which will turn Albania into a heap of ashes and leave no Albanian alive. Until now, no representative of U.S. imperialism has made such an atomic threat against the Albanian people. But here it is, and from a member of the Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and to whom? To a small heroic country, to a people who have fought, through centuries, against savage and innumerable enemies and who have never bent the knee, to a small country and to a people who have fought with unprecedented heroism against the Hitlerites and Italian fascists, to a people who are bound like flesh to bone to the glorious Soviet Union, to a party which abides loyally, consistently, and to the last by Marxism-Leninism and by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. But Comrade Frolkolov, you have made a mistake in the address. You cannot frighten us into yielding to your wrongly calculated wishes, and we never confound the glorious party of Lenin with you who behave so badly, with such shamelessness, towards the Albanian people and towards the Party of Labour of Albania. The Party of Labour of Albania will strive for and support all the correct and peaceful proposals of the Soviet Union and other countries of the socialist camp as well as of the other peace-loving countries. The Party of Labour of Albania will exert all its efforts, use all its prerogatives and obligations to strengthen the unity of the socialist camp, a Marxist-Leninist unity. It is absurd to think that little socialist Albania may detach itself and live apart from the socialist camp, apart from our fraternity of socialist peoples. Albania is indebted to no one for its presence within the ranks of the socialist camp, the Albanian people themselves and the party. 147. Of Labour of Albania have placed it there with their blood and sweat, their work, their sacrifices, with their system of government and through the Marxist-Leninist line they pursue. But let no one ever think that, because Albania is a small country, because the Party of Labour of Albania is a small party, it should do what someone else say when it is convinced that that someone is mistaken. As I said earlier, the Party of Labour of Albania thinks that, our socialist camp, which has the one aim, which is guided by Marxism-Leninism, should also have its own strategy and tactics, and these should be worked out together by our parties and states of the socialist camp. Within the ranks of our camp we have set up certain forms of organization of work, but the truth is, that these have remained somewhat formal, or to put it better, they do not function in a collective way. For instance, the organs of the Warsaw Treaty and of the Council of Mutual Economic Aid. Let me make it quite clear. This is not a question of whether we too should be consulted or not. Of course, no one denies us the right to be consulted, but we should hold meetings for consultation. We raise this problem on principle and say that these forms of organization should function at regular intervals, problems should be taken up for discussion, decisions should be adopted, and there should be a check-up on the implementation of these decisions. The development and further strengthening of the economies of our socialist countries have been and always are the main concern of our parties and governments, and constitutes one of the decisive factors of the unconquerable strength of the socialist camp. The construction of socialism and communism is proceeding at a rapid rate in our countries. This is due to the great efforts of our peoples and to the reciprocal aid they render one another. A role of major importance in this direction has been and is being played by the coordination of the plans of our countries and by the Council of Mutual Economic Aid. So far, the People's Republic of Albania has given economic aid to no one, first because we are poor, and, second, because no one stands in need of our economic aid. But within 148 correct norms we have made and are making every effort to help the countries which are our friends and brothers to some extent through our exports. We have been aided by our friends, first and foremost by the Soviet Union. We have been helped by credits and specialists without which it would have been very difficult for our country and our economy to develop at the rate they have developed. The Party of Labour and the People's Republic of Albania have utilized this generous aid of the Soviet Union and of the other countries of people's democracy as well as they could to the best advantage of our people. Our people are forever grateful to the Soviet people, to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet government, to the people, parties, and governments of the countries of people's democracy for this aid. We have consider, and will consider this aid not as charity but as a fraternal, internationalist aid. Our people who have been in dire poverty, who have fought with heroism, who have been murdered and burnt out, felt it their duty to seek the aid of their friends and brothers bigger and economically better off than they. And it was and still is the internationalist duty of their friends to give this aid. Therefore, it is necessary to reject any sinister and anti-Marxist view that anyone may hold about the nature and purpose of this aid. The economic pressures on the Party of Labour of Albania, on the Albanian government, and on our people will never be of any avail. I wish to propose here that the aid of the economically stronger to the economically weaker countries, as is the case of our people, should be greater. The Albanian people do not, in any way, intend to fold their arms and open their mouths to be fed by others. That is not their habit. Nor do our people expect the standard of living in our country to be raised at once to the standard of living in many other countries of people's democracy, but greater aid should be given our country to further develop its productive forces. We think that the economically stronger countries of the socialist camp should accord credits also to neutral capitalist countries and to peoples recently liberated from colonialism, provided the leaders of these capitalist countries are 149. Opposed to imperialism, support the peaceful policy of the socialist camp and do not hinder or oppose the legitimate struggle of the revolutionary forces, but first of all, the needs of the countries of the socialist camp should be looked into more carefully and be fulfilled. Of course, India stands in need of iron and steel, but socialist Albania stands in more urgent need of them. Egypt stands in need of irrigation and electric power, but socialist Albania stands in more urgent need of them. On many political issues of first-rate importance, our socialist camp has held and holds identical views. But, since collective consultations have not become a regular habit, on many occasions it has been noted that states from our socialist camp take political initiatives, not that we are opposed in principle to taking initiatives, but these initiatives very often affect other states of the socialist camp as well. Some of these initiatives are not correct, especially when they should be taken collectively by the members of the Warsaw Treaty. An initiative of this kind is that of the Bulgarian government which, with total disregard for Albania, informed the Greek government that the Balkan countries of People's Democracy agree to disarm if the Greek government is prepared to do so. From our point of view, this initiative was an erroneous one, for, even if the Greek government had endorsed it, the Albanian government would not have accepted it. Albania is in agreement with the Soviet proposal made by Nikita Khrushchev in May, 1959, but not with the Bulgarian proposal which intends to disarm the Balkan countries and leave Italy unaffected. Or have the Bulgarian comrades forgotten that bourgeois and fascist Italy has attacked Albania a number of times during this century? On the other hand, can the Bulgarian comrades, without consulting at all the Albanian government with which they are bound by a defensive treaty, be allowed to propose a treaty of friendship and non-aggression to the Greek government at a time when Greece maintains a state of war with Albania and makes territorial claims against our country? It seems to us, that is dangerous to take such unilateral actions. From this correct and legitimate opposition of ours, perhaps the Bulgarian comrades may have arrived at the conclusion that we, Albanians, do not properly understand coexistence, that we want war, and so forth. These views are erroneous. Similar gestures have been made also by the Polish comrades at the United Nations, when Comrade Gomulko stated in an unilateral way at the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization, that Poland proposes to preserve the status quo on the stationing of military forces in the world and, concretely, that no more military bases should be created, that those that have been set up already should remain, that no more missiles should be installed but the existing ones should remain, that those states that have the secret of the atomic bomb should keep it and not give it to other states. In our opinion, such a proposal is contrary to the interests of our camp. No more missiles to be installed, but by whom and where? All the NATO allies including Italy, West Germany and Greece have been equipped with missiles. Not to give the secret of the atomic bomb, to whom? Britain, France, and West Germany have it. It is clear that a proposal of this kind will oblige us, the countries of People's Democracy, not to install missiles, or any other country of the socialist camp except the Soviet Union, not to have the atomic bomb. We pose the question, why should Communist China not have the atomic bomb? We think that China should have it, and when she has the bomb and missiles, then we will see in what terms US imperialism will speak. We will see whether they will continue to deny China her rights in the international arena. We will see whether the US imperialists will dare brandish their weapons as they do at present. Someone may pose the question, will China win her rights over the United States of America, by possessing and dropping the bomb? No, neither China nor the Soviet Union will ever use the bomb unless they are attacked by those who have aggression and war in their very blood. If the Soviet Union did not possess the bomb, the imperialists would speak in other terms with us. We will never attack with the bomb, we are opposed to 151. War, We are ready to destroy the bomb, but we keep it for defensive purposes. It is fear that guards the vineyard, is a saying of our people. The imperialists should be afraid of us, and terribly afraid at that. Based on Marxism-Leninism and on the Moscow Declaration and Statement 2 on Peace, the Party of Labour of Albania has pursued a correct Marxist-Leninist line in matters of international policy and in the important problems of socialist construction. In international relations, the line of our party has been in accord with the policy of the socialist camp and has followed the direction of the peaceful policy of the Soviet Union. The Party of Labour of Albania considers, and will consider the Soviet Union as the savior of our people, and its great experience as universal, very necessary, and indispensable to all. The Party of Labour of Albania has followed, implemented, and adopted this great experience unreservedly in all fields and has scored successes. We have scored successes in setting up and strengthening our industry, in collectivizing agriculture, in developing education and culture, which has made great progress, in building our state and our party. Our party has now gained maturity and a rich experience in work in this direction. Our party has educated, educates, and will continue to educate our people with a great love and loyalty towards the peoples and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This love has been tempered and will be tempered each passing day, for it is needed with blood, for it has developed on the basis of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. We have loved, and still love the Soviet people from the bottom of our hearts, and the Soviet people, on their part, have loved and love the people and the Party of Labour of Albania in the same way. This is friendship between peoples, friendship between Marxist-Leninist parties, and, therefore, it will flourish through the ages and will never die. This is the unshakable conviction of the Albanian communists, a conviction they have deeply implanted and will continue to implant among our people. We have said, and we repeat now, that, without this friendship, there could not have been freedom for our people. This is the fruit of Leninism. The major problems of the time have preoccupied the Party of Labour of Albania and our people. Our people's republic has been and is surrounded geographically by capitalist states and the Yugoslav revisionists. We have had to be highly vigilant and tie down people and considerable funds to defend our borders, to defend the freedom and sovereignty of our country from the innumerable attempts of the imperialists and their satellites and lackeys. We are a small country and a small people who have suffered to an extraordinary degree, but who have also fought very hard. We are not indebted to anyone for the freedom we enjoy today, for we have won it with our own blood. We are continually aware, day and night, of our imperialist enemies, of their maneuvers against the socialist camp and our country in particular. Therefore we have never had nor will ever entertain illusions about their changing their nature and their intentions towards our peoples, our camp, and towards socialist Albania in particular. Our party has been and is for peace, and will fight unceasingly, by the side of the Soviet Union, of People's China, of the other countries of the socialist camp, and of all the progressive peoples of the world, to defend peace. For this sacred purpose the Party of Labour of Albania and our government have supported with all their strength the peaceful policy of the Communist Party and government of the Soviet Union and of all the countries of the socialist camp. On every issue and on every proposal we have been in solidarity with them. The US and British imperialists have accused us Albanians of being savage and warlike. This is understandable, for the Albanian people have dealt telling blows at their repeated attempts to put us under bondage and have smashed the heads of their agents who conspired against the Party of Labour of Albania and our regime of people's democracy. Tito's gang, that of the Greek monarcho-fascist. 153. Chauvinists, the rulers in Rome, have accused and accuse us of being warmongers and disturbers of the peace in the Balkans, because, without hesitation, we have always, and will always hit them hard, for their intentions have been, remain, and will always be to chop up Albania among themselves, to enslave our people. We do not think we need prove at this meeting that war is alien to the socialist countries, to our Marxist-Leninist parties, but the question remains, why do the imperialists and their agents accuse China and Albania of being warlike and, allegedly, opposed to peaceful coexistence? Let us take the question of Albania. Against whom would Albania make war and why? It would be ridiculous to waste our time in answering this question. But those who accuse us of this are trying to cover up their aggressive intentions towards Albania. Rankovic wants us to turn our borders into a roadhouse with 2 gates through which Yugoslav, Italian, and Greek agents and weapons could go in and out freely, without visas, in order to bring us their culture of cutthroats, so that Tito may realize his dream of turning Albania into the 7th Republic of Yugoslavia, so that the reactionary Italian bourgeoisie may put into action for the 3rd time their predatory intentions towards Albania, or so that the Greek monarcho-fascists may realize their crazy dream of grabbing southern Albania. Because we have not permitted and will never permit such a thing, we are warmongers. They know very well that if they violate our borders they will have to fight us and the whole socialist camp. Their aim, therefore, has been and is to isolate us from the camp and from our friends, to accuse us of being warmongers and savage, because we do not open our borders for them to graze freely, to accuse us of being, allegedly, opposed to peaceful coexistence. But the irony of fate is that there are comrades who give credit to this game of the revisionists and to these slanders against the Party of Labour of Albania. Of course, we are opposed to any coexistence for the sake of which we Albanians should make territorial and political concessions to Sophocles Venizelos. No, the time has gone forever when the territory of Albania could be treated as a medium of exchange. We are opposed to such a 154. Coexistence with the Yugoslav state, which implies that we should give up our ideological and political struggle against the Yugoslav revisionists, these agents of international imperialism, these traitors to Marxism-Leninism. We are opposed to such coexistence with the British or the US imperialists, for the sake of which we should recognize, as they demand, the old political, diplomatic, and trading concessions King Zog's regime had granted them. As a general conclusions, the Party of Labour of Albania is absolutely convinced that our great cause, socialism and peace, will triumph. Through determined action, the combined forces of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union, of the international communist and workers' movement and of all the peace-loving peoples, have the possibility of compelling the imperialists to accept peaceful coexistence, of averting a world war. But, at the same time, we will intensify our revolutionary vigilance more and more so that the enemy may never catch us unawares. We are convinced that victory will be ours in this noble struggle for world peace and socialism. The Albanian people and the Party of Labour of Albania, just as heretofore, will spare nothing, will assist with all their might the triumph of our common cause. As always, we will march forward in steel-like unity with the whole socialist camp, with the glorious Soviet Union, and with all the international communist and workers' movement. Dear comrades, the unity of the international communist and workers' movement is the decisive factor in realizing the noble aims of the triumph of peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism. This question is especially emphasized in the 1957 Moscow Declaration and the draft statement prepared for our meeting. In the 1957 declaration it is stressed that the Communist and Workers' parties bear an exceptionally serious historic responsibility for the fate of the world socialist system and the international communist movement. The Communist and Workers' parties taking part in the meeting declare that they will spare no effort to strengthen their unity and comradely collaboration in the interests of the further unity of the family of socialist states, in the interest of the international workers' movement, in the interests of 155. The cause of peace and socialism. It must be said that, especially in recent times, in the international communist movement and in the relations among certain parties, there have arisen deep ideological and political disagreements, the deepening of which can only bring damage to our great cause. Therefore, the Party of Labour of Albania thinks that, in order to forge ahead together towards fresh victories, it is necessary to condemn the mistakes and negative manifestations which have appeared so far and to correct them. We want to refer here to the Bucharest meeting at which our party, as you know, refrained from expressing its opinion concerning the disagreements which have arisen between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of China, but reserved the right to do so at this meeting of the representatives of the Communist and Workers' parties. At that time the Party of Labour of Albania was accused by the Soviet comrades and by some comrades of the other fraternal parties, of everything imaginable, but no one took the trouble to think for a moment why this party maintains such a stand against all this current, why this party, which has stood loyal to the end to Marxism-Leninism and the Moscow Declaration, is unexpectedly accused of allegedly opposing Marxism-Leninism and the Moscow Declaration, why this party, so closely bound to the Soviet Union and to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, suddenly comes out in opposition to the leadership of the Soviet Union? Now that all the comrades have in their hands the information materials of both the Soviet and Chinese Communist parties, let them reflect on them themselves. We have read and studied both the Soviet and Chinese materials, we have discussed them carefully with the party activists, and come to this meeting with the unanimous view of the party as a whole. As we all know, on the occasion of the Congress of the Romanian Labour Party on June 24 this year, the Bucharest Conference was suddenly organized on the initiative of the comrades of the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union without any previous warning, at least, as far as our party was concerned. Instead of exchanging opinions and setting the 156th date for this conference we are holding today, which was agreed upon by the letters of June 2 and 7, it took up another topic, namely, the ideological and political accusation directed against the Chinese Communist Party, on the basis of the Soviet informative material. On the basis of this material, entirely unknown up to a few hours before the meeting of the conference, the delegates of the fraternal Communist and Workers' parties were supposed to pronounce themselves in favor of the views of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, at a time when they had come to Bucharest for another purpose and had no mandate, at least as regards the delegation of our party, from their parties to discuss, let alone decide, on such an important issue of international communism. Nor could a serious discussion be thought of about this material which contains such gross accusations against another Marxist-Leninist party, when not only the delegates but, especially the leaderships of the Communist and Workers' parties were not allowed to study it from all angles and without allowing the necessary time to the party accused to submit its views in all the forms which the accusing party had used. The fact is that the overriding concern of the Soviet leadership was to have its accusations against the Chinese Communist Party passed over quickly and to have the Chinese Communist Party condemned at all costs. This was the concern of Comrade Khrushchev and the other Soviet comrades in Bucharest, and not at all the international political issues worrying our camp and the world as a whole. Our party would have been in full agreement with a conference of this kind, with whatever other conference of whatever agenda that might be set, provided that these conferences were in order, had the approval of all the parties, had a clear agenda set in advance, provided the Communist and Workers' parties were given the necessary material and allowed enough time to study these materials so that they could be prepared and receive the approval of the party political bureau and, if necessary, of the plenums of the central committees, on the decisions that eventually might be taken at these conferences. The conferences should be conducted according to the Leninist norms governing the relations among Communist and Workers. 157. Parties. They should be conducted in complete equality among parties, in a comradely communist and internationalist spirit and with lofty communist morality. The Bucharest Conference did not comply with these norms, therefore, our party, although it took part in it, denounced and denounces that conference as out of order and in violation of Leninist norms. We think that the Bucharest Conference did a great disservice to the cause of the international communist movement, to the cause of the international solidarity of the workers, to the cause of strengthening the unity of the socialist camp, to the cause of setting a Marxist-Leninist example in settling ideological, political, and organizational disputes that may arise within the ranks of the Communist and Workers' parties and which damage Marxism-Leninism. The blame for this falls on the comrades of the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union who organized this conference, who conceived those forms and who applied those non-Marxist norms in this matter. The aim was to have the Chinese Communist Party condemned by the international communist movement for faults which do not exist and are baseless. The Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania is fully convinced of this on the basis of the study of facts, of the Soviet and Chinese materials which the Party of Labour of Albania now has at its disposal, based on a detailed analysis which the Party of Labour of Albania has made of the international situation and the official stands of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party. The whole Party of Labour of Albania holds the unanimous view that the Soviet comrades made a grave mistake at Bucharest, by unjustly condemning the Chinese Communist Party for having, allegedly, deviated from Marxism-Leninism, for having, allegedly, violated and abandoned the 1957 Moscow Declaration. They have accused the Chinese Communist Party of being dogmatic, sectarian, of being in favor of war, of being opposed to peaceful coexistence, of wanting a privileged position in the camp and in the international communist movement, etc. 158. The Soviet comrades made a grave mistake also when, taking advantage of the great love and trust which the Communists have for the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, they tried to impose their incorrect views towards the Chinese Communist Party on the other communist and workers' parties. Right from the start, when the Soviet comrades began their feverish and impermissible work of inveigling the comrades of our delegation in Bucharest, it became clear to the Party of Labour of Albania that the Soviet comrades, resorting to groundless arguments and pressure, wished to lead the delegation of the Party of Labour of Albania into the trap they had prepared, to bring them into line with the distorted views of the Soviet comrades. What was of importance to Comrade Khrushchev, and Comrade Antropov said as much to Comrade Hisny Capo, was whether we would line up with Soviet side or not. Comrade Khrushchev expressed this opinion in other ways also, in his interjections against our party at the Bucharest meeting. This was corroborated also by the unjust and unfriendly gestures of the comrades of the Soviet leadership and the employees of the Soviet embassy in Tirana after the Bucharest meeting, which I will refer to later. What was important for the comrades of the Soviet leadership was not the views of a Marxist-Leninist party such as ours, but only that we should maintain the same attitude in Bucharest as the Central Committee of the Soviet Union. No warning was given to the Party of Labour of Albania by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which organized the Bucharest meeting, that, on the occasion of the Congress of the Romanian Labour Party, accusations would be brought against the Chinese Communist Party for, allegedly grave mistakes of its line. This came as a complete surprise to the Party of Labour of Albania. While now we hear that, with the exception of the Party of Labour of Albania, the Chinese Communist Party, the Party of Labour of Korea, the Workers' Party of Vietnam, other parties of the camp were cognizant of the fact that a conference would be organized in Bucharest to accuse China. If this is so, then it is very clear that the question becomes very much more serious and assumes the form of a faction of an international character. 159. Nevertheless, our party was not taken unawares, and it did not lack vigilance, and this happened because it always observes the Leninist norms in relations with other parties, because it holds in great Marxist esteem the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Chinese Communist Party and all the other communist and workers' parties, because it respects the feeling of equality among parties, an equality which the other parties should respect towards the Party of Labour of Albania regardless of its being a small one in numbers. Right from the beginning, our party saw that these norms were being violated at the Bucharest meeting, and that is why it took the stand you all know, a stand which it considered and considers, as the only correct one to maintain towards the events as they developed. Some leaders of fraternal parties dubbed us as neutralists, some others reproached us with deviating from the correct Marxist-Leninist line, and these leaders went so far as to try to discredit us before their own parties. We reject all these with scorn because they are slanders, they are not honest, and neither are they compatible with communist morality. We pose the questions to those who undertook such contemptible acts against the Party of Labour of Albania: has a party the right to express its opinions freely on matters as it views them? What opinion did the Party of Labour of Albania express in Bucharest? We expressed our loyalty to Marxism-Leninism, and this is corroborated by the entire life and struggle of the Party of Labour of Albania. We manifested our loyalty to the 1957 Moscow Declaration and Peace Manifesto, and this is corroborated by the line pursued with consistency by the Party of Labour of Albania. We expressed our loyalty to and defended the unity of the socialist camp and socialism, and this is corroborated by the whole struggle of the Party of Labour of Albania. We expressed our affection for and loyalty to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and to the Soviet people, and this is corroborated by the whole life of the Party of Labour of Albania. We did not agree to pass judgment on the mistakes of the Chinese Communist Party and, even less, to condemn the Chinese Communist Party without taking into account also the views of the Chinese Communist Party on the 160 problem raised in such a distorted, hasty, and anti-Marxist way against it. We counseled caution, cool-headedness, and a comradely spirit in treating this matter so vital and exceptionally serious to international communism. This was the whole crime for which stones were thrown at us. But we think that the stones which were raised to strike us fell on the heads of those who threw them. The passage of time is confirming the correctness of the stand maintained by the Party of Labour of Albania. Why did Comrade Khrushchev and the other Soviet comrades make such great haste to accuse the Chinese Communist Party groundlessly and without facts? Is it permissible for communists and, especially for the principal leaders of so great and glorious a party as the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, to perpetrate such an ugly act? Let them answer this question themselves, but the Party of Labour of Albania also has the full right to express its opinion on the matter. The Party of Labour of Albania is of the opinion that the Bucharest meeting was not only a great mistake but also a mistake which was deliberately aggravated. In no way should the Bucharest meeting be cast into oblivion, but it should be severely condemned as a black stain in the international communist movement. There is not the least doubt that the ideological differences have been and are grave, and that these have arisen and have been developed between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party. These should have been settled in due time and in a Marxist-Leninist way between the two parties concerned. According to the Chinese documents, the Chinese Communist Party says that these differences of principle were raised by the Communist comrades immediately following the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Some of these matters have been taken into consideration by the Soviet comrades while others have been rejected. The Party of Labour of Albania thinks that, if these differences could not be settled between the two parties concerned, a meeting should have been sought of the Communist 161 and workers' parties at which these matters could be brought up, discussed, and a stand taken towards them. It is not right that these matters should have been left unsettled, and the blame for this must fall on the Soviet comrades who had knowledge of these differences but disregarded them because they were dead certain of their line and its inviolability, and this, we think, is an idealist and metaphysical approach to the problem. If the Soviet comrades were convinced of the correctness of their line and their tactics, why did they not organize such a meeting in due time and have these divergences settled? Were the problems raised so trivial, for example, the condemnation of Joseph Stalin, the great problem of the Hungarian counter-revolution, that of the ways of taking power, not to speak of other very important problems that emerged later? No, they were not trivial at all. We all have our own views on these problems because as communists we are interested in all of them, because all our parties are responsible to their peoples but they are responsible to international communism, as well. In order to condemn the Chinese Communist Party for imaginary faults and sins, Comrade Khrushchev and the other Soviet leaders were very concerned to present the case as if the divergences existed between China and the whole international communist movement, but, when it came to problems like those I just mentioned, judgment on them has been passed by Khrushchev and his companions alone, thinking that there was no need for them to be discussed collectively at a meeting of the representatives of all the parties, although these were major international problems in character. The Hungarian counter-revolution occurred but matters were hushed up. Why this tactics of hushing things up when they are not to their advantage, while for things which are to their advantage, the Soviet comrades not only call meetings like that of Bucharest but do their utmost to force on others the view that China is in opposition to the line of all the communist and workers' parties of the world. The Soviet comrades made a similar attempt towards us also. In August this year, the Soviet leadership addressed a letter 162 to our party in which it proposed that with a view to preventing the spark of divergences from flaring up, the representatives of our two parties should meet so that our party would align itself with the Soviet Union against the Chinese Communist Party and that our two parties present a united front at this present meeting. Of course, the Central Committee of our party refused such a thing and, in its official reply, described this as an entirely non-Marxist deed, a factional act directed against a fraternal third party, against the Communist Party of China. Of course, this correct principled stand of our party was not to the liking of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. There is no doubt that these matters are of first-rate importance. There is no doubt that they concern us all, but neither is there any doubt for the Party of Labour of Albania that the way the question was raised in Bucharest was aimed at condemning the Chinese Communist Party and isolating it from the whole international communist movement. For the Party of Labour of Albania this was monstrous and unacceptable, not only because it was not convinced of the truth of these allegations, but also because it rightly suspected that a non-Marxist action was being organized against a great and glorious fraternal party like the Chinese Communist Party, that under the guise of an accusation of dogmatism against China, an attack was being launched against Marxism-Leninism and the Moscow Manifesto of Peace. At the meeting, the Chinese Communist Party was accused of many things. This should have figured in the communiqué. Why was it not done? If the accusations were well grounded, why all this hesitation and why issue a communiqué which did not correspond to the purpose for which the conference was called? Why was there no reference in it to the great danger of dogmatism, allegedly threatening international communism? No, comrades, the Bucharest Conference cannot be justified. It was not based on principle. It was a biased one to achieve certain objectives, of which the main one was, in the opinion of the Party of Labour of Albania, that by accusing the Chinese Communist Party of dogmatism, to cover up some grave 163 mistakes of line which the Soviet leading comrades have allowed themselves to make. The Soviet comrades stood in need of the support of the other parties on this matter. That is why they tried frankly to catch them unawares. The Soviet comrades achieved half their aim and won the right to raise in these parties the condemnation of China as the outcome of an international conference of communism. In the Communist and Workers' parties, with the exception of the Party of Labour of Albania and certain other Communist and Workers' parties, the question was raised of the grave errors of policy committed by the Chinese Communist Party. The unanimous condemnation of China in Bucharest was reported in an effort to create opinion in the parties and among the people in this direction. The Party of Labour of Albania was also condemned at some of these party meetings. After the Bucharest Conference, the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania decided, and decided rightly, to discuss in the party only the communiqué, to tell the party that there existed divergences of principle between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party which should be taken up and settled at the coming November conference in Moscow. And this was what was done. But this stand of our party did not please the leading comrades of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and this we very soon felt. Immediately following the Bucharest meeting, an unexpected, unprincipled attack was launched. Brutal intervention and all-round pressure was undertaken against our party and its Central Committee. The attack was begun by Comrade Khrushchev in Bucharest and was continued by Comrade Kozlov in Moscow. The comrades of our political bureau who happened to pass through Moscow were worked upon with a view to turning them against the leadership of our party, putting forward that the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania had betrayed the friendship with the Soviet Union, that the line pursued by the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania is characterized by zigzags, that Albania must decide to go either with the 200 millions, with the Soviet Union, or with the 650 millions, with People's China, and finally that an isolated 164. Albania is in danger, for it would take only one atomic bomb dropped by the Americans to wipe out Albania and all its population completely, and other threats of the kind. It is absolutely clear that the aim was to sow discord in the leadership of our party, to remove from the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania those elements who, the Soviet leaders thought, stood in the way of their crooked and dishonest undertakings. What came out of this divisive work was that Comrade Liri Belishova, member of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, capitulated to the cajolery of the Soviet leaders, to their blackmail and intimidation, and took a stand in open opposition to the line of her party. The attempt of the Soviet comrades in their letter to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party to present this question as if the friends of the Soviet Union in Albania are being persecuted is a falsehood. The 1.5 million Albanians and the Party of Labour of Albania have been, are, and will be, lifelong friends of the Soviet Union and its Communist Party, sworn friends of the Soviet people. They have forged and steeled this friendship, tempered in blood, not the various capitulators, splitters, and deviators. But attempts to arouse suspicion about the correct stand of our party in Bucharest were not confined to Moscow alone. They were made with even more fervor in Tirana by the employees of the Soviet embassy, with the Soviet ambassador in Tirana himself in the lead. As I said before, prior to the Bucharest conference, one could not imagine closer, more sincere, more fraternal relations than those between us and the Soviet comrades. We kept nothing from the Soviet comrades, neither party nor state secrets. This was decided upon by our Central Committee. These relations reflected the great love and loyalty which our party had tempered in blood between the Albanian and Soviet peoples. It was these sacred sentiments of the Party of Labour of Albania and of our people that certain sickly elements, with the Soviet ambassador at the head, trampled underfoot. Taking advantage of our friendly relations, taking advantage of the good. 165. Faith of our Cottars, they began feverishly and intensively to attack the Marxist-Leninist line of the Party of Labour of Albania, to split the party, to create panic and confusion in its ranks, to alienate the leadership from the party, and the Soviet ambassador to Tirana went so far as to attempt to incite the generals of our army to raise the People's Army against the Party of Labour of Albania and the Albanian state. But the saw struck a nail, and this came to naught, for the unity of our party is steel-like. Our Cottars, tempered in the National Liberation War and in the bitter life and death struggle with the Yugoslav revisionists, defended their heroic party in a Marxist way. They know well enough how to draw the line between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union of Lenin and the splitters, they know well enough how to defend and temper their love and loyalty towards the Soviet Union. And in fact they put these denigrators in their place. Nevertheless, the employees of the Soviet embassy to Tirana, with the ambassador in the lead, succeeded, through impermissible anti-Marxist methods, in making the chairman of the Control Commission of the Party of Labour of Albania, who, 15 days before had been at one with the line pursued by the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania in Bucharest, fall into the clutches of these intriguers, deviate from Marxism-Leninism and come out flagrantly against the line of his party. It is clear that these contemptible acts of these Soviet comrades aimed at splitting the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania, at alienating it from the masses and from the party. And this, as a punishment for the crime we had committed in Bucharest, for having the courage to express our views freely as we saw fit. The functionaries of the Soviet embassy to Tirana went even further. They turned to the Albanians who had studied in the Soviet Union with a view to inciting them against the Albanian leadership, taking them to be a fitting contingent by whom to further their sinister intentions. But the Albanians, whether those who had completed or were still pursuing their studies in the Soviet Union, as well as all the rest, entertain, and will always entertain a fervent, sincere, and untarnished affection for the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and are and will be aware of the fact that the base methods 166 used by the employees of the Soviet embassy to Tirana are altogether alien to the Soviet Union and to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The Albanians are the sons and daughters of their own people, of their own party. They are Marxist-Leninists and internationalists. We can list many other examples, but in order not to take so much time of this important meeting, I will mention only two other typical cases. The pressure on our party continued even during the days when the Commission was meeting here in Moscow to draw up the draft statement which has been submitted to us, when the Soviet comrades urged that we should look ahead and not back. That day in Moscow, the member of the Central Committee and Minister of the Soviet Union, Marshal Malinovsky, launched an open attack on the Albanian people, on the Party of Labour of Albania, on the Albanian government and on our leadership at an enlarged meeting of the Chiefs of Staff of the Warsaw Treaty countries. This unfriendly and public attack has much in common with the diversionist attack of the Soviet ambassador to Tirana, trying to incite our people's army against the leadership of our party and our state. But Marshal Malinovsky makes as grave an error as the Soviet ambassador. No one can achieve this end, and even less that of breaking up the friendship of our people with the peoples of the Soviet Union. The correct struggle of the Party of Labour of Albania against these subversive acts strengthens the sincere friendship of our people with the peoples of the Soviet Union and with the glorious Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Nor can this friendship be broken up by the astonishing statements of Marshal Greco, Commander-in-Chief of the Warsaw Treaty, who not only told our military delegation that it was difficult for him to meet the requirements of our army for some very essential armaments for the supply of which contracts have been signed, but said bluntly, "You are in the Warsaw Treaty only for the time being," implying that Marshal Greco seems to have decided to throw us out. But, fortunately, it is not up to the Comrade Marshal to take such decision. In October this year, Comrade Khrushchev declared solemnly to the Chinese comrades, "We will treat Albania like Yugoslavia." We say this at this meeting of International 167. Communism, so that all may see how far things have gone and what attitude is being maintained towards a small socialist country. What crime has the Party of Labour of Albania committed for our country to be treated like Tito's Yugoslavia? Have we by any chance betrayed Marxism-Leninism as Tito's clique has done? Or did we break away from the camp and hitch up with US imperialism as revisionist Yugoslavia has done? No, and all the international communist movement, all the concrete political, ideological, and economic activity of our party and our state during the whole period of the National Liberation War and during these 16 years since the liberation of the country bear testimony to this. This is borne out also by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union itself, which, in its 1960 August 13 letter to the Central Committee of the Party of Albania, stressed, the relations between the Party of Labour of Albania and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union based on the principles of proletarian internationalism have always been truly fraternal. The friendship between our parties and peoples has at no time been obscured by any misunderstanding or abatement. The stand of the Party of Labour of Albania and that of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on all the most important issues of the international communist and workers' movement and of foreign policy have been identical. Of what then are we guilty? Our only crime is that in Bucharest we did not agree that a fraternal communist party like the Chinese Communist Party should be unjustly condemned. Our only crime is that we had the courage to oppose openly, at an international communist meeting, and not in the marketplace, the unjust action of Comrade Khrushchev. Our only crime is that we are a small party of a small and poor country which, according to Comrade Khrushchev, should merely applaud and approve but express no opinion of its own. But this is neither Marxist nor acceptable. Marxism-Leninism has granted us the right to have our say, and we will not give up this right for anyone, neither on account of political and economic pressure nor on account of the threats and epithets that they might hurl at us. On this occasion we would like to ask Comrade Khrushchev why he did not make such a statement to us instead of to a representative of a third party. Or does Comrade Khrushchev think that the Party of Labour of Albania has no views? 168. Of its own, but has made common cause with the Communist Party of China in an unprincipled manner, and therefore, on matters pertaining to our party, one can talk with the Chinese comrades? No, Comrade Khrushchev, you continue to blunder and hold very wrong opinions about our party. The Party of Labour of Albania has its own views and will answer for them both to its own people as well as to the international communist and workers' movement. We are obliged to inform this meeting that the Soviet leaders have in fact passed from threats to treating Albania in the same way as Titoid Yugoslavia, to concrete acts. This year our country has suffered many natural calamities. There was a big earthquake, the flood in October and, especially, the drought which was terrible, with not a drop of rain for 120 days in succession. Nearly all the grain was lost. The people were threatened with starvation. The very limited reserves were consumed. Our government urgently sought to buy grain from the Soviet Union, explaining the very critical situation we were faced with. This happened after the Bucharest meeting. We waited 45 days for a reply from the Soviet government while we had only 15 days bread for the people. After 45 days and after repeated official requests, the Soviet government, instead of 50,000 tons, accorded us only 10,000 tons, that is, enough to last us 15 days, and this grain was to be delivered during the months of September and October. This was open pressure on our party to submit to the wishes of the Soviet comrades. During those critical days we got wise to many things. Did the Soviet Union, which sells grain to the whole world, not have 50,000 tons to give the Albanian people who are loyal brothers of the Soviet people, loyal to Marxism-Leninism and to the socialist camp, at a time when, through no fault of their own, they were threatened with starvation? Comrade Khrushchev had once said to us, "Do not worry about grain, for all that you consume in a whole year is eaten by mice in our country." The mice in the Soviet Union might eat, but the Albanian people could be left to die of starvation until the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania submits to the will of the Soviet leaders. This is terrible, comrades, but it is true. If they hear about it, the Soviet people will never forgive them, for it is neither Marxist-Leninist. 169. Internationalist, nor humane. Nor is it a friendly act not to accept our clearing for buying grain in the Soviet Union but to oblige us to draw the limited gold reserve from our national bank in order to buy maize for the people's bread in the Soviet Union. These acts are linked with one another, they are not just accidental. Particularly in recent days, Comrade Khrushchev's attacks on our Party of Labour have reached their climax. Comrade Khrushchev, on November 8 you declared that the Albanians behave towards us just like Tito. You said to the Chinese comrades, "We lost in Albania and you, Chinese, won in Albania." And, finally, you declared that the Party of Labour of Albania is your weak link. What are all these monstrous accusations, this treatment of our party, our people, and a socialist country as something to be bought or sold or lost and won as in a card game? What appraisal is this of a sister party which, according to you, happens to be the weak link in the international communist movement? For us it is clear, and we understand it only too well, that our correct and principled Marxist-Leninists stand, that our courage, to disagree with you and condemn those acts of yours which are wrong impel you to attack our party, to resort to all kinds of pressure against it, to pronounce the most extreme monstrosities against our party. But there is nothing comradely, nothing communist in this. You identify us with the Yugoslav revisionists. But everybody knows how our party has fought and continues to fight against the Yugoslav revisionists. It is not we who behave like the Yugoslavs but you, Comrade Khrushchev, who are using methods alien to Marxism-Leninism against our party. You consider Albania as a market commodity which can be gained by one or lost by another. There was a time when Albania was considered a medium of exchange, when others thought it depended on them whether Albania should or should not exist, but that time came to an end with the triumph of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism in our country. You were repeating the same thing when you decided that you had lost Albania or that someone else had won it, when you decided that Albania is no longer a socialist country, as it turns out from the letter you handed to us on November 8. In which our country is not mentioned as a socialist country. 170. The fact that Albania proceeds along the path of socialism and that it is a member of the socialist camp is not determined by you, Comrade Khrushchev, it does not depend on your wishes. This has been determined by the Albanian people headed by their Party of Labour, by their struggle, and there is no force capable of turning them from that course. As regards your claim that our Party of Labor is the weakest link in the socialist camp and the international communist movement, we say that the 20-year history of our party, the heroic struggle of our people and our party against the fascist invaders, and the 16 years that have elapsed since the liberation of the country to this day, during which period our small party and our people have faced up to all the storms, show the contrary. Surrounded by enemies like an island amidst the waves, the People's Republic of Albania has courageously withstood all the assaults and provocations of the imperialists and their lackeys. Like a granite rock, it has held and holds high the banner of socialism behind the enemy lines. You raised your hand, Comrade Khrushchev, against a small country and its party, but we are convinced that the Soviet people who shed their blood in defense of our people, also, that the great party of Lenin are not in agreement with this activity of yours. We have full confidence in Marxism-Leninism. We are certain that fraternal parties which have sent their delegates to this meeting will size up and pass judgment on this issue with Marxist-Leninist justice. Our party has always considered the Communist Party of the Soviet Union as a mother party, and has done this because it is the oldest party, the glorious party of the Bolsheviks. It has spoken of its universal experience, of its great maturity. But our party has never accepted nor will ever accept that some Soviet leaders may impose on it their views which it considers erroneous. The Soviet leaders viewed this matter of principled importance in an altogether erroneous way, in an idealistic and metaphysical way. They have become swell-headed over the colossal successes attained by the Soviet people and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and violate Marxist-Leninist principles, consider themselves infallible, consider every decision, every act, every word they say and every gesture they 171 make infallible and irrevocable. Others may err, others may be condemned, while they are above such reproach. Our decisions are sacred, they are inviolable. We can make no concessions to, no compromise with the Chinese Communist Party, the leaders of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union said to our people. Then why did they call us together in Bucharest? Of course, to vote with our eyes blindfolded for the views of the Soviet leaders. Is this the Marxist way? Is this a normal procedure? Is it permissible for one party to engage in subversive acts, to cause a split, to overthrow the leadership of another party or of another state? Never. The Soviet leaders accused Comrade Stalin of allegedly interfering in other parties, of imposing the views of the Bolshevik Party upon others. We can bear witness to the fact that at no time did Comrade Stalin do such a thing towards us, towards the Albanian people and the Party of Labor of Albania. He always behaved as a great Marxist, as an outstanding internationalist, as a comrade, brother, and sincere friend of the Albanian people. In 1945, when our people were threatened with starvation, Comrade Stalin ordered the ships loaded with grain destined for the Soviet people, who also were in dire need of food at that time, and sent the grain at once to the Albanian people. Whereas, the present Soviet leaders permit themselves these ugly deeds. Are such economic pressures permissible? Is it permissible to threaten the Albanian people, as the Soviet leaders did after the Bucharest meeting? In no way whatsoever. The Soviet Union has always aided us in a generous way through credits and by all other means. New Albania could not be built without this aid, first and foremost, from the Soviet Union and from the other countries of people's democracy. To tell the truth, we are very grateful to the Soviet Union and to the Communist Party and government of the Soviet Union for the great aid they have given our country to build up its industry, to set agriculture on its feet, in short, to improve the life of our people and speed up socialist construction. We know that this aid is an internationalist aid given our small people who, before the war, suffered great, all-round misery, and that the Second World War burnt and devastated our country though never. 172. Downing the Albanian people who, under the leadership of the glorious Party of Labor of Albania, fought with great heroism and liberated themselves. But why did the Soviet leadership change its attitude towards us after the Bucharest meeting to the point that it let the Albanian people suffer from hunger? The Romanian leadership did the same thing when it refused to sell a single ear of wheat to the Albanian people on a clearing basis at a time when Romania was trading in grain with the capitalist countries, while we were obliged to buy maize from French farmers, paying in foreign currency. Some months before the Bucharest meeting, Comrade Dej invited a delegation of our party for the specific purpose of conducting talks on the future development of Albania. This as a laudable and Marxist concern of his. Comrade Dej said to our party, we, the other countries of people's democracy, should no longer discuss how much credit should be accorded to Albania, but we should decide to build in Albania such and such factories, to raise the means of production to a higher level, regardless of how many million rubles they will cost, that is of no importance. Comrade Dej added, we have talked this over with Comrade Khrushchev, too, and we have been in agreement. But then came the Bucharest meeting and our party maintained the stand you all know. The Romanian comrades forgot what they had previously said and chose the course of leaving the Albanian people to suffer from hunger. We have made these things officially known to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union before. We have not submitted them to public discussion nor have we whispered them from ear to ear, but we are revealing them for the first time at this party meeting. Why do we raise this question? We proceed from the desire to put an end to these negative manifestations which do not strengthen but weaken our unity. We proceed from the desire to strengthen the relations and Marxist-Leninist bonds among communist and workers' parties, among socialist states, discarding any evil manifestation that has arisen so far. We are optimistic, fully convinced and have unshaken. 173. Confidence that the Soviet and other comrades will understand our criticism aright. They are sharp but open and sincere and aim at strengthening our relations. Notwithstanding these unjust and harmful stands which are maintained against us, but which we believe will be stopped in the future, our party and our people will consolidate still further their unbounded love and loyalty to the Soviet people, to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, to all the people's and communist and workers' parties of the socialist camp, based always on the Marxist-Leninist teachings. Our party considers that friendship must be based on justice, mutual respect, and Marxism-Leninism. This is what the 1957 Moscow Declaration says and this is what is stressed in the draft statement which has been submitted to us. We declare in all earnestness that the Party of Labor of Albania and the Albanian people will be, as always, determined fighters for the strengthening of relations and unity in the socialist camp and the international communist movement. The Albanian people will throw themselves into the flames for their true friends, and the Soviet Union is such a friend of the Albanian people. And these are not empty words. I am expressing here the sentiments of our people and of our party, and let no one ever think that we love the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union for the sake of someone's beautiful eyes or to please some individual, but because without the Soviet Union there would be no free life in the world today, fascism and capitalist terror would reign supreme. This is why we love and will always be loyal to the Soviet Union and to the party of the great Lenin. Dear comrades, in the 1957 Moscow Declaration as well as in the draft statement submitted to us, it is pointed out that revisionism constitutes today the principal danger in the international communist and workers' movement. In the 1957 Moscow Declaration it is rightly stressed that the existence of bourgeois influence is the internal source of revisionism, while capitulation to the pressure of imperialism is its external source. Experience has fully corroborated that, disguised under pseudo-Marxist and 174 revolutionary slogans, modern revisionism has tried by all manner of means to discredit our great doctrine, Marxism-Leninism, which it has dubbed as outdated and no longer compatible with social development. Hiding behind the slogan of creative Marxism, of new conditions, the revisionists have striven, on one hand, to deprive Marxism of its revolutionary spirit and to undermine the belief of the working class and the working people in socialism and, on the other, to use all the means in their power to prettify imperialism, describing it as moderate and peaceful. During the 3 years that have elapsed since the Moscow Conference, It has been fully confirmed that the modern revisionists are nothing but splitters of the communist movement and of the socialist camp, loyal lackeys of imperialism, avowed enemies of socialism and of the working class. Life itself has demonstrated that until now the standard bearers of modern revisionism, its most aggressive and dangerous representatives are the Yugoslav revisionists, the treacherous clique of Tito and company. At the time when the Moscow Declaration was approved, this hostile group, agents of U.S. imperialism, were not publicly denounced, although, in our opinion, there were enough facts and information to warrant such a thing. Not only that, but later on, when the danger it presented became more evident, the fight against Yugoslav revisionism, the consistent and ceaseless fight to smash it ideologically and politically, was not conducted with the proper intensity. On the contrary, this has been and is the source of many evils and much damage to our international communist and workers' movement. In the opinion of our party, the reason why Tito's revisionist group has not been totally exposed, why false hopes have arisen for an alleged improvement and positive turn of this treacherous group is because Comrade Khrushchev and some other Soviet leaders maintain a conciliatory attitude towards, erroneous views about, and an incorrect assessment of this dangerous Titoid revisionist group. It has been said that J.V. Stalin was mistaken in assessing the Yugoslav revisionists and in sharpening his attitude towards them. Our party has never endorsed such a view because time and experience has proven the contrary. Stalin made a very correct 175 assessment of the danger of the Yugoslav revisionists. He tried to settle this affair at the proper moment and in a Marxist way. The Inform Bureau, as a collective organ, was called together at that time and, after the Titoid group was exposed, a merciless battle was waged against it. Time has proven over and over again that such a thing was necessary and correct. The Party of Labour of Albania has always held the opinion and is convinced that Tito's group are traitors to Marxism-Leninism, agents of imperialism, dangerous enemies of the socialist camp and of the entire international communist and workers' movement, therefore a merciless battle should be waged against them. We, on our part, have waged and continue to wage this battle as internationalist communists and also because we have felt and continue to feel on our own backs the burden of the hostile activity of Tito's revisionist clique against our party and our country. But this stand of our party has not been and is not to the liking of Comrade Khrushchev and certain other comrades. The Titoid group have long been a group of Trotskyists and renegades. For the Party of Labour of Albania, at least, they have been such since 1942, that is, since 18 years ago. As far back as 1942, when the war of the Albanian people surged forward, the Belgrade Trotskyite group disguising themselves as friends and abusing our trust in them tried their uttermost to hinder the development of our armed struggle, to hamper the creation of powerful Albanian partisan fighting detachments, and, since it was impossible to stop them, to put them under their direct political and military control. They attempted to make everything dependent on Belgrade, and our party and our partisan army mere appendages of the Yugoslav Communist Party and the Yugoslav National Liberation Army. Our party, while preserving its friendship with the Yugoslav partisans, successfully resisted these diabolical intentions. It was at that time that the Titoid group tried to found the Balkan Federation under the direction of the Belgrade Titoites, to hitch the communist parties to the chariot of the Yugoslav Communist Party, to place the partisan armies of the Balkan peoples under the Yugoslav Titoid staff. It was to this end that, in 176 agreement with the British, they tried to set up the Balkan staff and to place it, that is to say, to place our armies under the direction of the Anglo-Americans. Our party successfully resisted these diabolic schemes. And when the banner of liberation was hoisted in Tirana, the Titoid gang in Belgrade issued orders to their agents in Albania to discredit the success of the Albanian Communist Party and to organize a putsch to overthrow the leadership of our party which guided the National Liberation War and led the Albanian people to victory. The first putsch was organized by Tito through his secret agents within our party. But the Albanian Communist Party frustrated this plot of Tito's. The Belgrade plotters did not lay down their arms and, together with their agent in our party, the traitor Kosi Cox, continued the reorganization of their plot against New Albania in other forms, new forms. Their intention was to turn Albania into a seventh republic of Yugoslavia. At a time when our country had been devastated and laid waste and needed to be completely rebuilt, when our people were without food and shelter but with high morale, when our people and army, weapons in hand, kept vigilant guard against the plots of reaction organized by the Anglo-US military missions who threatened Albania with a new invasion, when a large part of the Albanian partisan army had crossed the border and had gone to the aid of the Yugoslav brothers, fighting side by side with them and together liberating Montenegro, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, and Metohija and Macedonia, the Belgrade plotters hatched up schemes to enslave Albania. But our party offered heroic resistance to these secret agents who posed as communists. When the Belgrade Trotskyists realized that they had lost their case, that our party was smashing their plots, they played their last card, namely, to invade Albania with their army, to crush all resistance, to arrest the leaders of the Party of Labour of Albania and of the Albanian state and to proclaim Albania a seventh republic of Yugoslavia. Our party defeated this diabolic scheme of theirs also. Joseph Stalin's aid and intervention at these moments was decisive for our party and for the freedom of the Albanian people. Precisely at this time the Information Bureau exposed the Tito clique. Stalin and the Soviet 177. Union saved the Albanian people for the second time. The Information Bureau brought about the defeat of the conspiracies of the Tito clique, not only in Albania but also in other countries of people's democracy. Posing as communists, the renegade and agent of imperialism, Tito, and his gang, tried to alienate the countries of people's democracy in the Balkans and Central Europe from the friendship and wartime alliance with the Soviet Union, to destroy the communist and workers' parties of our countries and to turn our states into reserves of Anglo-American imperialism. Who was there who did not know about and see in action the hostile schemes of imperialism and its loyal servitor Tito? Everybody knew, everybody learned, and all unanimously approved the correct decisions of the Information Bureau. Everyone without exception approved the resolutions of the Information Bureau which, in our opinion, were and still are correct. Those who did not want to see and understand these acts of this criminal gang had a second chance to do so in the Hungarian counter-revolution and in the unceasing plots against Albania. The wolf may change his coat but he remains a wolf. Tito and his gang may resort to trickery, may try to disguise themselves, but they are traitors, criminals, and agents of imperialism. They are the murderers of the heroic Yugoslav internationalist communists and thus they will remain and thus they will act until they are wiped out. The Party of Labour of Albania considers the decisions taken against Tito's renegade group by the Information Bureau not as decisions taken by Comrade Stalin personally but as decisions taken by all the parties that made up the Information Bureau. And not only by these parties alone but also by the communist and workers' parties which did not take part in the Information Bureau. Since this was a matter that concerned all the communist and workers' parties, it also concerned the Party of Labour of Albania which, having received and studied a copy of the letter Comrade Stalin and Molotov had written to the Central Committee of the Yugoslav Communist Party, endorsed in full both the letter and the 178 decisions of the Information Bureau. Why then was the change of attitude towards the Yugoslav revisionists, adopted by Comrade Khrushchev and the Central Committee of the Soviet Union in 1955, not made an issue for consultation in the normal way with the other communist and workers' parties, but was conceived and carried out so hastily and in a unilateral way? This was a matter that concerned us all. The Yugoslav revisionists had either opposed Marxism-Leninism and the communist and workers' parties of the world or they had not, either they were wrong, or we, not only Stalin, had erred against them. It was not up to Comrade Khrushchev to settle this affair at his own discretion. But in fact, that is what he did and this change of attitude in the relations with the Yugoslav revisionists is connected with his visit to Belgrade. This was a bombshell to the Party of Labour of Albania which immediately opposed it categorically. Before Comrade Khrushchev set out for Belgrade in May 1955, the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania sent a letter to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in which it expressed the opposition of our party to his going to Belgrade, stressing that the Yugoslav issue could not be settled in a unilateral way but that a meeting of the Information Bureau should be called, to which it asked that the Party of Labour of Albania also should be invited. It is there that this matter should have been settled after a correct and lengthy discussion. Of course, formally we had no right to decide whether Comrade Khrushchev should or should not go to Belgrade, and we backed down on this, but in essence we were right, and time has confirmed that the Yugoslav issue should not be settled in this precipitate way. The slogan of overriding interests was launched, the second resolution of the Information Bureau was speedily revoked, the epoch of reconciliation with the Yugoslav comrades began, the conspirators, wherever they were re-examined and rehabilitated, and the Yugoslav comrades came off unscathed, strutted like peacocks, trumpeted abroad that their just cause had triumphed, that the criminal Stalin had trumped up all these things, and a situation was created under which 179. Whoever refused to take this course was dubbed as a Stalinist who should be done away with. Our party refused to take such a conciliatory and opportunist course. It stood fast on correct Marxist-Leninist ideological grounds, fighting the Yugoslav revisionists ideologically and politically. The Party of Labour of Albania remained unshaken in its views that the Titoit group were traitors, renegades, Trotskyists, subversionists, and agents of the U.S. imperialists, that the Party of Labour of Albania had not been mistaken about them. The Party of Labour of Albania remained unshaken in its view that Comrade Stalin had not erred in this matter, that, by pursuing their treacherous line, the revisionists had attempted to enslave Albania and, through hatching up a number of international plots with the Anglo-American imperialists, they had tried to plunge Albania into international conflicts. On the other hand, the Party of Labour of Albania was in favour of establishing state relations of good neighbourliness, trade and cultural relations with the People's Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, provided that the norms of peaceful coexistence between states of different regimes were observed, because as far as the Party of Labour of Albania is concerned, Titoit Yugoslavia has not been, is not, and will never be a socialist country so long as it is headed by a group of renegades and agents of imperialism. No open or disguised attempt will make the Party of Labour of Albania turn from this correct stand. It was futile for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to try to persuade us through Comrade Sislov to eliminate the question of Kosi Cox from the report submitted at our Third Congress in May 1956, for that would mean negating our struggle and our principled stand. In Albania, the Titoit saw struck a nail, or, as Tito says, Albania was a thorn in his flesh, and, of course, the treacherous Titoit group continued their battle against the Party of Labour of Albania, thinking that they were exposing us by dubbing us Stalinists. 180. The Belgrade group did not confine their fight against us to propaganda alone, but they continued their espionage, subversion, plots, dispatching armed bands into our country more intensively than in 1948. These are all facts. But the tragedy is that, while the Party of Labour of Albania mounted guard against the bitter and repeated attacks by the Yugoslav revisionists, its unshaken, principled, Marxist-Leninist stand was in opposition to the conciliatory stand of the Soviet leaders and of certain other communist and workers' parties towards the Yugoslav revisionists. Then it was loudly proclaimed and written that Yugoslavia is a socialist country, and this is a fact, that the Yugoslav communists possess a great experience and great merits, that the Yugoslav experience deserves greater interest and more attentive study, that the period of disputes and misunderstandings is not due to Yugoslavia and that great injustice had been done to it, and so on and so forth. This, of course, gave heart to Tito's clique, who thought they had won everything except that there was still that thorn in their flesh, which they thought of isolating and then liquidating. But not only could our party not be isolated, much less liquidated, but time proved that the views of our party were correct. Much pressure has been exerted on our party over this stand. The Albanian leaders were considered hot-blooded and stubborn, exaggerating matters with Yugoslavia, unjustly harassing the Yugoslavs, etc. The attack against our party in this direction has been led by Comrade Khrushchev. So far, I have mentioned in brief what the Yugoslav revisionists have done against our country during and after the war, after 1948, but I will dwell a little also on the events prior to the Hungarian counter-revolution, which is the work of Yugoslav agents. The treacherous Belgrade group began to organize a counter-revolution in Albania also. Had our party made the mistake of joining in the conciliation waltz with the Yugoslav revisionists as Khrushchev preached after 1955, then the people's democracy in Albania would have gone down the drain. We, Albanians, would not have been here in this hall but would have been still fighting in our mountains. 181. Firmly united by steel-like bonds, our party and people kept their eyes wide open and discovered and unmasked Tito's spies in our Central Committee who worked in collusion with the Yugoslav legation in Tirana. Tito sent word to these traitors, saying that they had precipitated things, that they should have waited for his orders. These spies and traitors also wrote to Comrade Khrushchev to intervene against the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania. These are documented facts. Tito's intention was to coordinate the counter-revolution in Albania with that of Hungary. Our Third Congress was to be held following the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The Yugoslav agents thought that the time had come to overthrow the obstinate Stalinist Albanian leadership and organized a plot which was discovered and crushed at the Party Conference of Tirana in April 1956. The plotters received the stern punishment they deserved. Tito's other dangerous agents, Dali Andrew and Liri Gaga, received orders from Tito to flee to Yugoslavia for they were in danger and because activities against the Party of Labour were to be organized from Yugoslav territory. Our party was fully aware of Tito's activity and secret orders. It was wide awake and caught the traitors right on the border when they were trying to flee. The traitors were brought to court and were executed. All the Yugoslav agents who were preparing the counter-revolution in Albania were detected and wiped out. To our amazement, Comrade Khrushchev came out against us in defense of these traitors and Yugoslav agents. He accused us of having shot the Yugoslav agent, the traitress Liri Gaga, allegedly when she was pregnant, a thing which had not happened even at the time of the Tsar, and this had made a bad impression on world opinion. These were slanders trumped up by the Yugoslavs in whom Comrade Khrushchev had more faith than in us. We of course denied all these insinuations made by Comrade Khrushchev. But Comrade Khrushchev's incorrect, unprincipled, and hostile stand towards our party and its leadership did not stop there. The other Yugoslav agent and traitor to the Party of Labour of Albania and to the Albanian people, Panajot Pleku, fled to 182. Yugoslavia and placed himself in the service of the Yugoslavs. He organized the hostile broadcasts from the so-called Socialist Albania radio station. This traitor wrote to Bandit Tito and Comrade Khrushchev asking the latter to use his authority to eliminate the leadership of Albania headed by Enver Hoxha under the pretext that we were anti-Marxists and Stalinists. Far from being indignant at the letter of this traitor, Comrade Khrushchev expressed the opinion that Panajot Pleku could return to Albania on condition that we do nothing to him, or he could find political asylum in the Soviet Union. We felt as if the walls of the Kremlin had dropped on our heads, for we could never imagine that the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union could go so far as to support Tito's agents and traitors to our party against our party and our people. But the culmination of our principled opposition over the Yugoslav issue with Comrade Khrushchev was reached when, faced with our principled persistence in the exposure of the Belgrade Titoid agents, he was so enraged that, during the official talks between the two delegations in April 1957, said to us angrily, "We suspend the negotiations. We come to terms with you. You are seeking to lead us to Stalin's ways." We were disgusted at such an unfriendly stand taken by Comrade Khrushchev, who intended to break off the talks, which would mean an aggravation of relations with the Albanian party and state over the question of the traitors to Marxism-Leninism, the Tito group. We could never have agreed on this matter, but we, who had been accused of being hot-blooded, kept calm, for we were convinced that we were in the right, and not Comrade Khrushchev, that the line we were pursuing was the correct one, and not that of Comrade Khrushchev, that our line would be confirmed again by experience, as it has been confirmed many times over. In our opinion, the counter-revolution in Hungary was mainly the work of the Titoites. In Tito and the Belgrade renegades, the US imperialists had their best weapon to destroy the people's democracy in Hungary. After Comrade Khrushchev's visit to Belgrade in 1955, No. 183. More was said about Tito's undermining activity. The counter-revolution in Hungary did not break out unexpectedly. It was prepared for, we might say, quite openly, and it would be futile for anyone to try to convince us that this counter-revolution was prepared in great secrecy. This counter-revolution was prepared by the agents of the Tito gang in collusion with the traitor Imre Nagy, in collusion with the Hungarian fascists, and all of them acted openly under the direction of the Americans. The scheme of the Titoites, who were the leaders, was for Hungary to be detached from our socialist camp, to be turned into a second Yugoslavia, be linked in alliance with NATO through Yugoslavia, Greece, and Turkey, to receive aid from the USA and, together with Yugoslavia and under the direction of the imperialists, to continue the struggle against the socialist camp. The counter-revolutionaries worked openly in Hungary. But how is it that their activities attracted no attention? We cannot understand how it is possible for Tito and Horthy's bands to work so freely in a fraternal country of people's democracy like Hungary, where the party was in power and the weapons of dictatorship were in its hands, where the Soviet army was present. We think that the stand taken by Comrade Khrushchev and the other Soviet comrades towards Hungary was not clear, because the greatly mistaken views which they held about the Belgrade gang did not allow them to see the situation correctly. The Soviet comrades trusted Imre Nagy, Tito's man. We do not say this for nothing or without good grounds. Before the counter-revolution broke out and when things were boiling up at the Potofi Club, I happened to pass through Moscow, and in conversation with Comrade Sislov told him what I had seen on my way through Budapest. I told him, too, that Imre Nagy was deserting and was organizing a counter-revolution at the Potofi Club. Comrade Sislov categorically opposed my view, and in order to prove to me that Imre Nagy was a good man, pulled out of his drawer Imre Nagy's fresh self-criticism. Nevertheless, I told Comrade Sislov that Imre Nagy was a traitor. We wonder and pose the legitimate question, why do Comrade Khrushchev and Soviet comrades pay frequent visits to 184. Brioni to talk with the renegade Tito about the Hungarian events? If the Soviet comrades were cognizant of the fact that the Titoites were preparing for a counter-revolution in a country of our camp, is it permissible for the leaders of the Soviet Union to go and talk with an enemy who organizes plots and counter-revolutions in socialist countries? As a communist party, as a state of people's democracy, as a member of the Warsaw Treaty and of the socialist camp, we are justified in asking Comrade Khrushchev and the Soviet comrades why so many meetings with Tito at Brioni in 1956, with this traitor to Marxism-Leninism, and not a single meeting with our countries, not a single meeting of the members of the Warsaw Treaty? When will the members of this Warsaw Treaty meet, if not when one of our countries is in danger? Whether to intervene or not to intervene with arms in Hungary is, we think, not within the competence of one person alone. Seeing that we have set up the Warsaw Treaty, we should decide jointly, because otherwise it is of no use to speak of alliance, of the collective spirit and collaboration among the parties. The Hungarian counter-revolution cost to our camp blood, it cost Hungary and the Soviet Union blood. Why was this bloodshed permitted and no steps taken to prevent it? We are of the opinion that no preliminary steps could be taken so long as Comrade Khrushchev and the Soviet comrades placed their trust in the organizer of the Hungarian counter-revolution, the traitor Tito, so long as they set so little value on the absolutely necessary regular meetings with their friends and allies, so long as they considered their unilateral decisions on matters that concern us all as the only correct ones, and so long as they attached no importance whatsoever to collective work and collective decisions. The Party of Labour of Albania is not at all clear about this matter, how things developed and what decisions were taken. At a time when the Titoites are conducting talks at Brioni with the Soviet comrades, on the one hand, and feverishly organizing counter-revolutions in Hungary and Albania, on the other, the Soviet comrades make not the slightest effort to inform our 185 leadership, at least as a matter of form since we are allies, on what is happening or on what measures they intend to take. But this is not a case of formality. The Soviet comrades know only too well what the Belgrade gang thought of Albania and what intentions they cherished. In reality, not only is the stand of the Soviet comrades to be condemned, but it is also incomprehensible. Hungary was a great lesson for us, for what was done, and for the drama that was played on the stage and behind the scenes there. We believed that the Hungarian counter-revolution was more than enough to show the betrayal of Tito and his gang. We know that many documents are kept locked away and are not brought to light, documents that expose the barbarous activity of Tito's group in the Hungarian events. Why this should happen we do not understand. What interests are hidden behind these documents which are not brought to light but are kept under lock and key? To condemn Stalin after his death, the most trifling items were searched out, while the documents that expose a vile traitor like Tito are locked away in a drawer. But even after the Hungarian counter-revolution, the political and ideological fight against the Titoite gang, instead of becoming more intense, as Marxism-Leninism demands, was played down, leading to reconciliation, smiles, contacts, moderation and almost to kisses. In fact, thanks to this opportunist attitude, the Titoites got out of this predicament. The Party of Labour of Albania was opposed to the line followed by Comrade Khrushchev and the other comrades towards the Yugoslav revisionists. Our party's battle against the revisionists continued with even more fury. Many friends and comrades, particularly the Soviet and Bulgarian comrades, being unable to attack our correct line, ridiculed us, smiled, and with their friendly contacts with the Titoites, isolated our people everywhere. We had hoped that, after the 7th Titoite Congress, even the blind, let alone the Marxists, would see with whom they were dealing and what they should do. Unfortunately, things did not turn out that way. Not long after the 7th Titoite Congress, the exposure of revisionism was toned down. The Soviet Theoretical 186 publications spoke of every kind of revisionism, even of revisionism in Honolulu, but had very little to say about Yugoslav revisionism. This is like saying, don't see the wolf before your eyes but look for its tracks. Slogans were launched, don't speak any more of Tito and his gang, for that will fan their vanity, don't speak any more of Tito and his group, for that would harm the Yugoslav people, don't speak of the Titoite renegades, for Tito makes use of what we say to mobilize the Yugoslav peoples against our camp, etc. Many parties adopted these slogans while our party did not, and we think we acted correctly. Such a situation was created that the press of friendly countries accepted articles from Albanian writers only provided they made no mention of the Yugoslav revisionists. Everywhere in the countries of people's democracy, except in Czechoslovakia where, in general, the Czechoslovak comrades assessed our activities correctly, our ambassadors were isolated in a roundabout way, because the diplomats of friendly countries preferred to converse with the Titoite diplomats while they hated our diplomats and did not want even to set eyes on them. And things went so far that Comrade Khrushchev made his coming to Albania in May 1959 at the head of the Soviet party and government delegation conditional on the Yugoslav issue. The first thing Comrade Khrushchev said at the beginning of talks in Tirana was to inform everybody at the meeting that he would not talk against the Yugoslav revisionists, a thing which no one could compel him to do, but a statement of this kind was intended to show quite openly that he disagreed with the Party of Labour of Albania on this issue. We respected the wishes of the guest during the whole time he stayed in Albania, regardless of the fact that the Titoite press was highly elated and did not fail to write that Khrushchev had shut the mouths of the Albanians. This, in fact, responded to reality, but Comrade Khrushchev was very far from persuading us on this matter, and the Titoites learned that quite clearly, because after our guest's departure from our country, the Party of Labour of Albania felt no longer bound by the conditions put upon us by our guest and continued on its own Marxist-Leninist way. 187. In his talks with Vukmanovich Tempo, among others, Comrade Khrushchev has compared our stand, as far as its tone is concerned, with that of the Yugoslavs and has said that he did not agree with the tone of the Albanians. We consider that Comrade Khrushchev's statement to Vukmanovich Tempo, to this enemy of Marxism-Leninism, of the socialist camp and of Albania, is erroneous and should be condemned. We hold that one should get what he deserves, and we, on our part, disagree with Comrade Khrushchev's conciliatory tone towards the revisionists, for our people say one should speak in a harsh tone to the enemy and with honeyed tongue to the beloved. Some comrades hold the erroneous idea that we maintain this attitude towards the Titoites because, they claim, we are allegedly eager to hold the banner of the fight against revisionism, or because we view this problem from a narrow angle, from a purely national angle. Therefore, they claim, we have embarked, if not altogether on a chauvinist course, at least on that of narrow nationalism. The Party of Labour of Albania has viewed and views the question of Yugoslav revisionism through the prism of Marxism-Leninism. It has viewed, views, and fights it as the main danger to the international communist movement, as a danger to the unity of the socialist camp. But while being internationalists, we are communist of a specific country, of Albania. We, Albanian communists, would not be called communists if we failed to defend consistently and with determination the freedom of our sacred country from the plots and diversionist attacks of Tito's revisionist clique, which are aimed at the invasion of Albania, a fact which is already known to everyone. Can it be permissible for us Albanian communists to let Albania become the prey of Tito, of the US imperialists, of the Greeks or of the Italians? No, never. Some others advise us not to speak against the Yugoslavs, saying, "Why are you afraid? You are defended by the Soviet Union." We have told these comrades and tell them again that we are afraid neither of the Yugoslav Trotskyists nor of anyone else. We have said and say it again that the Soviet Union has defended, defends, and will defend us, but we are Marxist-Leninists, and not for one moment should we diminish the struggle against the 188 revisionists and imperialists until we wipe them out of existence. Because if the Soviet Union is to defend you, you must first defend yourself. The Yugoslavs accuse us of allegedly being chauvinists, of interfering in their internal affairs, and of demanding a rectification of the Albanian-Yugoslav borders. A number of our friends think and imply that we Albanian communists swim in such waters. We tell our friends who think thus that they are grossly mistaken. We are not chauvinists, we have neither demanded nor demand rectification of boundaries. But what we demand and will continually demand from the Titoites, and we will expose them to the end for this, is that they give up perpetrating the crime of genocide against the Albanian minority in Kosovo and Metohija, that they give up the white terror against the Albanians of Kosovo, that they give up driving the Albanians from their native soil and deporting them en masse to Turkey. We demand that the rights of the Albanian minority in Yugoslavia should be recognized according to the Constitution of the People's Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Is this chauvinist or Marxist? This is our attitude on these matters. But if the Titoites speak of peaceful coexistence, of peace, of good neighborly relations and, on the other hand, organize plots, an army of mercenaries and fascists in Yugoslavia for the purpose of attacking our boundaries and of chopping up socialist Albania, and sharing it with the Greek monarcho-fascists, then, we are convinced that not only the Albanians in New Albania but also the 1 million Albanians living under Tito's bondage will rise arms in hand to stay the hand of the criminal. And this is Marxist, and, if anything happens, this is what will be done. The Party of Labour of Albania does not permit anyone to play at politics with the rights of the Albanian people. We do not interfere in the internal affairs of others, but when, as a result of the slackening of the fight against Yugoslav revisionism, things go so far that there is published in a friendly country like Bulgaria a map of the Balkans in which Albania is included within the boundaries of federal Yugoslavia, we cannot keep silent. We are told that this happened due to a technical error of an employee, but why had this not happened before? 189. But this is not an isolated case. At a meeting in Sremska Mitrovica, the bandit Rankovic attacked Albania as usual and called it a hell where barbed wire and the boots of frontier guards reign supreme, claiming that the democracy of the Italian neo-fascists was more advanced than ours. Rankovic's words would be of no significance to us, but these words were listened to with the greatest serenity by the Soviet and Bulgarian ambassadors to Belgrade who attended this meeting, without their making the slightest protest. We protested in a comradely way over this to the Central Committees of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Bulgarian Communist Party. In his letter of reply to the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania, Comrade Zhivkov dared to reject our protest and call the speech of the bandit Rankovic a positive one. We could never have imagined that the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party could describe as positive the speech of a bandit like Rankovic who so grossly insults socialist Albania, likening it to hell. We no only reject with contempt this impermissible insult by the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Bulgarian Communist Party, but we are dead certain that the Bulgarian Communist Party and the heroic Bulgarian people would be utterly revolted if they came to hear of this. Things will not go any too well if we allow such gross mistakes towards one another. We can never agree with Comrade Khrushchev, and we protested to him at the time, over the talks he had with Sophocles Venizelos in connection with the Greek minority in Albania. Comrade Khrushchev is well aware that the borders of Albania are inviolable and sacred and that anyone who touches them is an aggressor. The Albanian people will fight to the last drop of their blood if anyone touches their borders. Comrade Khrushchev was gravely mistaken when he told Venizelos that he had seen Greek and Albanians working together as brothers in Korça. In Korça, there is no Greek minority whatsoever, but there is the age-old covetousness of the Greeks for the Korça district as for all Albania. There is a very small Greek minority in Gjirokastra. Comrade Khrushchev knows that they enjoy all the 190 rights, use their own language, have their own churches and schools in addition to all the rights that the other Albanian citizens enjoy. The ambitions of the Greeks, among them those of Sophocles Venizelos, the son of Eleftherios Venizelos who murdered Albanians and put whole districts of southern Albania to the torch, the frenzied Greek chauvinist and father of the idea of Great Greece, aimed at cutting up Albania and annexing it under the slogan of autonomy, are very well known. Comrade Khrushchev is well aware of the attitude of the Party of Labour of Albania, of the Albanian government and people on this question. Then, to fail to give Sophocles the answer he deserves, to permit the arousing of hopes and illusions and to say that he will transmit to the Albanian comrades the desires of a British agent, a chauvinist, this is unacceptable to us and deserves condemnation. Comrade Khrushchev, we have given our reply to Sophocles Venizelos and we believe you have learned of this through the press. We are not opposed to your politicizing with Sophocles Venizelos but refrain from politicizing with our boundaries and our rights, for we have not allowed nor will we allow such a thing. And it is not as nationalists but as internationalists that we do this. Some may consider these things I am telling you as out of place, as statements inappropriate to the level of this meeting. It would not have been hard for me to have put together a speech in an allegedly theoretical tone, to have spoken in generalizations and quotations, to have submitted a report in general terms in order to please you and pass my turn. But to the Party of Labour of Albania it seems that this is not the occasion. What I have said may appear to some as attacks, but these are criticisms which have pursued their proper course, which have been made before, when, and where necessary within Leninist norms. But seeing that one error follows another, it would be a mistake to keep silent because attitudes, deeds and practice confirm, enrich, and create theory. How quickly the Bucharest Conference was organized and how quickly the Chinese Communist Party was condemned for 191. Dogmatism. But why has a conference to condemn revisionism not been organized at the same speed? Has revisionism been totally exposed as the Soviet comrades claim? No, in no way whatsoever. Revisionism has been and continues to be the principal danger. Yugoslav revisionism has not been liquidated and the way we are dealing with it is leaving it a clear field for all forms of action. And can it be said that there are no disturbing manifestations of modern revisionism in other parties? Anyone who says no is closing his eyes to this danger, and one fine day we will wake to see that unexpected things have happened to us. We are Marxists and should analyze our work just as Lenin did and taught us to do. He was not afraid of mistakes, he looked them in the eye and corrected them. This is the way the Bolshevik Party was tempered, and this is the way our parties have been tempered. But what is happening in the ranks of our parties? What is happening in our camp since the 20th Congress? Comrade Suslov may feel optimistic, and he expressed this feeling at the October committee meeting when he reproached the delegate of the Party of Labour of Albania, Hisni Capo, with pessimism in observing events. We, Albanian communists, have not been pessimistic even at the blackest moments of the history of our party and people, and never will be, but we will always be realists. Much has been said about our unity. This is essential, and we should fight to strengthen and temper it. But the fact is that on many important issues of principle we have no unity. The Party of Labour of Albania is of the opinion that things should be re-examined in the light of a Marxist-Leninist analysis and errors should be corrected. Let us take the question of the criticism of Stalin and his work. Our party, as a Marxist-Leninist one, is fully aware that the cult of the individual is an alien and dangerous manifestation for the parties and for the communist movement itself. Marxist parties should not only not permit the development of the cult of the individual, which hampers the activity of the masses, negates their role, is at variance with the development of the life of the party and with the laws that govern it, but should also fight with might and main to uproot it when it 192 begins to appear or has already appeared in a specific country. Looking at it from this angle, we fully agree that the cult of the individual, Stalin, should be criticized as a dangerous manifestation in the life of the party. But in our opinion, the 20th Congress and, especially, Comrade Khrushchev's secret report did not put the question of Comrade Stalin correctly in an objective Marxist-Leninist way. Stalin was severely and unjustly condemned on this question by Comrade Khrushchev and the 20th Congress. Comrade Stalin and his work does not belong to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet people alone, but to us all. Just as Comrade Khrushchev said in Bucharest that the differences are not between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Party but between the Chinese Communist Party and international communism, just as it pleases him to say that the decisions of the 20th and 21st Congresses were adopted by all the Communist and Workers' parties in the same way, he should also be magnanimous and consistent in passing judgment on Stalin's work so that the Communist and Workers' parties of the world could adopt it with a clear conscience. There cannot be two yardsticks nor two measures of weight for this matter. Then, why was Comrade Stalin condemned at the 20th Congress without prior consultation with the other Communist and Workers' parties of the world? Why was this anathema pronounced upon Stalin all of a sudden to the Communist and Workers' parties of the world, and why did many sister parties learn of it only when the imperialist press published Comrade Khrushchev's secret report far and wide? The condemnation of Comrade Stalin was imposed on the communist and progressive world by Comrade Khrushchev. What could our parties do under these circumstances, when unexpectedly, using the great authority of the Soviet Union, he imposed a matter of this kind on our bloc? The Party of Labour of Albania found itself in a great dilemma. It was not convinced and will never be convinced on the question of condemning Comrade Stalin in that way and in those forms that Comrade Khrushchev did it. Our party adopted, in 193 General, the formula of the 20th Congress on this matter, but, nevertheless, it did not stick to the limitations set by the Congress, nor did it yield to the blackmail and intimidation from outside our country. The Party of Labour of Albania maintained a realistic stand on the question of Stalin. It was correct and grateful towards this glorious Marxist against whom, while he was alive, there was no one among us brave enough to come out and criticize, but when he was dead a great deal of mud was thrown, creating in this way an intolerable situation in which a whole glorious epoch of the Soviet Union, when the first socialist state in the world was set up, when the Soviet Union waxed strong, successfully defeated the imperialist plots, crushed the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, and the Kulaks as a class, when the construction of heavy industry and collectivization triumphed, in a word, when the Soviet Union became a colossal power succeeding in building socialism, when it fought the Second World War with legendary heroism and defeated fascism, liberated our peoples, when a powerful socialist camp was set up, and so on and so forth. All this glorious epoch of the Soviet Union is left without a helmsman, without a leader. The Party of Labor of Albania thinks that it is no right, normal or Marxist, to blot out Stalin's name and great work from all this epoch, as it is actually being done. We should all defend the good and immortal work of Stalin. He who does not defend it is an opportunist and a coward. As a person and as the leader of the Bolshevik Communist Party, after Lenin's death, Comrade Stalin was, at the same time, the most prominent leader of international communism, helping in a very positive way and with great authority in consolidating and promoting the victories of communism throughout the world. All of Comrade Stalin's theoretical works are a fiery testimony of his loyalty to his teacher of genius, to great Lenin and Leninism. Stalin fought for the rights of the working class and the working people in the whole world. He fought to the end with great consistency for the freedom of the peoples of our countries, of people's democracy. Viewing things from this angle alone, Stalin belongs to 194. The entire communist world and not to the Soviet communists alone. He belongs to all the workers of the world and not to the Soviet workers alone. Had Comrade Khrushchev and the Soviet comrades viewed this matter in this spirit, the gross mistakes that were made would have been avoided. But they viewed the question of Stalin very simply and only from the internal aspect of the Soviet Union. But, in the opinion of the Party of Labor of Albania, even from this aspect, they viewed it in a one-sided way, seeing only his mistakes, almost completely putting aside his great activity, his major contribution to the strengthening of the Soviet Union, to the tempering of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, to the building of the economy of the Soviet Union, of its industry, its Caucasian agriculture, to his leading the Soviet people to their great victory over German fascism. Did Stalin make mistakes? Of course he did. In so long a period filled with heroism, trials, struggle, triumphs, it is inevitable not only for Joseph Stalin personally but also for the leadership as a collective body to make mistakes. Which is the party and who is the leader that can claim to have made no mistakes in their work? When the existing leadership of the Soviet Union is criticized, the comrades of the Soviet leadership advise us to look ahead and let bygones be bygones. They tell us to avoid polemics, but when it comes to Stalin, they not only did not look ahead but they turned right round, completely backward, in order to track down only the weak spots in Stalin's work. The cult of the individual of Stalin should, of course, be overcome. But can it be said, as it has been claimed, that Stalin himself was the sponsor of this cult of the individual? The cult of the individual should be overthrown without fail, but was it necessary and was it right to go to such lengths as to point the finger at anyone who mentioned Stalin's name, to look askance at anyone who used a quotation from Stalin with great speed and zeal? Certain persons smashed statues raised to Stalin and changed the names of cities that had been named after him. But why go any further? At Bucharest, turning to the Chinese comrades, Comrade Khrushchev said, "You are catching on to a dead horse, come and get his bones, if you wish." These 195 references were to Stalin. The Party of Labor of Albania solemnly declares that it is opposed to these acts and to these assessments of the work and person of Joseph Stalin. Soviet comrades, why were these questions raised in this manner and in such a distorted form, while possibilities existed for both Stalin's mistakes and those of the leadership to be treated properly, to be corrected, without creating such a shock in the hearts of the communists of the world, which only the sense of discipline and the authority of the Soviet Union prevented from bursting out? Comrade Mikoyan has said that we dared not criticize Comrade Stalin when he was alive, for he would have cut off our heads. We are sure that Comrade Khrushchev will not cut off our heads if we criticize him aright. After the 20th Congress, the events we know took place in Poland, the counter-revolution broke out in Hungary, attacks began on the Soviet system, disturbances were aroused in many communist and workers' parties of the world, and finally that has occurred. We pose the question, why did these things occur in the international communist movement, in the ranks of our camp, after the 20th Congress? Or do these things happen because the leadership of the Party of Labour of Albania is sectarian, dogmatic, and pessimistic? A thing of this kind should be of extraordinary concern for us, and we should look for the source of and cure this malady. But, certainly, this sickness cannot be cured by patting the renegade Tito on the back, nor by putting in the statement that modern revisionism has been completely done away with, as the Soviet comrades claim. The authority of Leninism has been and is decisive. It should be established in such a way as to purge erroneous views everywhere and in radical way. There is no other way out for us communists. If there are things that must and should be said outright, just as they are, this should be done now, at this 196 conference, before it is too late. Communists, we think, should go to bed with a clear conscience. They should strive to consolidate their unity, but without keeping back their reservations, without nurturing feelings of favoritism and hatred. A communist says openly what he feels in his heart, and matters will be judged correctly. There may be people who will not be pleased with what our small party is saying. Our small party may be isolated, our country may be subjected to economic pressure in order to prove, allegedly, to our people that their leadership is no good. Our party may be and is being attacked. Michael Sislov equates the Party of Labour of Albania with the bourgeois parties and likens its leaders to Kerensky. But this does not intimidate us. We have learned some lessons. Rankovic has not said worse things about the Party of Labour of Albania. Tito has called us Goebbels, but again, we are Leninists and they are Trotskyists, traitors, lackeys and agents of imperialism. I wish to emphasize that the Party of Labour of Albania and the Albanian people have shown in practice how much they love, how much they respect, and how loyal they stand to the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and that when the Party of Labour of Albania criticizes the wrongdoings of certain Soviet leaders, that does not mean that our views and our attitude have changed. We, Albanians, take the courage as Marxists to criticize these comrades not because we hate them but because we think highly of them and because we love above everything else the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet people. This is how we love the Soviet Union, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Soviet leadership. With our Marxist severity we tell them in a comradely way, we open our hearts, we tell them frankly what we think. Hypocrites we have never been nor will ever be. In spite of the severity we show, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union will hold us dear, regardless of errors we may make, but the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the other communist and workers' parties of the world will not accuse us of 197. Lacking sincerity, of talking behind their backs, or of swearing allegiance to 100 banners. In conclusion, I wish to say a few words about the draft statement submitted to us by the Editorial Commission. Our delegation took cognizance of this draft and scrutinized it carefully. In the new draft statement many amendments have been made to the first variant submitted by the Soviet delegation, which was taken as a basis of the work of the said commission. With the amendments made to it, the new draft statement has been considerably improved, many important ideas have been stressed, a number of theses have been formulated more correctly, and the overwhelming majority of the allusions against the Chinese Communist Party have been rejected. At the meeting of this commission, the delegation of our party offered many suggestions which were partially adopted. Although our delegation was not in agreement that certain important matters of principle should remain in the drafted document, it gave its consent that this document should be submitted to this meeting, reserving its right to express once again its views on all the issues on which it disagreed. Above all, we think that those 5 issues which remain uncoordinated, should be settled so that we may draw up a document which has the unanimous approval of all. We think that it is essential to make clear in the statement the idea of Lenin expressed recently by Comrade Maurice Thérèse as well as by Comrade Sislov in his speech at the meeting of the Editorial Commission, that there can be an absolute guarantee of the prohibition of war only when socialism has triumphed throughout the world or, at least, in a number of other great imperialist countries. At the same time, that paragraph which refers to factionist or group activity in the international communist movement should be deleted, since this, as we have pointed out also at the meeting of the Commission, does not help consolidate unity. On the contrary, it undermines it. We are also in favor of deleting the words referring to the overcoming of the dangerous consequences of the cult of the individual, or else, of adding the phrase which occurred in a number of parties, a thing which corresponds better to the reality. 198. I do not want to take the time of this meeting over this question and other opinions which we have on the draft statement. Our delegation will make its concrete remarks when the draft statement itself is under discussion. We will do well, and it will be salutary if we take the courage at this conference to look our mistakes in the face and treat the wounds, wherever they may be, but which are threatening to become aggravated and dangerous. We do not consider it an offense when comrades criticize us justly and on facts, but we will never, never, accept that without any facts, they may call us dogmatic, sectarian, narrow nationalists simply because we fight with persistence against modern revisionism and, especially, against Yugoslav revisionism. If anyone considers our struggle against revisionism as dogmatic or sectarian, we say to him, take off your revisionist spectacles and you will see more clearly. The Party of Labour of Albania thinks that this conference will remain an historic one, for it will be a conference in the tradition of the Leninist conferences which the Bolshevik Party had organized in order to expose and root right out distorted views, in order to strengthen and steel the unity of our international communist and workers' movement on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. Our Party of Labour will continue to strive with determination to strengthen our unity, our fraternal bonds, the joint activity of our communist and workers' parties, for this is the guarantee of the triumph of the cause of peace and socialism. The unity of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union, the unity of the international communist and workers' movement with the glorious Communist Party of the Soviet Union at the center, is the most sacred thing which our party will guard as the apple of its eye and will strengthen more and more with each passing day. 199. Speech in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Party of Labour of Albania and the 44th anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution, November 7, 1961. Dear comrades, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of our party in new international conditions very favorable to the forces of peace, democracy, and socialism. 20 years ago, when the Albanian Communist Party was founded, the world was ruled by the capitalist system, a system of oppression and wild exploitation of peoples. The Soviet Union, the first country of victorious socialism, was at that time encircled on all sides by capitalist countries. Whole continents were suffering under the colonial yoke of imperialism. The most reactionary forces of bourgeoisie, the fascist and militarist states, incited by the most aggressive circles of international imperialism, had unleashed the Second World War. They had put under their yoke whole nations and, like wild beasts, they were rushing against the offspring of the Great October Socialist Revolution, the Soviet Union. Today, after 20 years, great radical changes have taken place in the world. Owing to the great patriotic war of the Soviet peoples, in the first place, there was achieved the historic victory over fascism. The Soviet Union became the liberator of the enslaved European peoples. New states broke away from the capitalist system and embarked on the road of socialism. The People's Revolution triumphed in China. This is the greatest historic event after the October Socialist Revolution. Socialism came out of the borders of a single country and became a world system stretching from the Adriatic coasts to the coasts of the Pacific Ocean. This is the greatest historic victory of the international working class. The world socialist system, which includes in its fold over 1 billion people with a big economic and military potential continually growing at unprecedented rates, has become today the decisive factor in the development of the world history. It exerts a tremendous influence on the world. It has become a great attractive and revolutionizing force. 200. The world socialist system is showing with every passing day its indisputable superiority over the capitalist system. It has become the shield of all the progressive forces of the world, the impregnable bulwark of freedom and peace, democracy and socialism. The irresistible development of socialism and the upsurge of the national liberation struggle of the peoples inevitably led to the collapse of the colonial slavery system of imperialism. 42 new states with a total population of more than 1,200,000,000 have won freedom and national independence. While after the First World War the countries enslaved and controlled by imperialism made up more than 77% of the territory of the world and accounted for about 70% of the world population, now such countries occupy only over 10% of the area and account for about 3% of the world population. The dissolution of the colonial system of imperialism is the second greatest event after the establishment of the world socialist system. As a result of the establishment and consolidation of the world system of socialism, and of the dissolution of the colonial system of imperialism, the sphere of domination of imperialism has been greatly narrowed, its general crisis has further deepened, all its internal and external class and national contradictions have sharpened. Today imperialism is no more the only ruler and all-powerful ruler in the world. It can no more lord over it. Its laws do not operate everywhere in the world. In front of the capitalist system which is heading towards its inevitable doom, there stands powerful and invincible the world system of socialism, round which there have rallied and continue to rally all the revolutionary and anti-imperialist forces which are striving for the national and social liberation. Such is the reality of our days, and this reality convincingly shows that the ratio of forces in the world today has radically and definitely changed to the advantage of socialism and to the detriment of imperialism. The forces of socialism, the forces of national liberation, peace, and democracy are superior to the forces of imperialism, colonialism, war and reaction. All these things have created in the world a new situation, very favorable. 201. Conditions to carry out even more successfully the struggle against imperialism, for peace, and for the accomplishment of the socialist, national liberation, democratic and people's revolutions. The Party of Labour of Albania recognizes and understands the deep changes that have taken place in the world, the new conditions and phenomena that have arisen. But we reject all and every attempt being made by the present-day revisionists who, under the slogans of the creative interpretation of Marxism in the new conditions, are spreading their false and opportunistic viewpoints. They are seeking to sell them as a further development of Marxism, and they hasten to stigmatize as dogmatist, sectarian, and adventurer anyone who goes on record against such viewpoints. These are known tactics. There is nothing new, nothing original in this. And the revisionists and opportunists, beginning with Bernstein and ending with Tito, under the guise of the changes in the situation and of the new phenomena, have denied the basic principles of Marxism. As V.I. Lenin used to say, by always masking themselves under the slogan of the fight against dogmatism, using the catchword, dogmatist, they have risen against Marxism. From the changes that have occurred in the world, there must be drawn correct, revolutionary, Marxist-Leninist conclusions. There must be drawn such conclusions as not to create reformist and pacifist illusions and weaken the struggle against imperialism, but to strengthen ever more this just struggle. There must be drawn such conclusions as not to alienate the peoples from the cause of revolution, but bring them ever closer to it, not divert them from the struggle for their national liberation, but raise this struggle to an ever higher level. Let us take the problem of war and peace. Does it mean that the change in the balance of power to the advantage of socialism has brought about also a change in the nature of imperialism, that imperialism has been tied up hands and feet, that it is unable to do anything, to unleash wars and undertake various aggressive actions? Such a conclusion is not only erroneous, but also very harmful. The underestimation of the forces of the enemy and the overestimation of our own forces weakens our vigilance and pushes us into dangerous adventures, just as the 202 underestimation of our own forces and the overestimation of the forces of the enemy leads to unprincipled concessions, to mistakes and opportunist attitudes. Proceeding from the real balance of forces in the world today, our party has pointed out and continues to point out that in the question of war and peace both eventualities must be considered and we must be prepared for both, for war being prevented, as well as for it being unleashed on the part of the imperialists. Our deep conviction that at the present time a world war and other aggressive wars which imperialism unleashes can be prevented is by no means based on the good intentions of the leaders of imperialism, but on the tremendous economic, political, and military power of the mighty socialist camp, on the unity and struggle of the international working class, on the resolute efforts of the peoples of the whole world against the imperialist warmongers, on the unity and compactness of all the peace-loving forces. During all the years of the existence of the people's power, the government of the People's Republic of Albania has resolutely and consistently pursued a foreign policy which has fully met the interests of our people and country, the interests of freedom and national independence, as well as the interests of the whole camp of socialism and of the cause of peace and progress of human society. The foundation of the foreign policy of the Party of Labour of Albania has always been and remains to be constant strengthening of the relations of friendship, fraternal cooperation, and mutual support and assistance with the countries of the socialist camp headed by the Soviet Union, support for the national liberation, anti-imperialist, and anti-colonial struggle of the oppressed peoples and nations, as well as for the revolutionary struggle of the working people in the capitalist countries. Efforts to secure relations of peaceful coexistence of the People's Republic of Albania with the capitalist countries, especially with the neighboring countries, efforts for the preservation and consolidation of peace in the world and in the Balkan and Adriatic area, exposure of the policy of war and aggression pursued by the imperialist powers headed by the United States of America and their partners and tools round our country, such as the Italian imperialists, the Greek monarcho-fascists and the Yugoslav revisionists. 203. In the foreign policy our party and government have always marched hand in hand with the other socialist countries in their efforts for the preservation and strengthening of the world peace. They have always approved and energetically supported the general line of the foreign policy of the Soviet Union and all the other socialist countries for the settlement of the most important international problems. And this foreign policy of the People's Republic of Albania has always met with the full approval of the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries which have always considered it as a correct policy to the advantage of our common cause. But of late, Anne Khrushchev and company turned their coat and are accusing us at times of being adventurists and warmongers and at times of a rapprochement with imperialism. Those who are accusing us, besides slanders and inventions, have no argument, not a single fact to prove that the foreign policy of the People's Republic of Albania has changed. Nothing has changed in our foreign policy. Our attitude also has not changed either in regards the questions of war and peace, or in regards our relations with the other states, and especially with the neighboring states, or in regards the struggle against imperialism and for the exposure of the Yugoslav revisionists. 20 years of life and revolutionary struggle of the Party of Labour of Albania reject all these base slanders and inventions which have caused a profound indignation to and have irritated our people who have heroically fought and continue to fight against imperialism and its henchmen. Those who accuse and slander the Party of Labour of Albania and its leadership are unable to adduce even a single fact that could prove their allegations, while we are in a position to present many documented facts clearly showing their estrangement from the positions of Marxism-Leninism and of the struggle against imperialism. We have never cherished illusions about our enemies, we have not embraced and kissed them, we have not flattered them and we have not caressed them, we have never bowed to them. Our party and government have always maintained a firm, principled, Marxist-Leninist stand towards the enemies of peace and socialism. They have sharply and constantly. 204. Exposed the imperialists, whether US or British, French or Italian, and their policy of war and aggression. They have been irreconcilable with and have energetically and unreservedly supported the just cause of the peoples who have risen in struggle against imperialism. They have rendered all their support to the fraternal Algerian, Cuban, Congolese, Laotian and other peoples in their sacred struggle against imperialism, resolutely condemning all the aggressive attempts of imperialism. For all this good which our party has done to imperialism during these 20 years, it has been rewarded by it and its tools with a fierce and relentless fight which they have carried out against the People's Republic of Albania through continuous plot and provocations, through diversion, blackmail and successive slanders. They accuse us of being afraid of imperialism, of being afraid to assume responsibility for the settlement of important international questions. By this they mean the conclusion of a peace treaty with Germany and the settlement of the West Berlin problem. The Party of Labour of Albania and the government of the People's Republic of Albania have not feared and never fear imperialism, they have not feared and never fear their responsibility as a socialist country and as a member of the Warsaw Treaty, and they have honourably and strictly fulfilled their internationalist tasks. The attitude of the Party of Labour of Albania and the government of the People's Republic of Albania towards the German issue is known to the whole world, it is contained in many publicly known documents. The Party of Labour of Albania and the government of the People's Republic of Albania have always supported and continue to resolutely support the efforts of the Soviet Union and the German Democratic Republic for a peaceful settlement of the German problem. The viewpoint of our party and government has been and remains that the conclusion of a peace treaty with Germany and the solution on this basis also of the West Berlin problem are indispensable measures, long since ripe and in the interests of the People's Republic of Albania, of the German Democratic Republic, of the other socialist countries, in the interests of peace and security in Europe. We have stood and stand for the earliest possible 205 settlement of these problems, because any procrastination is only to the advantage of our enemies. The declaration of the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania concerning the German question publicly stated that in any situation and at any dangerous moment we shall fight to the end alongside with the Soviet Union and the other fraternal countries, irrespective of any sacrifice on every occasion, and as always we shall solidarize with them to the end and honourably discharge our duty. Such has been, is, and will remain the stand of our party and our government. Then the question arises, who fears indeed, who is afraid of the responsibility for the settlement of the German issue, who is dragging it on? We that have stood and continue to stand for its earliest possible solution, or our accusers who have backed out on this question and have dragged it out from year to year? Or let us take the disarmament problem. It is a matter of common knowledge that our government has supported the Soviet Union's proposal for a total and complete disarmament, because as long as the arms exist and the armament race is being conducted, as long as a total and complete disarmament is not effected, there is no security for peace. The Soviet government, jointly with our government, have forwarded the proposal to convert the Adriatic and the Balkans into a peace area, without bases for atomic weapons land rockets. But the proposals of the Soviet Union and the socialist countries for a total and complete disarmament and for the creation of peace areas have been rejected by the imperialist powers. In such conditions our government has supported and fully supports the Soviet government's decision on the resumption of the nuclear weapon tests as a very important and indispensable measure for the security of the Soviet Union and the whole socialist camp, for bridling the imperialist powers headed by the United States of America and the Bonn revenge seekers, who have intensified to the maximum the frenzied armaments race and the feverish preparations for a new world war. We are aware that disarmament is a difficult problem. To force its solution upon the imperialists, great efforts must be made, as well as resolute struggle must be waged by the socialist countries and all the peace-loving forces. 206. But N. Khrushchev, instead of pursuing such a correct path, is seeking to disarm a socialist country such as the People's Republic of Albania, which is encircled on all parts by enemies. By weakening the defensive might of the People's Republic of Albania he damages not only the interests of our country, but also those of the entire camp of socialism. And all this is done at a time when the U.S. Sixth Fleet is roaming about like a monster in the Mediterranean, when U.S. rocket bases have been established in Greece and Italy, when the NATO forces are feverishly continuing their armaments race, when the imperialists and revenge seekers of West Germany are saber-rattling and seriously endangering the world peace. The Albanian government was not guilty of and bore no responsibility for this. But, At any case, N. Khrushchev should by no means go to such lengths as to openly incite the imperialists and various reactionaries against a socialist country such as the People's Republic of Albania. However, the defense of the Albanian borders is fully ensured. In conditions when there exist in the world states with different social systems, the only just principle to govern the relations between them is the principle of peaceful coexistence, a principle outlined by Lenin and implemented also by Stalin. Our Party of Labor has always thought and thinks that the policy of peaceful coexistence meets the vital interests of all the peoples, both of the socialist and capitalist countries. It meets the aim of the further strengthening of the positions of socialism and universal peace. Therefore, this principle underlies the relations of our socialist state with the other non-socialist states. It is absurd to accuse our party and socialist state of allegedly standing against peaceful coexistence. This slander is refuted by the entire practical activity of our state in the field of foreign policy. We are not opposed to the principle of peaceful coexistence, but we do not agree with some opportunist viewpoints of N. Khrushchev and his followers who consider the peaceful coexistence as the general line of foreign policy of the socialist countries, as the main road to the victory of socialism on a world scale, who for the sake of peaceful coexistence renounce the struggle for the exposure of imperialism, who negate almost completely the ideological and political struggle against the 207. Yugoslav revisionism under the pretext that in some foreign policy issues Yugoslavia supports the Soviet proposals. Such an interpretation of peaceful coexistence is erroneous and anti-Marxist because it leads to the denial of the class struggle. The correct implementation of the policy of peaceful coexistence, implying also the exposure of imperialism and its policy of war and aggression, must promote the development of the struggle of the working class of the capitalist countries, as well as the national liberation movement in the colonial and dependent countries. On their part, the successes of the revolutionary class and national liberation struggle, by narrowing and weakening the positions of imperialism, promote the cause of peace and peaceful coexistence. The communist parties in the capitalist countries, parallel with the struggle to force the policy of peaceful coexistence on the bourgeois governments of their countries, are waging at the same time the class struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeois power, for the transition to socialism according to the specific conditions of every country. As regards the forms of transition to socialism, N. Khrushchev badly complicated this question, too, at the 20th Congress and later. He almost raised to absolute the peaceful way of the seizure of power by the working class, and thus the illusion was created that allegedly the working class and its communist party would be able to take power in their hands only by securing a parliamentary majority. Such theses were approved only by the revisionists and various opportunists who used them to justify their anti-Marxist viewpoints. We, the Albanian communists, have never been and are not a priori opposed to the peaceful way. But the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, the historical experience and the reality of the present days teach us that, to secure the victory of the cause of socialism, the working class and its party must prepare themselves simultaneously for both eventualities, the peaceful way and the non-peaceful one. To take one's bearings only from one of these eventualities it means to embark on an erroneous path. Only by getting well prepared, especially for the non-peaceful way, the chances grow also for the peaceful way. This is how we understand the peaceful coexistence and its connection with the class struggle. This is how we understand 208. And implement the policy of peaceful coexistence with the other non-socialist states, and in the first place with our neighbors. It is strange that Nikita Khrushchev and his followers demand from us that we should put into effect the peaceful coexistence with our Greek neighbors. They accuse us of not marching along the same road with them as regards the proposals for the disarmament of the Balkan countries. They accuse us of not making efforts for a Balkan understanding. They join the chorus of Tito and Karamanlis that we are allegedly the warmongers of the Balkans at a time when Greece continues to consider herself in a state of war with Albania, when she advances territorial claims towards our country and is plotting to attack Albania, when monarcho-fascist Greece has become a fortress armed to the teeth by the American imperialists against our socialist countries. The charges of our criticizers are groundless, For no reasonable man can think that little Albania, encircled as she is by wolves which for 17 years in succession have sought to swallow her alive, does not stand for peace and disarmament. How much monarcho-fascist Greece disarmed and to what extent the hopes of those believing in such a thing were realized, this is a matter of common knowledge, it is shown by life, but that we should avoid criticizing Nikita Khrushchev, and this criticism was made by us in a comradely way, when he gives hopes to Sophocles Venizelos for an autonomy of South Albania, this would be a treason on our part. Nikita Khrushchev did not like our just criticism. This is the least evil. But he turned our criticism into a countercharge, accusing us of allegedly slandering the Soviet Union, which has liberated us and is defending us. This, of course, is Machiavellian. But later the devil showed again his horns. At the time when the Americans, Greeks, and Turks were carrying out their large-scale military maneuvers around the borders of Albania and Bulgaria, and Khrushchev, in his statement to the New York Times reporter, Sulzberger, on September 10, 1961, textually said, "You, Americans, have established bases also in Greece and you are threatening from there our ally Bulgaria. Has not perhaps monarcho-fascist Greece installed rockets also against Albania? How long is it that Nikita Khrushchev has decided that Albania should be no more an ally of 209. The Soviet Union? This is monstrous. Are these unimportant questions? Is it permissible to the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union, even if he and Socialist Albania were at daggers drawn, to openly tell the Greek reaction that Socialist Albania is no more an ally of the Soviet Union and inform President Kennedy that the relations between the Soviet Union and Albania have deteriorated? It is we, therefore, according to some, that view things as sectarian nationalists, while others, who speculate on the interests of our people, are Marxists. Tomorrow, these same criticizers may hold us responsible also for the losses in election of the Greek Progressive Party, EDA. Do perhaps these self-styled Marxists think that we should hand the keys of our country to the Greek monarcho-fascists so that their line of peaceful coexistence may win, or the seizure of power in Greece in a peaceful and parliamentary way may be achieved? No, they should not expect this from us. These self-styled Marxists should not forget that the Party of Labour of Albania and the Albanian people have shown their great internationalism by saving tens of thousands of heroes of the Greek people and of the Greek Communist Party who, we are certain, do not spit the horse after having crossed the river. Such is the foreign policy that has been pursued by our party and our government. Such are our viewpoints about the problems of the present-day world development. It is precisely for these attitudes and these viewpoints that we are criticized. It is for this that N. Khrushchev attacked us at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. In this way, he first, unilaterally, made public our disputes, providing weapons to the enemy and assuming thereby a heavy historic responsibility as a splitter of the unity of the international communist movement and of the socialist camp. Our Party of Labour has never publicly expressed our differences, it has dwelt on them only at party meetings, but now that N. Khrushchev made them public, our party, too, is obliged to state openly its viewpoints. N. Khrushchev, accusing our party in his speeches at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, said 210. That the Albanian-Soviet relations were spoiled for the fault of the Albanian leaders. It is well known that the 20 years of revolutionary activity of our party are 20 years of a tremendous work for the promotion of friendship between the Albanian people and the Soviet peoples, for the establishment of closer fraternal ties between the People's Republic of Albania and the Soviet Union. They are 20 years of exemplary cooperation between our party and the glorious Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 20 years of the activity of our party are 20 years of sincere faithfulness, of great fraternal love of our party for Lenin's great party, which has always been, is, and will remain for us a source of inspiration and experience, from which we have learned and shall learn how to work and strive for the good of our peoples, for the cause of socialism and communism. 20 years of the activity of our party have been years of an unspared and all-round assistance by the Soviet Union to the Albanian people, of a fraternal internationalist aid, which our party and government have rightly utilized for the economic development of our country, for the upbuilding of socialism in Albania, for the improvement of the living standards of the Albanian people. In such conditions it is absurd and incredible to everyone to allege that it is the Albanian leaders who without any reason and with an amazing quickness have changed their attitude towards the Soviet Union, towards the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Incredible is also the monstrous slander that the Albanian leaders have allegedly linked themselves to imperialism and have allegedly sold themselves to it for 30 pieces of silver. Such discoveries may be believed by those who are fond of tales and detective novels, but by no serious man, for every honest person who knows somewhat the 20-year-old history of our party cannot fail to see that such a slander is not justified by any stand of our party, by any action of its leaders. The Party of Labour of Albania, during its entire revolutionary path, has always fought and continues to fight with determination against imperialism and its agents. Never in the past, at present and in the future has it stretched, is stretching or will stretch its hand to anybody for pittance, and less so to imperialism and its allies. It has received and receives from its friends and brothers of the countries of the socialist camp not alms, but only internationalist aids in credit and 211. It will continue to receive in the future, too, only from those socialist countries which will desire to offer to it such an aid. We ask for alms, from nobody. If N. Khrushchev and his followers, for one or another reason, do not like to help us, they are expecting us in vain to address ourselves to the imperialists and their allies for alms. Our people have friends and comrades in the socialist countries who have not abandoned and will not abandon them. But, regardless of this, we tell N. Khrushchev that the Albanian people and their Party of Labour will live even on grass, if need be, but they will never sell themselves for 30 pieces of silver, for they prefer to die standing and with honor rather than live with shame and knelt down. Why then did the Soviet-Albanian relations deteriorate? This is clear and well known to N. Khrushchev himself and to the international communist movement. Khrushchev knows the cause, for he himself is the culprit. We shall say only this, that the June 1960 Bucharest meeting was the starting point. Differences had existed between our Party of Labour and the Soviet leadership even prior to June 1960 on some questions of ideological and political nature, however they have not exerted any negative influence on the relations between our two socialist states, between our two Marxist-Leninist parties. The Party of Labour of Albania has always declared, and declares now, too, that the experience of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the experience of its congresses, including here also the 20th and the 22nd Congresses, have been, are and will always be a great help on our road for the upbuilding of the socialist and communist society. However, as regards some special theses of principle of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, our party has not been and is not of the same opinion with the Soviet leadership, just as it is not also at present as regards some special questions of the 22nd Congress or of the new program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union approved by the 22nd Congress. Is not our party entitled to this? Is this not consistent with the teachings of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism? Can this be considered as an anti-Soviet attitude, as they are trying to accuse us? 212. The Soviet leaders consider us anti-Marxist, dogmatist, sectarian, and opposed to proletarian internationalism, etc., any party that is not of the same opinion with them as regards some theses of principle which were raised at the 20th Congress. Moreover, the former member of the Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Efirtseva went to such lengths as to declare from the rostrum of the 22nd Congress that how can call themselves communists those persons who do not accept the decisions of the 20th Congress of our party. Although we say that we do not agree with some theses of the 20th Congress, the Soviet leaders like to round out things and say the whole 20th Congress. That is, according to some Soviet leaders, the criterion of loyalty towards Marxism-Leninism, towards communism and proletarian internationalism, is allegedly the attitude towards the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Can such a logic be Marxist? If all the communist and workers' parties in the world would adopt the new criteria invented by Furtseva, then only the disagreement, let us say, with many revisionist theses of the 8th Congress of the Italian Communist Party would throw into misfortune millions of communists in the world, and difficulties would be created for them, for they would not know to what address they should hand their party cards. According to the Leninist principles governing the relations between Marxist parties, however important the Congress of a party may be, however great and authoritative the party of a country may be, the decisions of its Congress are binding only for its members. In the international communist movement, all the parties, the Moscow Declaration points out, are equal and independent. They work out their policies proceeding from the specific conditions of their countries and guiding themselves by the principles of Marxism-Leninism. The attempt to make the decisions of the Congress of a party as international norms binding for all the parties is a crude violation of the principles of equality and independence of the Marxist-Leninist parties. It is in open contrast with proletarian internationalism. Therefore, it is not our party, but the Soviet leadership, headed by N. Khrushchev, that has deviated from the positions of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, seeking to force its course upon the 213 other parties, demanding from them to renounce their own viewpoints and obey and submit to them. Whether our party stands or not on the positions of Marxism-Leninism, this is by no means determined by its critical attitude towards some theses expressed by the leaders of some fraternal parties, nor by the subjective evaluation that may be made of its line and activity by N. Khrushchev and his followers. The criterion of truth is life, practice. Therefore the individuals and the various parties should be judged by the facts, by their practical activity. The path traversed by the Party of Labour of Albania, the line it has pursued right from its founding, its 20-year-old political activity, are the most convincing facts attesting to its firm loyalty towards Marxism-Leninism, towards the great cause of socialism and communism, as well as towards the cause of the world peace. Our Party of Labour has made its special remarks about some theses of principle of the 20th Congress and about some stands of the Soviet leaders, with which it has not agreed, through normal party channels, observing thereby all the jointly established principles governing the relations between the fraternal parties. As regards our remarks relating to the foreign policy and the problems of the present-day world development, we mentioned them above. Let us now see another important problem about which we have held and continue to hold opinions different from those of the Soviet leaders. The question is about the attitude towards J.V. Stalin and his work. According to the views of our party, N. Khrushchev had to uncrown first J.V. Stalin and his work in order to forward his opportunist theses to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and spread them later. He did this by his special report delivered at the 20th Congress concerning the personality cult and its consequences. Our party has not agreed and does not agree with the criticism against Stalin, as it was effected at the 20th Congress and later. N. Khrushchev, slandering our party at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and crudely interfering with our domestic affairs, said that the Albanian leaders were against the criticism of Stalin's personality cult. 214. Because the personality cult methods are allegedly thriving in our party, that terror and injustice are allegedly reigning in Albania. We shall not stop here to reject these slanders, but the fact that their author has fallen so low as to mobilize the public opinion against our party using such arguments borrowed from the most rabid enemies of socialism and communism, shows his dark aims. It is evident that by linking at the 22nd Congress his unsubstantiated attacks on the Party of Labour of Albania with his fight against Stalin's cult and the anti-party group, N. Khrushchev aimed at showing the analogy between the alleged Albanian Stalinism and the epoch of the Stalinist crimes in the Soviet Union, in order to create in this way the atmosphere he needed at the Congress and in the world public opinion to make his slanders more credible. The Party of Labour of Albania has always taken and continues to take account of the teachings of Marxism-Leninism concerning the role of the masses, classes, party, and leaders. It has always considered and continues to consider the manifestation of the personality cult as phenomenon alien to Marxism-Leninism, harmful to a communist and workers' party. Our party has not hesitated, when the case has been, to criticize while still in embryo the various manifestations of this kind among its ranks as it did at its Third Congress. Likewise, our party, when the case has been, has boldly fought and has nipped in the bud any violation of the revolutionary legality, any abuse of the state power by anybody, as it did at its first Congress. Everybody knows what was the fate of the enemy of the party and people Kosi Cox and Company, who before the year 1948, incited by the Yugoslav revisionists and abusing the trust given to them by the people and party, violated the state laws in order to dig the grave to the party and state cotters. There does not exist in our party either the sickness of the personality cult or the violation of the socialist legality. But at the same time, while guarding itself against the manifestations of the personality cult, our party, in a correct Marxist-Leninist way, nourished love and respect for its leaders, strictly observing the socialist legality. Our party and our people's power are severe towards the enemies of our people's republic, towards all those 215 who seek to bury the historic victories of our people. The Party of Labour of Albania, therefore, has been and is opposed to the criticism done to J.V. Stalin at the 20th Congress, and which was repeated also at the 22nd Congress for some other reasons of principle. According to the viewpoint of our party, J.V. Stalin, in his entire theoretical and practical activity, has been and remains one of the most distinguished leaders and personalities not only of the Soviet Union and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, but also of the international communist and workers' movement, one of the most ardent defenders and greatest theoreticians of Marxism-Leninism. His great historic merit lies in the fact that for many years in succession he had been a loyal disciple and determined comrade in arms of V.I. Lenin in the struggle for the overthrow of Tsarism and the triumph of the Great October Socialist Revolution, while following Lenin's death, heading the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, he faithfully defended Leninism against the rabid attacks by the Trotskyites, Bukharinites, Zinovievites and other enemies and rooted them ideologically and politically. J.V. Stalin, as the main leader of the party, made a great contribution to the successful direction of the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union and the great patriotic war of the Soviet Union against fascism. He further developed Marxism-Leninism in a series of important questions of the Soviet Socialist Society and the construction of socialism and communism. He made a valuable contribution to the consolidation of the socialist camp and the international communist movement, as well as to the exposure of modern revisionism in the person of Tito's revisionist traitorous group. By thus appraising J.V. Stalin's activity, there is not doubt that the errors he may have committed during the last years of his life were partial, and they cannot serve as a criterion to make a general evaluation of J.V. Stalin's person and his activity. In the general evaluation of J.V. Stalin's activity, in the foreground stand his great merits, his fight for the defense of Leninism, his struggle for the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union, his struggle for the creation and consolidation of the socialist camp, for the strengthening of the unity of the international communist and workers' movement, his consistent 216 fight against imperialism, his policy for the defense of peace and the peaceful coexistence. They constitute his main characteristic feature as a leader and as a communist. Such has been and remains the firm position of the Party of Labour of Albania relating to the evaluation of J.V. Stalin's work. And Khrushchev's wrong position in his criticism against J.V. Stalin lies in the fact that, 1. He unilaterally and tendentiously exaggerated beyond measure J.V. Stalin's mistakes, going even to such lengths as to make base slanders against him. Stalin was presented by him almost as an enemy of the Soviet Union and communism. He was characterized as brutal, capricious, as a despot, murderer, bloodthirsty and criminal towards the party cotters and the loyal and tested revolutionaries, and as a dupe of the imperialists and fascists, as a man who committed great follies, both in practice and theoretical questions, who did not understand of what was being done in the Soviet Union, who manifested a lack of respect towards Lenin's memory, and many other charges of this kind. The detached statements made at the 20th Congress and after it, to the effect that Stalin remains a distinguished Marxist-Leninist, etc., are entirely formal and were made to mitigate the bad impression and the lawful anger aroused in the communists of the whole world by these accusations against Stalin. In fact, neither at the 20th Congress nor up to today the leadership of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and its propaganda has made no positive appraisal of J.V. Stalin's theoretical legacy to show his positive sides and his contribution to the defense and further development of Marxism-Leninism. This inhumane attitude reached its climax at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, where not only were repeated the accusations of the 20th Congress, this time publicly, but there was adopted also a special decision to remove J.V. Stalin's embalmed body from the mausoleum. Unable to reject Stalin by arguments of principle in the field of theoretical activity and 217. Creativeness, Khrushchev, in order to fight Stalin, introduces the question into the police and espionage field, and he took measures also for the liquidation of Stalin's corpse. How much hypocritically sound, following all these actions, and Khrushchev's words pronounced in January 1957 to the effect that when it was the question of the revolution, of the defense of the interests of the class of the proletariat, in the revolutionary struggle against our class enemies, Stalin defended bravely and irreconcilably the cause of Marxism-Leninism, that in the main and fundamental thing, and the main and fundamental thing for the Marxist-Leninists is the defense of working class interests, of the cause of socialism, the fight against the enemies of Marxism-Leninism, in this main and fundamental thing, as it is said, pray God every communist be able to fight as Stalin fought. 2. Khrushchev, at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and the Soviet propaganda following that Congress, unilaterally treated the question of the fight against the personality cult, throwing into oblivion the Leninist doctrine about the relations among the masses, classes, parties, and leaders. The great Lenin, especially in his book of Genius Leftism, Infantile Sickness in Communism, i.e. left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, forcefully pointed out the indispensability of the creation, in every Marxist party, of a group of leaders, more or less permanent, composed of the most authoritative, most influential, and most experienced persons. Without such a stable leadership the struggle of the working class and its Communist Party cannot be crowned with success. In contrast with these clear teachings of Lenin, at the 20th Congress, under the pretext of the fight against the personality cult, the mass democracy was contract opposed to the role of the leaders. It is not bad to recall what V.I. Lenin writes in connection with this. To arrive for this reason at such a point as to oppose in general the dictatorship of the masses to the dictatorship of the leaders, is an absurdity and a folly. It is especially ridiculous when you see that the old leaders who had human viewpoints about simple things, are indeed 218. Replaced, under the mask of the slogan, "Down with the leaders," by young leaders who say nonsenses which weigh nothing. V.I. Lenin, Works, Volume 31, p. 31, Albanian ed. And Khrushchev and his group used for their own anti-Marxist aims, and this is becoming ever more clear, the alleged principled criticism against Stalin's personality cult. How he used it and for what purposes he is acting in the internal plan, in the Soviet Union and in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, this is not our business, this may be judged only by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Despite this, we can but note that in fact N. Khrushchev, dealing with the crimes that have been committed in Stalin's epoch, with the murders of the innocent people, with the elimination of thousands of Khadrs through false court trials, with the regime of terror, which is described with an unbridled enthusiasm, in the darkest colors, making all these things known to the international public opinion, is rendering a very bad service to the Soviet Union, pleasing only the imperialists and all the enemies of communism. And Khrushchev has accused the leadership of our party of the just criticism, also at party meetings, against some unlawful actions with regard to our country, alleging that the Albanian leaders throw mud at the Soviet Union. But how should we call this same unbridled zeal of his to darken a whole glorious epoch, the epoch of the construction of socialism in the Soviet Union, to discredit before the eyes of the whole world the glory of the Soviet Union, presenting it as the country where terror and murders have allegedly reigned, just as the whole reactionary bourgeois press has propagandized and is propagandizing? Is it not he himself that, by his actions, is discrediting the Soviet Union? Is he not gravely offending the heroism of the Soviet peoples who, in struggle with internal and external enemies, in struggle with countless difficulties and obstacles, under the leadership of their Communist Party which was led by Stalin, laid the foundations of the socialist and communist society in the Soviet Union, when he proposes that there should be erected in Moscow a memorial to the victims of the personality cult? Someone calls such actions a bold self-criticism. Let them. 219. Think more deeply about how much good and how many evils has this kind of bold self-criticism brought to the Soviet Union and the communist movement. And Khrushchev, speaking of the iniquities and victims of the period of the personality cult, declaring the various court trials as framed up, regardless of the fact that in all that struggle there might have been made also some mistakes, appears to be consistent with his anti-Marxist concepts about imperialism and its servitors. Indeed, he rendered a service to imperialism, for he presents it as not dangerous to the countries which are building up socialism. He is weakening the vigilance of the peoples in their struggle against the espionage network of imperialism which has acted and is fiercely acting against the socialist camp. And Khrushchev adopted his tactics of silence also towards the plot organized by the Yugoslav revisionists, the Greek monarcho-fascist and the United States Sixth Fleet, a plot which was exposed in our country a few months ago. Moreover, after having recommended these tactics also to some other fraternal parties, he spread the slogan that the plot was an invention, that the participants in this plot were patriots and honest fighters, whom later, at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in his concluding speech, he openly took them under his protection. While not long ago Khrushchev formally accused the Albanian leaders of being connected with the imperialist espionage. Therefore, according to his logic, it follows that he who fights against imperialism, he who fights against its agents, he who fights for the defense of the freedom and independence of the socialist homeland, is an agent of imperialism. And conversely, he who rises against the people's power and the party, he who places himself at the service of the enemies of socialism, is a martyr, a good patriot. He is taken under protection by the leader of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. To such persons there will be erected memorials also. The question of the fight against Stalin's cult has been used by Khrushchev to uncrown Leninism, to prepare the ground to revise Marxism-Leninism and spread his opportunist views in the most important questions of the present-day world development and the international communist movement. This 220. Action and the tactics of his are neither new nor original. In fact, in his fight against Leninism Trotsky, too, used the same tactics. Trotsky in his writings, J.V. Stalin says, makes one more, attempt to prepare the conditions for the substitution of Trotskyism to Leninism. Trotsky has to discredit, at all costs, the party, its cadres that carried out the uprising with a view to passing from the discredit of the party to the discredit of Leninism. While he needs the discredit of Leninism to smuggle in Trotskyism as the only proletarian ideology, don't take it for a joke. All this is certainly, yes, certainly, done under the banner of Leninism, so that the procedure of this smuggling should be carried out without any damage at all. J.V. Stalin, Works, Volume 6, p. 361, Albanian ed. And Khrushchev used Stalin's question to strike on the healthy Marxist-Leninist elements in the leaderships of the communist and workers' parties of the different countries, to scare, and in case of resistance, also to liquidate anyone who would dare to object, to reduce to silence the other parties and various leaders who would not support his revisionist views, his course. The question of the personality cult, in short, was used as a bugbear to exercise pressure on the other parties and to liquidate the leaders who were not to the liking of N. Khrushchev. These aims which, but recently, were concealed by him, covering them with a principled and Marxist phraseology, were openly stated at the 22nd Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Khrushchev said in his speech, "To put an end to the personality cult means for Shihu, Hoxha, and others to renounce in essence the commanding posts in the party and state." And added that such a thing they do not want to do. If we take account of the fact that in the same speech he, as we mentioned above, takes under protection and considers as patriots the anti-party elements and agents of imperialism, participants in the plot organized by the imperialists against the People's Republic of Albania, then clearly follows N. Khrushchev's principled fight against the personality cult in Albania, his great concern. He is seeking to liquidate the present-day leaders of our party and place in their stead the anti-party elements and any plotter, agent of imperialism. That N. Khrushchev, under the pretext of the fight against 221. The personality cult, is seeking to uncrown Leninism in order to pave the way to revisionism, is known also by the fact that he is by no means concerned with the just and principled Marxist-Leninist fight against the personality cult. For, if such were the case, irrespective of his demagogical words, he could not have helped noticing that at present in the Soviet Union manifestations of the personality cult are appearing with every passing day, and even in more open and exalting forms for his own person. Thus, one can hardly find an issue of the Soviet Illustrated Reviews in which one will not find pictures of N. Khrushchev. The pages of the Soviet press are full of quotations from his speeches. He is the only one to speak in all parts and about all questions. A whole film is devoted to his life, and other films to his visits to various countries of the world. Numerous praises are made to him in various speeches and writings attributing to him personally the greatest successes of the Soviet people in the field of the development of industry, science, and technology. Great, feverish efforts are being exerted to present Khrushchev not only as a great military strategist, but also almost as an architect of the victory over fascism in the Second World War. Where does then lie N. Khrushchev's respect for principles in the fight against the manifestations of the personality cult, which he so noisily advertises in his unprincipled fight against the other fraternal parties and their leaders? This is why, comrades, our party has not agreed and does not agree with the Soviet leadership in the question of their criticism towards Stalin. Our Party of Labor has not agreed and does not agree with the Soviet leadership also as regards the question of the attitude towards the present-day revisionism, and especially towards the traitorous clique of the Yugoslav revisionists. And Khrushchev and his group used Stalin's issue and the issue of the personality cult also to prepare the ground for the complete rehabilitation of Tito's revisionist and traitorous clique, to present it as a victim of Stalin's errors, encouraging thereby the revisionist renegades, wherever they are, to begin their activity against Marxism-Leninism under the demagogical slogans of anti-Stalinism, etc. 222. It is known that Tito's revisionist clique was publicly condemned both by the known letters of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, of the Soviet Union, signed by J.V. Stalin and V.M. Molotov, and by the June 1948 resolution of the Information Bureau of some Communist and Workers' parties concerning the situation in the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, which was later supported by all the Communist and Workers' parties of the world. Later on, in November 1949, a second resolution of the Information Bureau was issued stating that the Tito clique had finally degenerated into an espionage center of imperialism, that it had liquidated the gains of the revolution in Yugoslavia, that it had diverted Yugoslavia from the road to socialism and the socialist camp and placed her on the economic and political dependence of imperialism, that the Tito gang waged a broad-scale activity of espionage and plots against the various socialist countries, that it supported in different forms the imperialist policy of war and aggression, etc. The viewpoint of the Party of Labor of Albania has been and remains that the conclusions of Stalin and the Information Bureau in connection with the renegade revisionist clique of Tito, have been and remain correct. These conclusions have been borne out and are being borne out both by the Yugoslav reality at that time and the later and present-day events. The Yugoslav revisionists became the center of diversion and plots at the imperialist service against the countries of the socialist camp. Under their direction was working in Albania Kosi Kox's gang, which aimed at destroying the Party of Labour and at liquidating the people's power. From Tito's Yugoslavia were illegally smuggled in the socialist countries hundreds and thousands of agents and provocateurs, spies and diversionists, whose duty was terror, sabotage, hatching up of plots against socialism in these countries. Tito's revisionists clique has more and more openly since 1948 and on, placed itself at the service of the U.S. imperialism, with which it is linked with the millions and billions of dollars in the form of U.S. economic and military credits to Yugoslavia, with which it is linked by the participation in the Balkan Pact, which is nothing else but an appendage to the Atlantic Pact, with which it is linked by the policy of diversion and plots against the socialist countries and the national liberation. 223. Movement of the newly liberated peoples or of those still suffering under the clutches of colonialism. Until 1955, all the communist and workers' parties were unanimous in condemning the Yugoslav revisionist leadership and were waging a firm and principled ideological political struggle against it. However, precisely at that time Khrushchev announced that towards Yugoslavia and her leaders had allegedly been done a great injustice, that under the influence of the agent Beria groundless charges had been leveled against them, that in the Yugoslav issue, too, J.V. Stalin had allegedly made a serious mistake. And immediately he took the initiative, went to Belgrade, where he called Tito dear comrade, threw to the basket one-sidedly the resolution of the Information Bureau and loudly announced that Yugoslavia is a socialist country and that the Yugoslav leaders, although they have some waverings, are in general Marxist-Leninists. What does the experience, what does the life show? The experience and life both before and after 1955 show that in the assessment of the Yugoslav question Stalin and the Information Bureau were right, because their assessment rested on objective facts, on the teachings of Marxism-Leninism. The experience and the practical life, on the other hand, show that in their stand towards Tito's revisionist clique and Khrushchev and those who follow him are not right, because their actions are based on subjective viewpoints and are contrary to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, contrary to the objective reality. Let us refer to facts. What have been the results of the efforts to rehabilitate the Tito clique? The Yugoslav revisionist leaders have given up neither their anti-Marxist viewpoints nor their hostile activity against the socialist camp and the fraternal communist and workers' parties. The most obvious result brought about by Khrushchev's efforts was the fact that after 1955, possibilities were created for the gang of Yugoslav renegades to act more freely against the world communist movement and the countries of the socialist camp under the guise of the persecuted comrade, exploiting in this direction even the patronage of the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The rehabilitation of the Yugoslav. 224. Revisionists brought with it also the rehabilitation of all their agents and companions in some fraternal parties where, under the mask of correcting the mistakes, a true campaign started against the sound cadres of the party and an activation of all the anti-party elements. This happened in some parties of the socialist countries in Europe, as well as in some parties of the capitalist countries. The most typical in this direction are the events of Hungary, where the activation of the revisionist elements, headed by Imre Nagy, who had the active support and instigation of the Yugoslav revisionists, led up to the outbreak of the counter-revolution, which put in danger the very existence of Hungary as a people's democratic state. In spite of this, Khrushchev continuously, with great confidence in Tito and his companions pursued insistently the policy of rapprochement, flatteries and caresses with the Yugoslav revisionists. The events of Hungary show still more clearly this stand. When the counter-revolution started in Hungary, it was clear to everybody that in the Hungarian events a base role was being played by the Yugoslav revisionists. This was seen in their influence in the counter-revolutionary discussions of the Peto Efi Club. This was seen during the counter-revolutionary uprising and the enthusiasm expressed by the Yugoslav revisionists at that time, but it was still more clearly seen also in the fact that the traitor Imre Nagy, after the smashing of the counter-revolution, found asylum at the Yugoslav embassy in Budapest. Instead of mercilessly unmasking the Belgrade renegades as direct inspirers of the counter-revolutionary coup in Hungary, and Khrushchev tried in every way to mitigate their responsibility, to minimize it and, finally, to eliminate it entirely. The former ambassador of the Soviet Union at that time in Albania, L.I. Krulov, communicated to the Central Committee of the Party of Labour of Albania the letter that N. Khrushchev had sent on November 9, 1956 to J.B. Tito. In this letter, among other things, Khrushchev wrote to Tito the following. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has examined your last letter. We consider it possible to agree with your viewpoints that no special importance should be given now to the question whether the Yugoslav embassy in Budapest has acted correctly or not by giving asylum to Imre. 225. Nagy and his companions. We are noting with satisfaction that since the Bryanid talks you have been in full agreement with our stand towards Comrade János Kadar as a distinguished personality and with revolutionary authority in Hungary, capable in these difficult moments and conditions to head the new revolutionary government. You were fully satisfied with the fact the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, since the summer of this year, in connection with the departure of Rákosi, was trying that Comrade Kadar should become first secretary of the Central Committee of the Hungarian Working People's Party. Any comment in connection with this letter is superfluous. This letter shows very clearly that the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, trampling underfoot any regulation determining the relations between the fraternal parties, has gone so far as to interfere even in an issue of so important and markedly internal party character, as is the appointment in the place of the first secretary of a fraternal party of this or that person. It shows also very clearly that N. Khrushchev has been long since in full agreement with J.B. Tito, that he has deemed it reasonable that for everything, even for the appointment of the first secretary of another party, to consult J.B. Tito, this enemy of socialism, the very inspirer and organizer of the counter-revolution in Hungary. From this it is clearly understood and is entirely logical why N. Khrushchev tried to see the question of the Yugoslav intervention in the Hungarian events closed, because two things cannot be done simultaneously, both to consult Tito and to expose Tito. After Tito's notorious speech in Pula in November 1956, the struggle of the Communist and Workers' parties against the Yugoslav revisionism was enlivened and the Yugoslav leaders were criticized for their stand. But the traitorous Tito group not only did not make any self-criticism or any positive step towards the communist movement, but in 1958 it considered it convenient to formulate and sum up its revisionist ideas in the program of the Yugoslav Communist League, which was published as a counterweight to the Moscow Declaration of the Communist and Workers' Parties of November 1957. It seemed already as if there 226 was no more room even for the least illusion, because Tito and his group had openly written in their program what they were hiding for years under demagogical pseudo-Marxist and pseudo-socialist slogans. But what did happen? At the beginning, N. Khrushchev, who felt himself embarrassed before the public opinion and the international communist movement, although half-heartedly, took a stand concerning the Yugoslav revisionists. But this did not last long. With a wonderful nimbleness and contrary to the most elementary logic, he, at the 5th Congress of the Socialist United Party of Germany in July 1 gave the orientation not to speak of the Yugoslav revisionists, by saying, "In our struggle for the common questions we should not devote to the Yugoslav revisionists more attention than they deserve. They want that their value should be raised, that people should think that they are the center of the world. We will not help in fanning the passions, in aggravating the relations. Even, in the situation created in our relations with the Yugoslav Communist League, it will be useful to retain a spark of hope, to seek acceptable forms for some questions." He stressed this also during his visit in Albania in May 1959. At the same time, again started to circulate more and more often the word on Comrade Tito. Propaganda started again that Yugoslavia is a socialist state, that between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia there exists mutual understanding on many problems of the foreign policy. It is a